Oh, a bit of a stretch this morning. I had such a good sleep yesterday.
Come on, Katerina. You can handle this heat. One event at a time. Throw together a decent ragu. Jump straight onto the Malaysian curry. Bring it home with the chili. Yeah, I'll bust this batch cook.
Perform better on Sundays. Get half-price electricity, 11 a.m. till 4 p.m. with Peak Save from British Gas. Proud partners of Team GB and Paralympics GB. Ends 31st of December. T's and C's apply. Smart meter required.
Because I thought to myself, I got back in because it took me a bit of a time to get home because we were on the buses and then they cancelled the bus from Hammersmith, but then I got a Hounslow bus. So I got back where I wanted to go eventually, which was quite nice. And I thought I'll pick up some Satsumas, pick up some water, because I only drink bottled water. And then I thought, you know, I'm going to have a lazy day today. I'm really going to have a lazy day. So I didn't bother doing anything. And I felt a bit guilty that I wasn't doing anything at all. And people kept sort of phoning saying, are you going to go to the sales? I'm like, no, not really. I might go to the sales today, but I don't need any. I just want a pair of trousers. Not anything complicated, is it? Just a pair of trousers. And I shall do that, and then I shall just be lazy again. I've decided I work quite hard. I do a 5-day week, for goodness sake. What have we got for you today? The chilly new year will put the heat on property prices. And how many people a day caught using their mobile in the car? 50 thickos every day get caught on their mobile. I saw one the other day. I was driving down the motorway. And there was one guy, I'd seen it on one of these police camera action programs, and he was on the phone tapping it out, and the police car pulls alongside him, and he's still totally oblivious to them. And then he looks and he quickly drops the phone, but of course too late. They've already caught him on camera. And they went, why were you using the phone? Oh, I just needed a phone. No. The law is, if you touch your phone in the car whilst you are driving and at traffic lights, you're nicked. It's as simple as that. Even at traffic lights, your engine is still on. You've touched your telephone. Why would you touch your telephone? Oh, I just wanted to check on a text. You're nicked. And so they get 50 a day now. It's very lucrative. But I mean, I can't believe how many people are that stupid that they can't afford a little hands-free kit. I used to have a thing that clipped onto the visor in a car before I had it. It's built in now and has been for the last, God knows, 10 years. And you literally just put your phone and it pairs it on Bluetooth or whatever it is. And it puts up the name of my telephone and it downloads all the numbers in the phone book and everything else. So I've got them all in the car. And which is great, but you have to remember when you sell the car to delete your phone book. Otherwise, somebody's got all your private telephone. I have serious private numbers in my book. I mean, like Celeb Central. Okay, I've got everybody in there. Producer, the assistant producer. I've got everybody. They're all in there, you know, members of the royal family. Don't want to make a big deal about it, but, you know, I had Princess Anne's phone number years ago when she was nobody. I've got all these different people, which is quite good. A lot of people were talking about, what was they talking about? Halal meat, apparently. And they said, apparently Greece has banned halal slaughter for being inhumane. Yes, I mean, it's a debate that you could rage on for ages and ages, isn't it, really? Greetings from Ireland, says Christine. How are you? I was thinking, even though I lived in County Durham for many years and travelled to London on many occasions, we never went to visit Harrods. You suddenly realise when you go to Harrods, actually, Christine, how big it is inside. I mean, there must be people in different departments, like the musical department and then the hi-fi department, that probably never see each other. Because there's so many staff in there. It's phenomenal. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And I love the food hall. And I love everything about it. Because Mohammed Al Fayed sold it. And it's now been bought by, I think it's the Qatari royal family again. Very good reason for me not using it, as you can well imagine. They've got a chocolate hall. They've got everything. And people go there. And they were queuing the other day for sales. Although, to be honest with you, if you have to go to Harrods to pick up a cheap bargain, you're definitely in the wrong planet. You know, you don't go to Harrods to pick up a bargain. They do put it on, but it's for the chavvy types. It's not for their normal customers. They don't do things like that. But anyway, she says, I need to visit Harrods. Well, you should do. Selfridges is good. I like Liberties. I like Hamleys, but not when it's a busy day. Because you have, literally, I can't bear crowds. Get off. Yeah, it's kids everywhere and screaming and this and that. And there's always somebody standing on a podium throwing an aircraft into the crowd, which then comes round and he's got a bubble gun machine and all sorts of bits and pieces. That drives me mad. But and if you're coming to London, well, you won't be able to because there's no trains. They're doing lots and lots of things. But as I said the other day, and I've said every day since this strike began, they've achieved nothing. Nothing at all. And I don't quite understand. I understand striking. I know what that is because I've been on strike before. because we used to have a history at LBC of striking in support of NUJ people around the country. So I understand exactly what it's for. There was no benefit to us. We just showed solidarity. But in the case of the RMT, they're not going to get any more money. They've said this is it. And so little Michael Lynch can stand outside there with his gorillas behind him, making him look a little bit bigger and more, sort of more intimidating. But they're not offering any more money. So they've got all these dates booked. What does he think? They're all of a sudden going to capitulate and say, I tell you what we're doing. We're going to give you all the money you want. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And at the moment, they're now at stalemate because somebody's going to lose face in this. And you bet your bottom dollar, Mick Lynch, little old Michael, he won't want to lose face. So it's not for me, mate, is it? It's for the workers, because he's on a super amount of money. He's having a nice time. But they're not getting any more. So they're going out on strike. The only people they're hurting is the country. Because all those businesses at the stations, at Waterloo and St Pancras and King's Cross and everywhere else, Victoria Station, all the businesses there, no customers. No customers. So if you have a little business that scrapes through making pasties or sausage rolls or baguettes or something like that, no customers. No customers. So what do? Nothing. They're going to go out of business. You've got clothing shops at Waterloo Station, up on the first thing. And I think so far the country's lost about £600 million, which is great, as long as little old Michael Lynch is happy. Because very shortly there won't be anything for his members to go back to work for. They'll just close the lines down. They'll just say, listen, because you've now got Tuesday the 3rd, Wednesday the 4th, action by the RMT, Thursday the 5th, action by the ASLEF, Friday the 6th, Saturday the 7th, action by the RMT Union. It goes on. And they've said they will keep it going as long as. Well, you might as well just give up and go and find another job now because you ain't going to be getting any more money. And I don't understand when you appreciate the fact you've reached stalemate. They're not going to give in. Rishi Sunak has already said, that's it. What is it about that's it? They're not understanding. I understand where they're coming from. I understand what the reason for striking is. I understand everything like that. But if one side has said there's no more and you're going, well, we'll stay out on strike, they're saying, stay out on strike. They're not helping you in any way, shape or form. The only people who are losing out are the RMT members. I wonder if they did, and I've said it before, if they did a secret ballot, whether or not people would say, we need to go back to work. We're losing serious money. Some of them have lost thousands of pounds. All that extra money you've lost, there's no overtime. So they've lost all that extra money over Christmas. Most people don't have savings. I don't know how much money little old Michael's got in his piggy bank, but I bet he's all right, Jack. They always are the union leaders, aren't they? They always do very, very well indeed. But it's a case of where do they go from here? I don't know. And now today, driving instructors are on strike. I don't understand how that one works either. It was bad enough when we had nurses on strike and we had ambulance drivers on strike, and then there's all these other unions go, well, we want more money as well. Never find radio presenters going on strike. Never find radio presenters. You don't find television presenters going on strike. Anton Deck out on a picket line. I don't think so. Not going to be happening anytime soon. And it's just a bit sad because it's stalemate. They've hit an impasse. There is nowhere else to go. They've said, we want this much money. Like the nurses have said, I think they were looking for 19%. And they've said, there's no way you're going to get 19%. They don't have the money. What is it about we're in a recession you're not kind of getting to grips with? Oh, we're back with the camel hair coat again, honestly. He saw Prince Charles, did Jack, wearing a camel hair coat, and he now thinks this is the bee's knees. I can see where you're coming from, but not for sort of sitting there as an AP on a radio programme. This is not, Hepworth's Window or anything like that, or Top Man or something like that. This is, he does look as though he's wandered out. Or, what you get those. We used to get mannequins years ago. I don't know if you ever saw them. We got them in the window. We had the usual mannequins in shop windows, and then they had a new thing, which was a projection that went onto the mannequin's face, which was plain, and all of a sudden the mannequin came to life. And it had expressions in the face, and it could talk to you and everything else. It was quite something else. And they used to have them. I remember going to an exhibition at Earl's Court years ago, and you had all these mannequins, and their faces got these projections on, and they looked as though they were human. You had to watch them very carefully. And you suddenly realised it was just a little film that was showing on their face, but they were able to talk and do everything else. I remember thinking, because people used to stand in front of shop windows years ago. I used to. You know, my mother used to do window shopping. She liked window shopping. Whereas me, if I want something, I go out, see it, and I can't bear standing in front of windows. I've done it, but not anymore. These mannequins, yeah, projection mapping. I mean, some of it is really sort of clever, really clever. And you look at them and they move. It's just a projection. And that's what it is. You sort of stand, because you wanted something. No good just sitting, you know, looking at somebody wearing different clothes or something like that. Have you noticed, though, the only thing they don't do in the shop windows, they don't have mannequins advertising pants. They don't do that. They have them in the catalogues where they'll be standing there on a rocky hillock, pointing, wearing their pants. And so they sell pants in all the catalogues like that. But you won't find it in any shop windows with people modelling pants. You'll see them clothed and you'll see them wearing maybe swimming shorts, but you won't see anybody modelling pants. You might see bikinis, but you won't see pants. You won't see pants. Oh, you do see women's underwear, but you won't see men or, you know, mannequins just wearing pants. Which is, it's bold, isn't it, really? I don't know why. Perhaps it was something to do with they thought it was a bit too sort of rude, you know, whereas in fact ladies' underwear is quite normal. And yet in my Marks and Spencer in Richmond, you've got the men's pants next to the women's pants. And to be honest with you, I don't want to be rude about it, but they've got better designs than we have. Ours are a bit sort of plain. They're either checkered or striped or plain or everything. They've got lacy, blue, red, green, you know, red being very popular at Christmas time, the colour of passion, apparently. And I haven't got any red pants at all. Perhaps if I went out and bought red pants, I could be a passionate person. I quite like that idea. In my twilight years, all of a sudden, I could get them today at M&S. No, I've got to go out. Yeah, I'm going to M&S, but I just want a pair of trousers. Best place to go and get trousers and pants from. Most people get their pants from M&S because you get 5 packs or 5 pairs for about 25 quid or something like that, which is about a £5 a pair of pants. I used to buy the Calvin Klein pants in white, mainly because I saw a picture of the model on the front and I thought, if I put the pants on, I'm going to look the same. And I suddenly realised, I don't know when it was, that putting these pants on and standing in front of the mirror, I looked nothing like the model who was on the front of the Calvin Klein pants. And I used to think Calvin Klein made them himself on a little sewing machine. And it turned out he never made them either. So I gave up. I gave up with things like that. Now I just buy sort of what they call practical pants. You know, they're either sort of different, or they go in grey and black, and they don't do blues or reds, but grey and black's very popular, or sort of a beigey sort of colour. But it's quite good. I like buying pants and socks especially. I like socks. No, I don't buy any socks with any motifs on or wording like, oh, you know, you've gone to the soul of my desire and all this. I don't do anything like that. Although over Christmas, most of my family had novelty socks on, you know, jingle bells and all this kind of stuff. Not for me. Not for me. Anyway, in a moment, if you're looking for a diet, I've got one you don't want. OK, you don't want, because it's going to cost you money. And I've got a much better version of it. So we'll tell you about that after this.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Somebody says TV presenters wouldn't go on strike because they're on millions, unlike the rest of the... Don't talk rubbish, honestly. How stupid are you? Because they're on millions. What planet are you from? You obviously have no idea. I remember somebody once writing in, and they were trying to work out what radio presenters earned. And I remember thinking, God, you're so far short of the mark. It's really embarrassing, because they'd seen something online, because people believe... If it's online, they believe it. And it said, I think it said, I know how much you earn. And I thought, oh, riveting. And I thought, why would you ever bother with worrying about how much somebody earned? I mean, you know, I'm sure the royal family earn more than I do. In fact, I'm pretty certain, you know, but I know roughly what people earn, but it doesn't bother me in the slightest. I think I get paid fairly well. In fact, I get paid very well for what I do for a living. But, you know, I've got to do the business. No good just sort of popping in, having a cup of tea, tiddling off out. You've got to produce audience figures. You've got to produce downloads every month. So with my audience figures and with my 1 million downloads a month and the amount of money we raise for charity for Make Some Noise, that makes me a good catch. If I didn't generate any of this income, there'd be no point in them keeping. They're not keeping me out of charity. Absolutely not at all. Steve, I hope you had a good Christmas, says Paul. I'm not one for it really, but hit the supermarkets and bought for my freezer lots of, leg of lamb. Got it for £1. £240 worth of meat for £8.40. Yeah. You see, I don't like shopping in the sale, especially if you're shopping for food, unless you're going to go and freeze it. But there again, you don't know whether that stuff that you bought has been frozen before. Because if it's been frozen before, you're not technically supposed to refreeze something. But I know a lot of people do. But I wouldn't be buying a thing of lamb at all, you know, or any of these sort of things. I go out to the super. I can't eat lamb. I get sick on it. Yeah, I didn't realise that I did, but I do. I seem to have an allergic reaction to it. I used to eat it years ago. Years ago, I would eat lamb and neck of lamb, and then I started thinking about the lambs. I started getting a bit paranoid. My friend Dan, he said, I'm listening to you at 35,000 feet. He said, the wonders of Wi-Fi on this plane is about the only good thing that JetBlue offer. That's what he is. He's flying on JetBlue at 35,000 feet and listening to this programme. Isn't that clever? Do you remember years ago, if you went on a plane, you couldn't use your telephone because it interfered with their equipment? Now, I remember going on a plane donkeys years ago and it had a telephone in front of me. And of course, everybody was using it. Guess where I am? I'm on the runway at Gatwick. It's so exciting, you know. People go, are you really on the airplane? Yeah, wait a minute. Because normally they would say, can you turn your telephones off and that kind of thing. Now they don't bother doing that. It doesn't interfere with anything at all. So Dan is heading back, and he shared a photograph as well. And he says, due into Gatwick in 2 hours, had screaming babies, young kids, most of the flight, roll on, touching down and breezing through customs. Glad to hear the Army have done such an amazing job to date covering for the strikers. Well, they're not stopping anybody. They're waving them all through. The Army have got no idea. They're literally just waving people through there. So if you were thinking of smuggling, this would be the time, I would think. Really, I mean, I find it absolutely amazing that they haven't sort of got other people in there to try and sort out the problem. So you won't have any trouble getting through customs. They'll wave you. They're only about 18 or 19. They're just children. They just wave you through, which, as you imagine, goes down really well with the border control. Steve, I worked in Barker's of Kensington in Bedding in the 80s. Had a typical Mr. Humphreys character as my boss, a real mummy's boy and very funny. All the characters that you saw in Are You Being Served came from department stores. There was always a Mr. Humphreys character who had spent his whole life working in either menswear or carpets or curtains or soft furnishings or anything else, or maybe, you know, in the makeup counter. And there was a woman like Mrs. Slocum. All those characters you would genuinely find there, and the older people as well, who'd only ever been in retail. That's why it was so good. It was so good. Steve, the train strike people should allow the public to travel for free on the strike days, hurt the owners. They don't seem to want to do that. I don't know why. I mean, there's so many things that you could do to make this easier so that they could get money. But if you let people through the barriers and they didn't charge them, then they might do something a bit quicker. They won't do it. I could almost guarantee I'd probably put money on something like that. Anyway, there was a story that popped up in a paper, and it was a while ago, actually. It was a while ago, and I thought then, this is one of those sort of stories which I'm going to have a lot of fun with on the programme. And it was, wait a minute, I've got to find page 11. Here they are. And it's a picture of James and Ola Jordan. You remember them? They used to be on the dancing programme, then they got kicked off, basically because they weren't much cop at it, and he was a bit nasty about things. Then he went on to Big Brother, and he wasn't very pleasant on that. And they were obviously trying to work out how they can make money. And somebody obviously came up with this brilliant idea. Why don't you pretend that you've put on a lot of weight and you want to lose a lot of weight? Because after Christmas, everybody's going round going, oh, couldn't eat anything else, I'm so fat, you know, and so bloated. And so that's what they've done. So they had a picture taken where she pushes out her stomach. This was in July of this year. And they get top marks because they've slimmed and they've shown off their impressive weight loss. So they've shed 6.5 stone between them in 4 months, and they were wearing the same swimwear. And they tell you how they did it in the Sun's Fabulous magazine out this week. And if you send them 50 quid, they'll tell you how they did it. My advice is don't send them a penny piece. You do not need to pay for a diet. You go to the doctor. They claimed that they went to the doctor and the doctor told them they were obese. Well, I don't know what doctor they found to come up with that garbage. I mean, really, it's the most awful thing I've ever seen. And they've managed to get it into all the papers that they've lost all this weight. They're professional dancers, okay? Professional dancers dance all the time, and that's their workout. They don't need to diet. They could eat whatever they want. But for the case of trying to make money, they think that you're going to cough up 50 quid a time so that they can tell you what I'm going to tell you now for free. Come closer, okay? Come on, come. But you can get a bit closer. Come on. All right, not you, Jack, not you. You don't need to lose weight. That's why he's wearing black today. But anyway, so if you want to lose weight, okay, the simple line is little, often, and exercise. And when I say exercise, you don't need to go to a gymnasium. You don't need to join anything. You don't need to start pumping the old iron. You don't need to do the sit-ups and everything else. You just need to do brisk walking, okay, for a few miles a day. Brisk walking, little and often. It's the size of your portion that determines how fat you're going to get. You know, it's as simple as that. You know, if you stand in the shower and you can't see your tinkle, you know that you put on too much weight. So the whole idea is that you have little and often, or you go to the doctor and say, have you got a diet sheet? And they will give you a diet sheet, which will cost you not one penny piece. So don't waste your money with James and Ola Jordan. All these DVDs that people buy every year. Oh, this is it, you know, and then you see them. You know, because we saw it with, can't remember her name now, was that Moffat woman. And it turns out she started doing the rounds after she flogged this DVD. Turned out she'd been to boot camp in Switzerland, where literally they starve you for about 3 or 4 weeks. And the exercise, I mean, it reduces them to tears, but they say, listen, you can make a couple of £100,000 out of it. That's what they're doing it for. Because what happened to her? Piled it all back on again. Scarlett Moffat piled the weight on again, thus proving to me, without a shadow of a doubt, that diets don't work. I couldn't care less if it's Ola Jordan and her dreary husband telling you to lose weight and all the rest of it. All you have to do, walk up the stairs, don't take the lift. Small portions, you can eat as many times a day as you want, you know, alternate it, make sure you do vegetables, don't eat all the fattening things. The fattening things would be, in my book, Indian takeaways, Chinese takeaways, KFC, you know, spud you like, but make sure you eat the skin on the potato, because that's the good bit for you. The actual potato bit's a bit crap, but I mean, who cares? You know, and all these other pizzas, really bad for you. That's why you see so many obese children in America, because they're all eating fast food. And added to that, the portions that they serve in America are huge compared to here. You get people, homeless people, sitting outside restaurants and somebody comes out and gives them, because in America, you go to a restaurant, what you don't eat, they put in a box and you take it away like you're going to want to eat it when it's gone cold. I've seen it in here. I've seen cold pizzas and people go, oh, yummy, cold pizza. I've got, oh, no, definitely not. So don't waste your money. Don't waste your money. We don't like them anyway, so we don't waste our money on that. Go to your doctor or just start doing little and often. Just follow it through. Much easier. Much easier. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, when you're good at what you do, you are paid accordingly. Yeah, well, that's how it works. You know, somebody said to me once, what did they say? Oh, that's right. When I did an overnight program, somebody said, oh, you'll be taking a pay cut, will you, for doing overnight? I thought, no, why would I be taking a pay cut? You get paid exactly the same. You know, I'm pulling an audience. That's what all my job in life is, to come in here, be a happy little soul, you know, and, you know, put some fruit out and some sweets and toffees and all the rest of it, you know, and then people sort of eat them and then everybody goes home happy. That's the whole idea of it. It's not difficult. And you also, bear in mind, you have to keep talking. But you do get a break every 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes, you get a couple of minutes here, 3 minutes there, whatever it happens to be. And those moments you grasp with both hands and you go out, you get yourself a cup of tea, you go for a tinkle. You know, you can do all these different things. It's quite good. But people, I think you go into radio to be rich. I don't think you go into radio to be rich. I think you go in because it's a vacation and because it's easy. Because I've heard people struggling. I've heard other radio stations. I know. I couldn't believe there were other radio stations. Seriously, mainly BBC Local. And, you know, the sooner we close those down, the better, because it's a dreadful drain on the economy. They don't have an audience. They really don't. Do you know, there are more people working on BBC Radio Shropshire than are listening to it. It's as bad as that. You know, and they give it sort of, you know, the leader of the WI and the vicar and people like that. I can remember when some radio stations started up years ago, they used to do farming programmes. And we sort of systematically bought up all these radio stations. And that's why we're a hugely successful company. And I walked in today and I remember thinking, do you know, it's a pretty fab building, this. It's great. We've got heating, we've got showers, we've got kitchens. You can have a cup of tea. It's very central. You're within striking distance of Charing Cross Station, striking distance of the Hippodrome in Leicester Square. We've got everything on our doorstep. Everything, you know. There's also people being sick, admittedly, which is something we have to face up to. But that's only because we've got a nightclub next door to us. And you see them staggering about outside, you know, with their cigarettes on. And I saw some poor girl as I was coming in. And you see that on a regular basis. They've bought high heels to make them look taller. Because the day before they were working in Santa's grotto as an elf, and they don't have to have height for things like that. Otherwise, it takes you above the kids. And she was walking; she could barely walk in these heels. You could see her feet were absolutely killing her. And you think just most of the women I see walk through Leicester Square and Trafalgar Square holding their shoes, their high heel shoes. For men, it's different. We don't have to worry about high heel shoes, unless, of course, you're working in a drag show, in which case you will have to worry about things like that. But I don't know anybody working in a drag show at the moment. Or maybe I do. Anyway, and so they've got these people that sort of walk around holding their shoes, and you think, don't do it on New Year's Eve. New Year's Day, there are going to be broken bottles everywhere and glasses, and it's going to be absolutely a nightmare. Not good. I'm being good boy today. The reason I'm being good boy is because I think I've saved you 50 quid from James and Ola Jordan. He, of course, because he's such an egotist, he'll be delighted that, you know, the papers are running it. But then, you know, the hard and fast rule is little, often, and exercise. You don't need to pay anybody 50 quid. I give you that information for free. But I'm going to hit the news on time. It's unheard of. It really is. 4:30. Here's Tim Daly.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, trust you well this morning, 28th. Not bad, is it? We're nearly into the next weekend. And then, of course, this coming weekend, that'll be the booze night. People going out there, getting drunk. Oh, it's going to be a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. I can just imagine. Although how people are going to get home, I can't imagine, because there's train cancellations all over the place. So people will be going for taxis. You'll be having to get a taxi or a black cab or something like that. Whether or not you decide to come into town, I don't know. I know people are cancelling restaurants, which I think is a great shame. Flabby family. Oh, look, there's a story about flabby families. Apparently, you want to shed the Christmas pounds, face the cost of fitness crisis as sports kit prices. You don't have to wear special sports kit to do exercise. You can wear anything you like. Everybody's got a pair of shorts at home. Apparently, according to a new a YouGov poll, price rises will make it more difficult for many during the cost of living crisis. You know, because also footballs are up 20% in a year, with tennis rackets, golf balls, weights and sweatshirts all right. Well, just put something else on. Don't be a mamby-pamby. Nothing worse, is there, really? Shadow Sports Minister Jeff Smith says people wanting to kickstart a health drive this new year are being hit in the pocket by the cost of living crisis. What a load of codswallop. You don't need... Everybody's got a pair of shorts at home, or tracksuit bottoms, or something like that. That's all you need for exercise. You don't need to go out and buy special stuff. You know, and you don't have to play tennis, and you don't have to kick a foot. You're telling me you've got to buy a football, and there's 20% up on it? It's just absolute rubbish. It really is. Fire crews had to move overweight Brits a record number of times last year. There were 2,298 incidents in which they helped police or paramedics carry obese people in the year. And why are they obese? Because they're overeating. There was a woman who had to remove part of the front of the house to get her out. And it turns out her family and her friends were arranging takeaways for her. And she just sat there in bed bloating. And now in America, they make television programs about these people. You know, My 60-Stone Hell and all that. And you think, it's because you're overeating. I mean, have you not fathomed this out? There was one bloke they put on television, and his claim to fame was he was the fattest bloke in Britain. And they went to weigh him, and he said, I don't want to be weighed. And when they did weigh him, they found out he'd lied through his teeth. He wasn't the fattest bloke in Britain at all. And he was furious because that took away his little bit of glory. That, you know, that he 1 minute had a title, the next minute he was exposed as a liar. He wasn't the fattest bloke in Britain, but he thought he was. He was telling people. And he would sit there, not budging in the chair. I mean, they couldn't... There used to be a bloke who used to be in a circus in America. They couldn't get him in a bath, so they used to hose him down in the circus grounds because he had so much fat on his stomach. It covered everything, and I mean everything. You know, little tiny teeny winkle and all this fat. And it's because he was known as sort of one of the fattest men in America. And I thought, this is not something to be proud of. It really isn't. You can die. The strain on your heart alone is very dangerous. The health implications of being overweight are staggering. You know, you see people and they can't walk and they can't, and you think, good Lord above. So there was one here, a crane hosting Jason Holton from his third floor flat in Camberley. He ballooned to 50 stone. They had to remove all the windows. All the windows were taken out. Tam Fry of the National Obesity Forum says it's frightening. So many people are now having to be rescued from their homes. But it was the fact that this particular woman, this girl, I think she was a girl actually, youngish, and her family were buying all these takeaways. They had all the takeaways, the Chinese, the Indian, the doner kebab, the pizza, they all had her credit card details. The family would phone up and this gargantuan meal would turn up. And I remember thinking, it must be very difficult. If you've got nothing to do and you're just sitting there bloating in a chair, presumably you just need the food to keep you going. But then, you know, if you said to them, not having it. You want to eat food, you've got to walk down the stairs. And they go, I can't walk down the stairs. You go, well, you'll have to learn. You'll have to learn to walk down the stairs, because otherwise you're going to sit here, you're going to die in that chair. You know, the obesity problem in America, as you know, is absolutely huge. Mainly because they've got no idea what a portion is. I mean, even I was horrified. What we would order over here in a Chinese takeaway. If I was in a Chinese takeaway, I would probably order char siu pork. I would probably order sweet and sour chicken and probably an egg fried rice and a pancake roll for the journey home. In America, each one of those things is a meal in itself. We went to Chinatown in San Francisco and I ordered sweet and sour chicken and I ordered the char siu pork and all the rest of it. And the waitress said to me, "Are you sure?" I went, well, nobody's ever questioned before what I'm eating. When it arrived, there was enough to feed a family of 6 people. I've never seen so much food in my life. That's why they give you boxes to take the stuff away, and so people get it, and they give it to the homeless outside. But the homeless are, like, expanding like there's no tomorrow. They don't want any more food. What is it? It's char siu pork. Oh, God, no, not that again. I had that yesterday and the day before. They're all sitting there surrounded by so much food. Frightening when you think about it. So, as I say, if you want to lose weight, don't bother with Ola Jordan and James Jordan. This is just another way of them making money out of you. 50 quid a pop. So all you have to do, go to the doctor, get a free diet sheet, because you'll read it and you'll go, oh, aren't they nice? They want to share it with us. Yeah, they want to share it with you for money. They want the money. That's what they want, actually. I still haven't seen The Crown. I need to see The Crown, don't I? But at the moment, it's all going a bit sort of pear-shaped in the royal family. Because I think Kate and William have sort of decided they're going to be a little bit less hands-on with the children. And I remember thinking, they're only young. They're only sort of like 10, 9 or 7 or something like that. And then I suddenly remembered that's what the Queen did. If you remember that picture of Prince Charles when he was a little boy greeting the Queen at the station, and he had to shake her hand. And I thought, that's your mother. Don't you want to put your arms around her or something like that? And the answer is, they don't show affection. They don't do affection. And you sort of see them, and there you go, there it is in the Daily Express. And they have to say, you know, and she leant down and went, "You all right?" She went, "Yeah." And so they shook his hand. There is no... That's why, if you remember, when Prince Charles, only a few years ago, they had the Jubilee, and he stood on the stage and said, "Your Majesty, Mummy." And, of course, the Queen looked a bit disapproving first time. By the time he'd done it the second time, we'd heard the joke. It was a bit naff. But they don't do things like that. They don't do affection. There is no affection in the royal family for anybody. That's... What would... I think in private... I don't know, there wouldn't be many times that they would be in private. I think he would, I don't know. I remember when Andrew was at Windsor Castle after they had the thing, and he referred to the Queen as Her Majesty. Her Majesty's very upset. I think, can't you just sort of talk normally? Or you? And then we suddenly realised he wasn't normal, so we kind of gave up on that one. I don't know what he'd call her in private. They have special names. I think the kids call her Gang Gang, don't they? That's what they used to call her. Gan Gan, I think that was the, you know, we would call somebody Granny or Nana or something like that, or grandmother. I think they called her Gan Gan, which I never, or sorry, Lilibet. I don't think they, yes, but no, I mean, the Queen is there you go, Gan Gan. I'd never even heard the word before, never even heard it. But she was, you know, as far as they were concerned, it was just somebody they went to visit every so often, and she lived in a big place, and they had lots of gold everywhere and lots of presents and lots of things. But it was a job. I've told you before, the royal family are a firm. They're a business. They have to make money to survive. They get an allowance, but, people say, oh, they shouldn't be given that. Listen, the amount of money they generate in this country, I think they deserve every penny of it. Who'd want to be like that? Well, obviously, Harry didn't want to be like that at all, because I think he sort of found it a bit too restrictive. And let's face it, he has spent most of his time face down in the gutter. When he was in the early years when Harry was drinking, and we know what an embarrassment that turned out to be. Las Vegas, take all your clothes off, and then the dressing up idea, and then Harry coming out of nightclubs, and the press were there to get pictures, because they knew that if he was in the nightclub, he was going to be drunk. He was going to be sozzled, and he used to come out and he'd start lashing out at the photographers. And, he does admit his shame over the Las Vegas naked pictures. I mean, it's just, you don't expect to see pictures, and he had a wild weekend because he was a drunk. That's it. There's nothing, and he was off out there. He was just behaving badly. You never saw William doing that. William never did that. He never dressed up. He never did the sort of the boozing and stuff like that. He was far more responsible, whereas Harry was sort of working his way through sort of London's girly elite, none of whom wanted to marry him. None of whom were remotely interested. But, we've got the book coming out, haven't we? Shame, in January. So he'll no doubt be doing a few rounds and people will be booing him and that kind of stuff, and we'll all have to put up with it. And then hopefully he'll disappear. He can go and do what he does after that. I really couldn't care less. Barry says, I cannot stand the union bosses that want to jump on the bandwagon that is intent on bringing misery to millions. Bring on the new strike laws. The trouble is, I understand striking. I understand what they're doing it for. It's just that it's having no effect. We're still managing to get into work. I don't know, have you heard of any LBC programmes cancelled because the presenters couldn't get into work? No. Have you heard of programmes, we don't have a team of people to drive the programme and do your podcast because people can't get into work? No. People do it, so we're all managing it. So who's it hurting? The people who own the railways. So there's no money to put in investment. Because the unions want to, to be honest with you, the best thing to do would be, I tell you what we'd do, let's rip up all the railway tracks and not bother having railways in the country and just do away with them. Now what are you going to do, Mr. Lynch? What are you going to do there? I know it's the ultimate, but it would never happen, as you can well imagine. A lot of people saying, that they used to sort of work in department stores, and people who actually, used to work on the railways. And so I understand exactly what it is. I understand. Another one here that says, I was given a big box of gin and tonic flavoured body lotion. Oh, you can get all sorts of... I used to like the chocolate one. Did you ever get that as a Christmas present years ago? You could get body paint that was chocolate, and it came with a brush. And I remember thinking, that's a bit unusual. And you used to paint it on, apparently, they tell me. And then it would harden. And then it was apparently as a prelude to... how's your father? And I remember I was stuck in the bed for days. Seriously, I was rooted to the spot. I couldn't sort of move because the chocolate had set very hard. So I quite like the idea, Sue, of having gin and tonic flavoured body lotion. But what does it tell you about yourself if people are buying you something like that? I do like body lotion. It's not that I don't like body lotion. I use E45 cream. I have to for the burns, which is good. Steve, I couldn't exercise, says Joy, because of the state of my hips. But I lost 6 stone by cutting down my carbs and portions. Diets don't work, because if you cut out certain foods completely, you can get resentful and soon go back to square one. There is a piece in one of the papers today. It's on the Times. Fad diets can make you fat. And as I've said before, diets don't work. Why? Because if they did, there'd be one. There'd be that one diet that would help you lose that weight. And there isn't. There's loads of them, and it's all people parting you from your money, like James and Ola Jordan. If they really cared about you, they'd say, this is what we did. But you've got to pay 50 quid into their bank account before they will tell you how they did it. My advice is don't waste your money. Seriously, don't waste your money. They'll have disappeared in a few weeks, but there's going to be another celebrity diet out there. You can always tell them because you see them in about October in the parks with their guts hanging over the top of their tracksuit bottoms and their photographer who they've taken out there so they can say, oh, look, I'm really fat. Then the next thing is you see them pencil thin. Not me. I don't fall for that old rubbish. If I feel like, going on a diet, I have a baked potato with cheese and beans in Costco, and it's very nice. And I'll try and eat as much as possible. 14 minutes to 5.
Psst. With EDF, you could charge up your EV for under £10 overnight, saving you cash and carbon while you sleep. Find out more about our zero carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helping Britain. Based on using a 7 kilowatt home charger and EDF's Go Electric overnight tariff at 8p per kilowatt hour off peak.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. I hope you're well. December the 28th. It's going to be a nice day today. A bit chilly, definitely getting a bit chilly. But over in America, they've got looting going on because the snowstorms, and they really are bad snowstorms. I forget how many people have died at the moment, but it's certainly well into double figures. Not very good at all. Somebody says one way to strike in the future is to have driverless trains. Yes, I mean, it could be. But of course, the argument is they want to get rid of guards, I think, and they're saying they need them to open the doors and all the rest of it. But they don't have them on the underground. The underground have the trains and the driver at the front. I've never seen a guard on there. They just the doors just close. And they sort of say, oh, you can't do without it. I bet you anything. I know they say that now because they have to say that. But I bet you anything, if it actually went ahead with no guards on the trains, it would work perfectly well. We know how to get on and off trains because it goes beep, 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 and then the doors close. If you're standing in the way, then it goes beep, and the doors open again, and then somebody on the platform can walk along and say, move your bum inside. Makes it much easier, I think. Steve, your fellow presenter and staunch Bentley hater Nick Abbott, he's not a Bentley hater at all. You are completely misguided. What a Looney Tunes you must be. He's just jealous. That's what it is. Have you seen the car he's driving? Blimey. I tell you, I can't even believe that he would even... No, what he couldn't believe is the fact that I had one. And I keep telling him, over the years, I've had about 9. I've had loads of them. I've had Enages, I've had Bentleys, I've had a Rolls, and I've had Bentley Continentals, Flying Spurs. I've had a few. So that's what he can't believe. I don't know why he can't believe it, but it's one of those sort of things, isn't it? But he's certainly not a staunch Bentley hater. If anything, he's very jealous that he can't have one. Well, I mean, he probably could, actually, but I think he spends all his money on cosmetic surgery. He is at the moment. I think he's having a lot of Botox. I don't want to say too much about it because it's supposed to be kept quiet and we don't like to talk about it. But, I mean, sometimes he comes in. I saw him on the way out this morning and I went, oh, hello. I didn't know who he was. I had no idea. Completely unrecognisable. Seriously. I thought he looked like Stacey Dooley. But anyway, Steve, when you talk about fad diets, have you heard of the keto diet? Oh, there's every diet. I go back to the F-Plan diet, the hay diet, the watermelon diet, every diet, the baked bean diet, there's just been so many fads over the years and not one of them has worked. Not one of them. Only for a few people. Joy couldn't exercise, but then cut down on the carbs and portions, which is the way to do it. It's the carbs. That's what goes on. Steve, I've been a piggy. Says Paul, I've had half a box of Turkish Delight. Once the box is finished, I will use the rose powder as talc. Yes, I brought Turkish Delight in here, actually. And they managed to eat it. It was Turkish Delight with chocolate coating it, which was very nice. I quite like it, but it is just sugar. Steve, losing weight is as simple as eating less and moving about more. Also, apart from eating less, eat good food, not expensive, take away rubbish. Absolutely, Kat. That's why the James and Ola Jordan thing is just such a load of old rubbish. You don't need to follow their advice on how to lose weight. They're dancers. What have they got to do with the diet industry? Answer, nothing. Nothing at all. Only go and seek the expert advice, which would be your doctor, who will tell you if they think that you're obese. They've sort of basically, they're obviously going to convince people. There'll be a few half-hearted people who'll be going, oh, I must send them £50 and they can tell me how to lose weight. I mean, I'm assuming you're going to get back a piece of paper from them. When you open up, it'll say, ha, 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 got your money. That's the way it works. Yeah, so fad diets. Because they say here, this is in the Times. This is the front page of the Times. After weeks of festive overindulgence, it can be tempting to declare a new year, new you. That's what they put down, isn't it? Oh, the new you is going to be this year. You're going to lose the weight. What a load of codswallop. However, experts have said that in the long run, these fad diets will make you fatter. The British Dietetic Association, which represents 10,500 qualified dietitians, urge people to avoid anything that claims to offer a quick fix weight loss solution, which is James and Ola Jordan. In 6 weeks, you can lose this much weight. Don't touch it with a barge pole. And they've said here, this year we've had the boiled egg diet, the water diet, or the keto diet. The BDA said restrictive diets, often promoted on social media, bring rapid weight loss initially, but tend to do more harm than good. You will put it back on again. As I say, Scarlett Moffat, classic example. She should give the money back to people who bought her DVD. She took it under false pretences because she's piled the weight back on again. Gemma Collins, in exactly the same way. You know, if you lose weight very quickly, which looks fantastic for the photo session, but I'm promising you, you'll pile it back on again. And then they go, I was happier being fat. And you think, well, you might be, but your doctor wouldn't be very happy. So, as I say, don't waste your money. It's as simple as that. I like the story of Sean Dilley. I didn't know who Sean Dilley was today, but you'll all know about it because he's the blind television correspondent who rugby tackled a mugger on a bike who snatched his mobile phone. Now, my former producer, Joe, has seen this on numerous occasions. If you're standing by the side of the street on your mobile phone, somebody will go past on a bike, grab it, and they've gone before you've even had a chance to realise what you can do about it. Really, he's seen it on so many times. Off Tottenham Court Road, he said, do not stand by the side of the road at a bus stop on your telephone because somebody will take your phone. And they take about 1,000 phones a day. They're totally useless to them, so they use them for parts. But this particular man, Sean Dilley, heard the thief trying to escape and leapt in his direction, pulling him to the ground. He pinned down his arms and legs and told him he was arresting him until the police arrived. After retrieving his phone, he tried to use voice activation to call the police while still holding the man. Because these people are peasants. The people who go out there, you see them all the time on their bikes. But anyway, he says, I risk my life over a mobile phone which isn't heroic or brave. It's not, because you don't know what this person's got. It's like, you know, people in banks who get held up. Don't try and be the big hero. It's insured. Let them take them out. They'll end up catching them. Top 10 vinyl albums of the year. Arctic Monkeys. I don't know enough about Arctic Monkeys, actually. Being Funny in a Foreign Language. You've heard of that, have you? It's a popular little beat combo called the 1975. Skinny Fear. No Skinny Fear? Fontaine's DC. No? Okay. Rumours, Fleetwood Mac. Yeah, everybody knows Rumours, don't they? Will of the People by Muse. Who are they? Are they sort of some old, sort of long-forgotten band? Muse. They sound a bit bad, don't they, really? Poor souls. Wet Leg. You've heard of Wet Leg? Yeah, you're hearing all the weirdos, aren't you, really? Liam Gallagher's Come On, You Know. You know that one. Have you heard the album? Oh, right, you've heard the... Oh, right. How interesting. Arctic Monkeys, twice they're in with The Car. You've heard of that one as well. Okay, lovely. Harry Styles, Harry's House. No, not so much. That's more girly band, isn't it? More girly stuff. Taylor Swift, Midnights. You're not sure? Oh, right. Oh. Yeah, a bit of a guilty pleasure liking Taylor Swift, isn't it? But you wouldn't exactly go and have sort of, you know, maybe a picture of her pinned up with blue tack on the wall of the bedroom. You know, you wouldn't be having anything like that. That would be a little bit too far. A little bit too far, I should imagine. Steve, I used to go to the gym, says Kim, pre-lockdown. I treated myself to weights and an exercise bike as I was on the shielding list, which is a lung condition. When everything opened up again, I didn't bother going back to the gym. I just continued with my home routine and, of course, getting back into me walking. You really don't have to spend much money on keeping fit. I eat well, Steve, during the week, have a bit of a treat at the weekend. Seems to work for me. It's not rocket science. You don't need some celebrity telling you how to do it. Absolutely. That'd be the last person you would need to tell you how to do it. Can you imagine actually taking diet advice from Gemma Collins? I don't think so. That would just be ludicrous. But, of course, they get to that desperate stage in their non-event of a career and they have to think of something. And after Christmas, it's fatty. You know, you want to lose the weight. It's a new you. It's rubbish. It's like the people who want to give up smoking. New Year's Day, I bet you anything. I'll be taking loads of texts and emails from people saying, I've decided, Steve, I'm going to cut down on smoking. You know, I'm now only going to smoke 60 cigarettes a day as opposed to the usual 100. And, and I'm going to lose weight and I'm also going to cut back on the amount that I drink. And you think, well, you're not going to do any of those things because you don't have the willpower. People get addicted to certain things. And it's a case of when it actually comes to doing it, they can't. They can't. You know, I've spoken to people before who've given up smoking, and they've all said the same thing. I'll just finish this packet of cigarettes, then that'll be... And you think, no, stop now. And they go into a panic. I can remember going to a restaurant after I'd stopped smoking, And I stopped for 2 years, then I went back onto cigarettes again, and it was twice as bad, so I ended up doing 60 a day. And I can remember when I then stopped doing the 60 a day with the help of patches, because I then became addicted to the patches, and I couldn't work without the patches on. I used to send my AP out to the chemist if I'd come in and no patches. I need the patch. I need that hit of nicotine. And I can remember sitting in a restaurant with friends, and of course I was so used to smoking at the table, then they made them all non-smoking, and then people at the table would say, we're just nipping outside for a cigarette. So you'd find yourself 1 minute with a load of friends, the next minute you're all by yourself at the table because they've all nipped outside to go and have a cigarette. So occasionally I get a craving. It lasts less than a minute. And I wouldn't even, because I've had heart surgery and stuff like that, so I really wouldn't want to go back to smoking. But I do watch people smoke. People vape now. Have you noticed? You can always tell if it's vape. Clouds of smoke, and they spend a fortune, but they don't really know what the effects of vaping could be. They haven't tested fully. So I'm slightly. Do you vape? Is that a vape? God, honestly, I knew we'd find your weakness. So there it is. I bet Freddie doesn't. Do you vape? You don't vape. Do you smoke? You don't smoke. See? Take advice. Sorry? I can't. Why does your button not work when you push it? What? Vaping? Yeah, well, there's vape shops everywhere. You can get this flavour. Yeah, flavour. Joe buys them and he'll say, oh, today it's bubblegum flavour. Seems a bit weird. So you vape. How much do you spend on vaping then? About £10 a week, £40 a month, 4,800 a year, nearly £5,000. Blimey, you're loaded. You are so rich. £10 a week. All right, £520. But I mean, who cares? Who's counting? Whatever it is, you could spend that money on something else, like some more clothes. You know, and you could perhaps another camel hair jacket or something would be quite nice. What else we got? The luxury hotel's reputation ruined after the fraud squad took over. We'll tell you about that one. And a musical about Prince Andrew. Yes, sounds like a horror musical, doesn't it, really? We'll take a short break to the news at 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC, and it's December the 28th.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's LBC. Many of you are still on holiday. Many of you are not going back until probably about the 2nd. So it's a fairly lengthy holiday over the festive season. I know some of you are probably bored out of your tinies at the moment, sort of thinking, oh, I'd love to go back to work. Whereas, you know, people around here are going, we're in work. It's very nice. Thank you very much indeed. More of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Brenda says, listening about fad diets, I've done the keto diet, the cabbage soup diet, the maple syrup diet, the boiled egg diet, the special K diet, you name it, I did it. There's also a bloke, isn't there, called Jason, somebody he's known as the Juice Meister. And it's basically another load of old hooey. You just can't, you can lose weight on these sort of diets, but they're not basically good for your system at all. And Brenda says, thank you for keeping us going, which is good. Harry says, after Christmas, I have a whole drawer full of chocolate. However, I'm currently revising for a set of mock exams in January. I'm focusing on something mentally challenging using energy and burns calories, so I have an excuse if I eat too much. See, I'm lucky. Chocolate doesn't bother me. Some people are addicted to chocolate. They couldn't have a meal without having something chocolatey at the end of it. Whereas me, I'm more a savoury person. So having chocolate doesn't really do it. Charlie says, I brought you on holiday with me, listening to you live on the beach in Phuket. Lots of people keeping fit here. I just ordered a mango shake instead of beer. Oh, that sounds nice. A mango shake. I'm quite a fan of milkshakes. There's a place down the road from me in Kingston, and they do something like 200 different shakes. And it's basically, different, a Bounty bar or something, just whisked up with milk and everything else. And they've got all sorts of different things. And I do like a milkshake, but they're half expensive. I went to Five Guys. Asia, I was waiting by the bus stop, and I said, can I just have a strawberry milkshake or something? It was a hot day or something. I can't remember. And they said, do you want sprinkles and do you want cream? I think, No, not really. Because I can see that you can sort of, here you go, look, there's one here. This is on Five Guys. They do a Lotus Biscoff. Do you know what that is? That's those biscuits that you get when you go and get a cup of coffee in an Italian place, and they're very nice. Strawberry, yep. Bacon. Have you ever heard of having a bacon milkshake? I can't think. It sounds disgusting. You had it? Really? You haven't. Why would you have something like that? That's just... Yeah, but that is really weird. Really weird. Peanut butter I can understand, because I can't remember what it tastes like, but I do like a banana milkshake. We used to go to a place in Richmond, and they did a banana milkshake, and they served it in the actual thing that they whisked it up in, and it had pieces of banana in it. It was delicious. You can have a Coca-Cola Freestyle, a Smart Water, Coke Zero. Is that that's sort of a diet Coke, isn't it? It's still people, you see them, people with two bottoms sitting in KFC, and they've got a diet Coke, and you think, bit of a waste of time now. You're having KFC, for goodness sake. But no, people go for the fads. I can remember years ago there was the Cambridge diet, which was basically powders to make shakes up. And we went to the launch at the Savoy. We all got invited down to it. And at the end of it, after you had to listen to this presentation, they then said, now you can try the Cambridge diet if you want, or we have other food. We all went for the other food. Nobody wanted to try the Cambridge diet at all, because it was just these sort of milkshakes. But I mean, people will try anything. If you're clinically obese and somebody says, this diet's going to help you lose weight, well, then you lose weight. But only ever take the advice of the experts. Don't listen to somebody who's a minor Z-list celebrity. Why would you take their advice on anything? You wouldn't. You really wouldn't. So if ever I see anybody who's been on Love Island and they go, I've got a diet out, when they're on Love Island, they're stick thin. It's like Victoria Beckham bringing out a diet sheet. I mean, look at them. There's nothing of her. Nothing of her. I mean, I think, she goes out to that's why she used to get drunk in the restaurants, because there was nothing to sort of block the booze. I can remember on numerous occasions, Brooklyn, poor soul, honestly, used to have to carry his mother out of a restaurant, and she was like, I tell you what you want, what you really, really want. And you think, oh, God, give up now, love, give up now. It makes it so much easier, doesn't it? Save having the embarrassment. What else we got? Giant pigs on the run from a farm terrorise village. Don't you always get every year, don't they sort of rescue animals, like, turkeys escaped from a farm or pigs have escaped, and they're frightening the locals, these ones, so they're called Porky Blinders. That's what they've called them, which is interesting. Fans of rock music, amazingly, are the least likely to go bald, because men worry about bald. What do you mean, yes? I mean, because you see men, don't you, nowadays, and they constantly shake it, and that's all it's doing. It's getting the blood surging through your scalp. That's what it's supposed to be. And so there is a mop top 10. Barbara O'Reilly, Fringe Ball Wizards. They've done all these sort of little plays on words. Whole Lot of Locks, 18 with a mullet and Living with Big Hair and stuff like that. Because if you're a rock star, it's like Rod Stewart. I bet when his hair's wet, it's just one little strand of cotton. And then he has to tease it into this sort of shape so it looks like a baseball helmet or something like that, which is, it's always very interesting. Nothing worse, is there? Sort of people who've sort of taken a little hair and then they gel it up, or they put mud on it and they make it stick up. I mean, I used to use mousse, I mean, not because I wanted my hair to look any bigger. Well, actually, I did. And you sort of blow dry it and then you sort of think, that's good. But every time I see Rod Stewart, I always think, it must be quite sad when you get over 70 and you're still dressing like an 18-year-old. With sort of, he paints his toenails and stuff like that. But I've still got a producer like that, actually, who he used to paint his fingernails. And I didn't know what the significance was. I thought maybe it was meant that you're a goth or something like that. And then I looked at Elliot and decided he couldn't be a goth if his life depended on it. Telly presenters have opened up an emotional plea about on-screen diversity. And they've shared their stories about representation in Becoming the Person I Wanted to See. This is going on ITV. And what was the other one? Gary Newman credits his wife Gemma O'Neill for saving him. And he married her in 1997, made him a better person, he said, after getting married, and helped him to process his Asperger's diagnosis. Whoa! It's cool, isn't it, really? He used to live down the road from where my godchildren used to live. He used to point his house at. They go, that's Gary Newman's house on the corner. But then he moved. The New York City of Buffalo buried under snow, I'm afraid, as the death toll has risen to 28. The state governor described the storm as the blizzard of the century. She said it's going to be like a war zone. In fact, Niagara Falls was completely frozen. Completely frozen. It just absolutely stopped going, which is amazing. Trendy intermittent fasting fads practiced by celebrities like Elon Musk, Jennifer Aniston and Kourtney Kardashian do not make you younger. Boffin said there is no evidence to suggest missing out on food is effective to prevent aging. You can't prevent aging. You're going to age. I hate to break it to you, but that face you're looking at in the mirror, in a year's time, you're going to look old. And if you're old now, you're going to look even older, because it just doesn't happen overnight. It's a gradual process. The only people who can tell you that you're looking older are people who haven't seen you for a while. And then they see you and they go, oh, you look a bit different. And you think, oh, God, I look really old. You know, that's the way it works. You don't see it because you look at yourself every day in the mirror. And that's the way it works. But you are getting older. It's like when your hair starts changing colour. You know, and you start going grey or white. If you've got dark hair, you're going to go grey and then it's going to go white, and that will change your appearance. It's just the way it is. You can't do anything about it. All right, you can dye your hair and you can have cosmetic surgery and you can have Botox and you can have all these fillers put in and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, it's short term. If you're doing it for vanity, which you would be, then it's gonna leave you really feeling awful. Look at that poor Bridal Wildenstein. Every time we used to see a picture of this poor woman who had loads of money but just wanted all the surgery. And so once look at Jordan. Classic example of somebody who keeps having fillers and Botox and having this and her boobs done again, and you think to yourself, it's an illness. It's like having tattoos. You know, I have a program, condition here, which is no tattoos. We don't want anybody on the programme with tattoos. If I discover they have tattoo, they're out. It's as simple as I'm not wasting any time with people like that. Definitely not. As Jack not told me about his latest tattoo, I love Steve, across the front of the chest. Yes, I can imagine. Yes. You don't have any tattoos, do you? No. You know why? His mother would disown him. If he went home with a tattoo, she'd go, what's that? That's what she'd say, in between opening the oven and taking out the mince pies again and going, listen, you can have a tattoo of a mince pie. And you wouldn't have any tattoos either, would you, Freddie? Because it would hurt. It hurts. You have to I inject every day because I have to with insulin. And even so, I still try. It still hurts sometimes. If I hit sort of a vein, and sort of the blood starts seeping out. And I'm only using tiny needles. When you go in to be tattooed, they do say it's going to hurt. And I think, well, I inject every day. How much can it hurt? And the answer is, it can hurt quite a lot. So I also don't have any tattoos. I think they look awful as you get older. Your skin becomes more saggy, and these sort of and people have everything tattooed. I mean, look at poor old David Beckham, bless him. But now he's got that 10.5 million, which he's trousered from that homosexually hating country called Qatar. He can have loads more tattoos done. Victoria's got tattoos. I think Romeo's got tattoos, and I think Brooklyn's got tattoos. The family who have tattoos. Have tattoos, and that's all I can say. I just think they look ghastly, absolutely ghastly. And the older you become, the worse they look. I mean, years ago it was just if you were a sailor, you had an anchor or something, or mum and dad, or sort of the date when your mum died or your dad died. Now people have all this stuff going up their neck. There's a bloke on Towie who's a bit sad. He went out with Chloe Sims for a while. His name's Pete Wicks, I think, and he's got tattoos up his neck and all the rest of it. And you think. And you wonder why you can't find a regular girlfriend. I mean, he's rapidly looking so old now. It's just dreadful. I mean, especially when you've got your face covered. There was that woman, do you remember, in Wales we talked about the other day, and she's got them all over her face because her boyfriend's a tattoo artist, and she was banned from the local nativity play because she looks scary. I don't care whether or not she has tattoos. I mean, that's nothing to do with me. If she wants tattoos, she can have them. But you have to realise the consequences. And I couldn't work out. She'd had these tattoos and there's crucifixes and everything else. And I thought, either you're a bit simple, a bit stupid, or a bit desperate. Her boyfriend is a tattoo artist, and it's all over her head and everything else. And I'm thinking to myself, that's scary for kids. All right, you can have what you want done. But also, this can't be the first nativity play that she's not been allowed to go and see, because she's had these tattoos for ages. It's these sort of demonic-ish, images on there with crucifixes and things like that. And I think to myself, perhaps there's something the matter with you. Perhaps you were dropped on your head as a baby, because David Beckham keeps getting tattoos. Brooklyn's had them to try and pretend he's Jewish. You know, because he's had the star. He's not Jewish at all. He's not even converted. He's put the Star of David on his wrist. Oh, it makes you Jewish, does it, Brooklyn? I don't think so. Karen in Merthyr Tydfil will come round to in a moment, because I have to take a break. And you know me, we like to be on time.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Karen in Merthyr Tydfil says, Christmas over, worked like you over the festive period, train ticket booked, a table booked at Joe Allen's, roll on Friday. Woo! Yeah, Fridays, yeah, don't keep it quiet, for God's sake. I don't think they've realised that Friday there is no strike. Not that we think everything will be in the right place, but it doesn't matter. Dan shared a photo. He said, they're spoiling us this morning, Steve. I think it'll be a sausage and egg McMuffin as we leave Gatwick. You see, I have those, but I just have the sausage McMuffin, a double sausage McMuffin, and tell them I'm allergic to eggs. And they'll do anything. You can add extra bits. If I said, can I have a double sausage McMuffin with 2 slices of bacon, you can have a double sausage with 2 slices. There's like a separate price list for adding extra bits and pieces. Because I've had some of those pita bread things. They're rubbish. That pita bread, it's got the cheese in it with 2 bits of bacon. And it makes it look terribly interesting on the thing. When you eat it, it's just that horrible processed cheese. And I always think that you want, I forget what they call it. Mike, what do they call it? I'm trying to think now. There's a name for it. There it is. There you go, flatbread. Cheesy bacon flatbread. By God, if only it looked like that. If only that looked like that, I'd be more than happy. So when they take the pictures, do you remember seeing that picture a while ago? They had the Christmas dinner in a tin made by somebody, and they had the publicity shot taken of it, and then they did it with a real tin of the Christmas food, and it looked like this grey, disgusting, monstrosity. It didn't look anything nice at all. And they had photos of, and it was with turkey and pigs and everything else. And they say it's a yummy Christmas dinner. This is the publicity. When you actually saw what it looked like, the photos of the actual emptying out of the Christmas dinner, it didn't look anything like that one. We did look at it because it was all bright and it had bright green sprouts and everything else. And when you actually saw the real thing, it didn't look at all. See, look at that. Doesn't it look lovely, that sausage and the thing? It's been stuck in a tin which has been heated, and that's what it looks like underneath. That's what it looks like. That gunk, that goo, that... Ugh, disgusting, seriously. Even the dog turned its nose up. They say large chunks of turkey. But look at it. All thrown together because it's sitting in a tin. And then you take it out. Do you see any green sprouts? Look, there you go. That's the photograph on the left hand. You can't see this, but I'll take my word for it. And it's got the pigs in blankets, and it looks lovely in the green sprouts. And then you look at the yuck that turns out of the tin when they actually did it properly. Dreadful, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it is. I remember years ago watched them filming a crisp advert. And I forget which company it was for, but they had to have boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of crisps in. So that when the actor took the crisp out, it was a whole crisp. Which, of course, is very rare in a packet of crisps. You generally get bits and pieces and all the rest of it. And I remember thinking then, that's what they do. And then they make film of Christmas lunches and stuff like that, and they spray it with glue to make it glisten and shine and everything else. You couldn't eat any of this food. You just have to sort of go, OK, that's fine, we'll let it go. It's my birthday today, says Lawrence. 52 years young. You're not 52 years young at all. You're 52 years old. OK, you're not 52 years young. Don't start going down that one, for goodness sake. He says, unfortunately, my neck has gone and I can only look left. See, falling apart. I told you. Might as well give up now. So you're 52 years old. Your neck's only going one way. And he said, and I'm currently sat here slathered in ibuprofen gel. And you think you're young? Of course not. Of course not. Start looking at brochures for old people's homes, because you might as well prepare yourself for this. It's going to creep. At 52, it's already happening. God, how do you think I get through the day? How do I get through the day? I'm terrified to look in a mirror. I look in the mirror and I think, I don't know. Have I aged a little bit on my neck? And I do use 25, 30 at a push. Mind you, I remember saying for ages, somebody said to me, how old are you? And I said, well, I'm about 39. Plus that. And they say, oh, I'm sure you were older than that. You go, no, I don't think so. But then I'm not one of these people who can lie about their age, because my age is well documented. It doesn't, because the papers put it in there. They'd go, Steve Allen, 68. And then you get people writing in going, to be honest with you, Steve, you don't look 68. 70 maybe, but not 68. Dan says, to be honest, I'm not a fan of the round egg, so it'll be a double sausage for me. I loved it. He says, loved it when they did the old folded egg from the bagel. Oh, There's so many things. The trouble is, I like loads of bits and pieces in McDonald's. It's just the queuing bit I'm not very good at. I don't like having to queue for something, and then they go, "Can I help you? Can I help you? Can I help you?" And you think, I haven't quite decided yet, even though we should know the menu backwards. But I sort of think, what do I really fancy? And the other day, about a week ago actually, 3 hash browns. 3 hash browns. I mean, I thought, it's only fried potato, isn't it? Deep fried potato. And they always ask you, they say, 3. You go, is that okay? You know, is there a ration or something like that? So I always have 3 hash browns, and very nice they are too. But I've never had the crispy chicken. Did you have it the other day? Is it really good? How sickening. How sickening. The producer on less money than me, and he's had it and I haven't. I hate it when they bring something in McDonald's and they say it's only in for a limited time. They used to have special buns in the morning, because the normal bun that goes with all the bits and pieces is not that great. But they did a special bun, which is good. Dan is still flying. You know, he's 35,000 feet up, just passing Cork. He says, not long now, touching down in under an hour. I better warn you, it's dark. OK, it'll be very dark, but it'll probably look quite pretty. But it is a bit nippy, so I hope you're not wearing anything that's sort of light. Make sure you've got a coat here. Luckily, Jack's brought his coat in today, because he didn't have a coat yesterday, which was very unwise. You don't want to go down with a cold. You'll sit in bed, you'll be as miserable as sin. And, I don't feel very well, Steve. I don't feel very well. You know, so you've got to look after yourself. Keep warm. Keep doing the exercise and everything else. I mean, I thought I was getting exercise yesterday when I walked to Trafalgar Square. But I was the only one standing at the bus stop. And then when I got to the bus station, a Polish girl asked me about the buses. She said, are you waiting for the Twickenham bus? And I had to say no, because I've realised there was no Twickenham bus. I had to go to Richmond and then sort of I nearly took a taxi, but I thought, I'm bloated, I'm going to spend that sort of money. Because I know Joe had to pay for a taxi the other day. And, of course, it's quite expensive, taxis in London. They aren't cheap anymore. And so, for me, it's a last resort. Dawn Neesom's column today, as fabulous as ever. She says, if your liver hasn't packed up and left home by now, are you sure you even did Christmas? She said, but New Year, new you. Yeah, right, whatever. She's quite right. People do that. You know, it's a new year, it's a new you. You're going to lose weight, get your hair cut differently, bit of colour put in it or something like that. Cheer yourself up, get a bit of Botox. And she says, any case, that Nostradamus bloke's book of predictions, big tip for 2023 is, sooner or later you will see great changes made. Dreadful horrors and vengeance. She says, oh, come on, a little bit more imagination, please. Things will change and they might be a bit rubbish. We've all been there, mate, and written that book. I always say that because if you read your star signs in the paper, they all apply to everybody. They all apply to everybody. But she does like the speech, Fit for a King. Smashed the telly ratings. 8.3 million people tuned in. You know why? People wanted to see what he was going to be like. He'd had enough years watching his great mama doing them, and he's done it now, and I just hope he lives long enough. I sort of worry about these things, you know, before we know where we are. Come this time next year, it could be William going through the whole thing. But we'll wait and see. But they say, what's not to like? You know, George, Charlotte and Louis were angelic. Kate looked gorgeous. And it was lovely. He said, what not to like? Oh, yeah, Andrew, she writes. She says, but if the real spirit of Christmas, it's not gin, apparently, is about forgiveness, then Charles was right to include his younger brother. Isn't it funny? Everybody hates Prince Andrew. And the worst thing was Sarah Ferguson, another drippy sort of person who sort of just... I mean, they've got the Queen Mother's old house in Windsor Great Park, which is where the Queen Mother lived and died. And Sarah Ferguson has got one wing and he's got the other wing. Why? Can't she go out there and get a job or something and do something? She's a bit drippy. She's a bit drippy. It's a case of... She was caught sitting on the tube, wasn't she, ages ago, with a bag, and the photograph on the bag was one of her children. And I remember thinking, oh, God, perhaps she doesn't work. I mean, she tried most things. There's a pub that puts pups first. You can take your dog to the pub, which I think is quite... I'm not sure about that, actually. I don't mind it, but sometimes you get dogs... They don't like being with other dogs in the pub, because you've got to have a dog that's going... And also, who can afford to go to the pub nowadays? The pub is so expensive. In London, in particular... Pints are so expensive. I mean, luckily I don't drink pints, but so expensive. Mind you, I saw some people the other day, I thought they were very hardy, perhaps they'd come from Iceland. They were sitting outside the pub, at the tables having their drink, and I thought, God. And the reason is they can smoke outside. But here we go. Landlords warning they will have to raise prices to cover soaring bills. They think, I mean, I can't see it ever get to this. The most expensive that we've got is £8.06. But landlords are warning they may have to raise, I mean, I can't believe this, raise the price of a pint of beer to £15 or £20. This is to cover their energy bills, because not enough of you are drinking in pubs. And so they've got to make the most of it. I mean, I personally can't see that ever happening. You go to clubs and you could pay that quite easily for things. It's, you know, clubs are very, very expensive. But of course, if you're in a pub and you've had a few bevies, but if you're standing in a bog standard pub and you've got to sort of pay for it. I mean, I remember years ago I'll get the order in. You know, what do you want? So get double. You know, before you know where you are, you've got a bill of 45 quid in. And that's when people started in pubs paying by credit card. People up until then had never done it. And a bar over the road from where our studios used to be, they had a lineup of all people's credit cards. And you'd say, that's mine, the third one in, and you put it on the credit card. I mean, it was just amazing. Just amazing. Mind you, I always think the biggest fiddle that went on in pubs was when somebody had a birthday party and they go, I'll put 200 quid behind the bar. And so they'd ring up 200 quid on the card, and then they just make up numbers as they went along. Oh, that round there was £16, put in 30. And then you go, sorry, the money's run out now. And they say, oh, put another £100 on it. And then, you know, it just vanished very quickly, because nobody ever checks, do they? Although, actually, I was a bit delighted yesterday. I went to Iceland to get some water. Long trek, I realise. And the girl behind the counter didn't knock my discount off for being a pensioner. So obviously she thought I was too young to qualify for the discount, because I looked on the thing thinking, oh, there's no discount. I mean, you only get 10% on a Tuesday. But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, 10% it makes me sound mean, doesn't it? 10% is 10%. I'm not mean. I'm not a mean person. I'm not so. I really am not. Seriously, you'll never make it outside the front door today, I'm telling you. I've seen fights in movies. I love it. I've seen fights on Big Brother, actually. Some vile people they put on there. My goodness me. I tell you, I've forgotten how bad they really were. Terrible. There's a former gymnast. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. It's a ghastly story. There's a van driver behind the smuggling of 200 kilos of cocaine. I mean, you know, you don't get any more dumber than Abraham Shrier. 61, it was worth £12 million. He was trying to smuggle it into the UK. He hid the drugs in the side of a vehicle heading through the Channel Tunnel. The narcotics were found when a van was stopped before it boarded the train from France to the UK. And what they've done is you drive through what is like an X-ray machine, and they can see all the drugs. And he was so thick because they searched a second van driven by him, and it showed he was involved in hiding the drugs. He was charged with importing Class A drugs and convicted at Canterbury Crown Court. And so at the age of 61, he's going to prison for 16 years. They don't learn, do they? They really don't learn. You think to yourself, caught with drugs, you're going to be nicked. It's as simple as that, you know. 16 years, he'll die in prison. He'll die in prison. Nobody will care less because you won't know who he is. Oh, a post-Christmas message from Chris Packham. So here he is talking about, it's Dogs in the Wild. They're doing sort of Dogs in the Wild. I've always seen programmes like this before, you know, like dingoes and all sorts of other sorts of dogs. And I've suddenly realised, I don't know whether it's been on over Christmas, RuPaul's Drag Race. I'm not really a big fan of it at all. RuPaul, I think, looks very good in drag, but doesn't actually really have an act. It's not like some of the drag queens you get in the pubs and things like that. RuPaul just sort of, you know, it's very good, but can't move his face. It is and then you get all these people like Bag of Chips and something like that. They're not really drag queens as such, you know, because drag queens are funny. These people look as though they've all got issues. Whereas, you know, if you go and see drag in a theatre for Christmas, you know, it's an act. Biggins is an act. He doesn't walk around the house normally during the daytime wearing women's clothing. It's an act he wears at Christmas, and he's got an act, and he'll be Nurse Tickle or whoever it happens to be. But these people on the television now, they're all sort of very excited to be wearing drag. And yet the makeup is very good. I thought Ant and Dec did it very well. when they did their drag and they did their dancing and things like that. And now we know that that Jack has put on and I don't want to mention it again, seriously, but it was obviously something that he was sort of fairly okay. They always say that most men, their wives or girlfriends like to make them up, so they want to see what men look like in makeup. Just mentioning it. Not sort of saying anything or being anti anything at all. Love to see the pictures. Joan Collins, how old? Oh, God, I'm really late. I'll tell you how old Joan Collins is. You'll probably cheat. 5:31, the news headlines. Lottie Morley.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 6. Somebody said about, getting a voucher for 30 quid from Iceland. Only in certain poor areas, I'm afraid. And you can only use it up until Christmas Eve. It's not for London. It's for poor people, so that you can get it. But you have to claim it. They're not giving it to you. You have to claim it. And of course, most people won't claim it, so fairly cheap for them. We're just happy with the sort of the 10% on the Tuesday. Thank you. Shane says, I'm going to pop to the shops and buy a milkshake. Thank you for suggesting it. I love a milkshake. I used to do them at home. You'd sort of mash up banana and put a bit of iced cream in there. And it was all very exotic. Very exotic. And also in all the coffee bars, you could get a milkshake, which I used to absolutely love. Jackie in North Watford says Boxing Day is also St. Stephen's Day. I know. My day. And Dave in Plymouth, he says, man down, man flu has struck. I know. Isn't it funny? I've avoided everything. I know that's tempting fate when people say, oh, touch wood, that's the thing. But no, I've been all right. I haven't had any sniffles, coughs, nothing at all. I always make sure I put a big thick coat on. I've got a hat. I've got gloves, but I tend not to wear those too often. You can't eat the pigs in blankets from Pret a Manger with your gloves on. It just doesn't work. And the sauce oozes out a little bit. But it's I've just been lucky this year, but I've had the flu jab. I've had all my other COVID bits and pieces, which is good. Mike says, I'm terribly out of touch. What's TOWIE? Oh, you don't need to worry about it. It's a bunch of revolting people who have no lives, who can't speak properly. OK, that's it. You don't need to know anything else about it. And they argue a lot. Joe says, do you remember the Wimpy Bar menu? Absolutely. Oh, yeah, I remember it. I was there. And Steve, when I got a dog, I lost weight simply because I had to get up early and walk the dog in the rain. The best exercise is free. Yeah. Yes. It's as simple as that. That's why you don't need to bother with Ola and James Jordan, because they're not experienced people in losing weight. They're dancers. They have no idea at all. And they're saying, oh, this thing works, but give us 50 quid. And we'll tell you, no, you don't need to do that. Please don't waste your money, because it's not going to make any difference. Paul, the bus driver, says, as I leave the quiet, tranquil streets of my hometown in Kent, driving in, I arrive on the outskirts of London, the A2, to find the Christmas roads of peace getting back to normal, the irritating daily grind. So many people returning to work, and it's only 5:20. Only 5:20. And one here from Perdita says, I was going to get some tattoos done in my 20s, but Mum wisely pointed out they could inhibit me from getting future acting roles. Exactly. Anything that involved maybe showing your arms or something like that, they're going to go, oh, you've got tattoos. And that, you're right. Your mum was absolutely right. I think she practised on me as she subsequently ran to be a member of Parliament for York Central, so she needed her powers of persuasion. Perdita, I'll be the first one to wish you a very happy new year, because that's what we're going to be doing, isn't it? By the time I'm with you on New Year's Day, it's going to be Happy New Year and, people making New Year resolutions that they can't actually keep to. So here she is, the movie legend that is Dame Joan Collins, and she's pictured in a swimming pool. How old is she? 89. 89. It is absolutely unbelievable. And she was with her husband, Percy. They later settled down to open some presents. 89. Phenomenal. Amazing. Also, Abby Clancy with her 4-year-old son, Johnny, who has still got a dummy in his mouth. I don't know whether or not... is that too old for... I can't remember, actually, what age you don't have a dummy in your mouth. I'm assuming it can be any sort of age, really. Is it... Well, I thought 2 or 3 as well. But it's like sometimes I see little kids in pushchairs who look as though they're perfectly capable of walking. I don't know why they sort of put them in pushchairs, which is slightly odd. Matt Hancock has called off his search for a celebrity agent, mainly because he's not a celebrity. Although they actually say he can't. He's been inundated with offers from agents. Although what sort of programmes you're going to put him on, I can't imagine, because the public hate him. I don't care. I mean, he didn't win I'm a Celebrity, and he quizzed Showbiz Pals on his Showbiz Pal. Who would that be? Who would seriously admit to liking Matt Hancock? But he wants to find out who can represent him. Well, I know quite a number of very well-known showbiz agents, but to be honest with you, as I can't stand you, I wouldn't be recommending anything to you. But somebody will take him on. Somebody will take him on. I think they're just trying to sort of generate some sort of interest. Dermot O'Leary would apparently O'Leary would love to host This Morning for another decade. Oh, please, God, don't. Please, God, don't. He is one of the worst presenters on the television. I don't care what anybody says. He can't do it. He's fiddling about. He's not concentrating. He's not interested in the guests on the programme. You know, every time the camera does the wide shot... Sorry? On X Factor, he just looked uncomfortable. He shuffles backwards and forwards. He didn't know what to do with his hands. You know, it's a one-trick pony. And when you see him on This Morning with Alison Hammond, she sort of leaps and bounds and overtaking him, and he's still sort of sitting there looking at his script while she's doing an interview. He's sitting there reading the script, and I'm thinking, can't you manage it without the script? I mean, can you not really do interviews? The answer is no, he can't. Dermot says, it's a nice thing. If somebody said to me, you're doing Fridays for the next 10 years, I'd be over the moon. Well, please, God, they don't. I'll have a word with Martin Frizzell. We don't want anything like that going on. Thank you very much indeed. Also, the NHS is on track to wipe out hepatitis C in England by 2025, 5 years ahead of global targets, which is very good. Oh, I see that another 2 Russians have been killed. Well, they died in suspicious circumstances. One fell out of a hospital window. Amazing, isn't it? They seem to have quite a few people. If you criticise Putin, the chances are that's your life finished. We've had one in, was it Sunningdale the other day or something, was found hanged in his garage. They had another one the other day who fell out of a hospital window. Well, who in their right mind falls out of a hospital window? I mean, when I was in hospital, the windows didn't open anyway, purely for that very same reason. But they've got all sorts of things here. They've also said that Russia's death toll in the war, the military death toll, is up to 102,600. And that people have been warned that if they are released from prison, and they've been in there for various crimes, they will be executed if they refuse to sign up to fight. And he's looking at people who've been convicted of murder, rape, all sorts of vile things. And if they decide not to go and fight, he wants them to go and fight because they've got no fear of anything, so he thinks, they will be executed. Why, in God's name, you want to live in Russia? I can't imagine. Really can't imagine. There's one here, man, who served 9 years behind bars for a number of gangster-related crimes. You know, and you think to yourself, not very good at all, is it really? But he's not doing very well with this war. He thought it was going to be all over in about a week, and they're still clinging on. Ukraine, and now they've got the might of America behind them, who've said we're going to pump more than $1 billion in. So people are getting behind them. The people of Russia are going, what are we doing? It's the answer. He's a madman. He's a megalomaniac. You know, that's the problem with the whole thing. If he just, I think the idea of having talks with Ukraine has gone out the window. So he's not interested in talks. He's basically saying, you do what I say, or we're going to destroy you. Well, he's not managed it up until now. And if the might of America get involved, no chance. No chance. Steve, Shane is going for a milkshake, says Roger. It's 5 p.m. in Sydney, which is about right. Oh, yeah, you can have a milkshake any time. I've had them for breakfast. Seriously. Very easy indeed. Very. How about a trove of letters sent to Florence Nightingale has sold? This is the rare archive, including a letter by Prince Albert in 1858, informing Florence of his wife Queen Victoria's high appreciation for her work. William Gladstone, loads of other people. And it's a breadth of correspondence. They've sold for £32,000 because they're history, aren't they? You get a sense of her place in British society, but they've not told you who the buyer is. It's obviously, you know, whoever it is wants to keep it a little bit quiet. And so that's what they've done. The driving examiners going on strike today. For how long, I don't know. 71 test centres in eastern England and the Midlands. So down here in London, you're fine. But there's a waiting list, a mile long, to actually get your driving test. I thought the idea is keep people off the blooming roads. Mind you, as we reported at the beginning of the programme, if you're one of those people who's been on their telephone in the car, 50 of you a day are caught holding your telephone, and I see it all the time on the motorway, and you think they're going to take you off the road. They're going to take you off the road. It's ridiculous. A host of ITV stars revealing how they overcame adversity. People like Katie Piper, She says, loose women is a place where I forget I'm burnt. Yeah, we like loose women. We do. I like it when they have arguments among themselves. I quite like that bit of it. Ranveer Singh says, I wasn't spoken to in the same way other women were treated. Charlene White says, I understand the impact of me rocking up on television with hair like this. And Andy Peters, the lovely Andy, says, don't let the colour of your skin or who you are ever hold you back. Absolutely. Absolutely. It makes no difference. Never worry about people that write in criticising you. Don't ever worry about anything like that. They're just sad, lonely people. They don't have anything. They don't have any friends. They don't have a job, mainly in a lot of cases. So you don't need to worry about anything like that. I'm quite sure that Andy Peters, the same as just about anybody else in the entertainment business, would get people going, what are you doing on television? Why are you there? What are you doing this for? And to him, it's like water off a duck's back. Why would you bother about something like that? I've said to people before who've sort of been targeted by sort of trolls, who, as I say, they've got mental illness and stuff like that. It's a case of just delete them. Just put a block on them, and then you don't have to read anything that they ever write again. Worked for me years ago. And now the computer does it automatically. You know, somebody writes something offensive, it doesn't even reach me, which is very exciting. The only other diet I've ever done, says Conrad, is carbo loading. Carbo loading. For the 3 days before running a marathon, it consists of loads of pasta to bring up the glycogen levels. My weight is the same as when I was 21, hovering between 71 and 76 kilos, sometimes fat, sometimes muscle, same weight. Interesting, isn't it? Do you remember when Jade Goody, ghastly racist, went to do the marathon and she'd had a curry the night before? She couldn't manage it. And I thought, what was the point of you doing it? Total waste of space, honestly. Why do they advertise Joel Dommett as Mr. Saturday Night, says Mark. That couldn't be further from the truth. Leave that title to Bruce. Well, because they all do it. Do you remember Tony Beak, Anton Dubek? They thought he was going to be the natural successor to Bruce Forsyth. Nowhere near Bruce Forsyth's talent. Nowhere near. Bruce Forsyth wasn't as irritating, I'm afraid. 14 minutes to 6.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, I love my Wimpy, says Mickey in Boreham Wood, and chips, especially the round sausage. They seem to have reinvented themselves. Oh, the round sausage? No, it's just a Frankfurter. You can make those yourself. Take a Frankfurter, put little cuts in it. As it's cooking either in the hot water or on the grill, it will go into a semicircle just by itself. You don't have to do anything special. It's very easy. So just buy any hot dogs, her to do the best ones, and put little cuts in it. So you've not cut all the way through, obviously. Put it in hot water and it will turn into the semicircle. Yeah, so there you go, which is very good. Steve, I don't live in a poor area, says Sean in Porthcawl. I heard Martin Lewis talking about it and I rang them and they said they would give me a voucher. This is the voucher. Then they asked me, did I know of any other OAPs? And I mentioned my mother-in-law, who's 87. They sent her one as well. That's lovely. If it's something free, but I shouldn't imagine it's cost them too much. I shouldn't imagine so, because most people wouldn't know how to sort of contact people to do things like that. Dom the trucker in Kent. We get a load of people in Kent listening to this programme. Says, I'm a 28-year-old tattooed male, but I believe that all tattoos should be able to remain unseen with a good jacket and trousers. Well, the pieces I've had must be of the highest quality and have a sense of meaning. Yes, I mean, there's no point in just having something for the sake of having something. We've got 2 tattoo parlours in Twickenham, but I think one has just closed down. There's obviously not enough business in Twickenham for people to have... I remember looking at it the other day thinking, that looks like it's closed down. Often I've been not tempted, but I've sort of thought, I wonder what sort of tattoo I would have, and where. And well, I don't know, a microphone, that would just be a bit naff, wouldn't it, really? One of those sort of things. But I don't know. I mean, you never know. I might have sort of, some sort of breakdown or something in the near future and decide I'm going to have that. Do you know that doctors are demanding the government ban ultra-high sugar baby foods? One of them has got more sugar than Coca-Cola in baby food. One here, they've challenged it. They've challenged the industry to cut the sugar content of certain foods by 20%. And, a Department of Health and Social Care spokeswoman said, as our review in 2019 found inconsistencies between national recommendations in the ingredients of these products, we have challenged businesses to improve their nutritional content. They're still going to bung it in there, aren't they? That's the trouble. You don't know until you go and buy something. I used to think yogurts were healthy. Well, they're not. They're just full of sugar. And then they go, 90% fat-free. Then you think it's got fruit in it. What do you think's in there? Fructose. That's fattening. It's not very good at all, I'm afraid. But we do sort of sometimes go through this thing. I mean, it's like KFC. I see people sitting in there, mainly young people, actually. You don't tend to find many elderly people sitting in KFC. But you get the young people in there, and they buy the stuff, and you think, my God, you're going to be huge. But at the moment, they appear to have jobs like, builders and, workmen on building sites and brickies and stuff like that, where they're doing exercise at the same time. So they can go and have their KFC, but they're doing exercise, which means it's good. But if you're older, you don't tend to eat KFC, then go back to work and do exercise. It's called a Cumberland, says Chris. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not called a Cumberland at all. It's called a Wimpy, and it's a Frankfurter. It's called a Wimpy Bender. I know what a Cumberland sausage is. Obviously, where are these people from, honestly? Do my best, don't you? So here we go. Oh, here we go. This is in the Daily Mirror today. It's another one of those sort of bizarre features. You know what it is? Richard Mullett was tired, overweight, and felt sluggish until he joined, then they name a company. Now, 4.5 stone lighter, he's enjoying a new lease of life. He looks emaciated. Seriously, I've never seen a man look so gaunt in his pictures. He's 54 and he's a draftsman. He's got a grown-up daughter, and he joined this organisation. He's the only person who's in the papers through losing weight through this thing. And that's what they're doing. They're hoping to encourage you to go and spend money with them so that they can then go, oh, and you've lost all this weight and all the rest of it. You go, listen, you can do it yourself. You don't need to spend money with anybody. You don't need to buy a DVD. You don't need to buy special food. You don't need to do anything. Absolutely nothing at all. Animal rescue centres at breaking point. I'm amazed at how many people are going to animal rescue centres and they're just handing over dogs, handing over cats. Why? Well, we haven't got enough money. Well, how much does it cost to feed a dog and a cat, for goodness sake? It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Also, there's a motorist, I must find this story actually a bit later on for you, who has accrued 63 points on his licence. And he's still not banned. They haven't banned him from driving. He's got 63 points on his licence. What a buffoon. We shall tell you all about him. What else? You've ever heard of the company Made.com? I'd never heard of them, but they've just gone under. £12 million worth of customers' money vanished. No chance, I'm afraid. I think they made furniture, didn't they? They made furniture, so people gave their money over, hoping to get orders and deliveries in the new year. Not a cat in Hades chance, I'm afraid. And did the Little Women author, the author of Little Women, actually identify as trans? They think Louisa M. Alcott did identify as trans. Also, 2 more train operators have banned the e-scooter. Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for that. You wouldn't expect somebody to get on a train with an e-scooter, but I see them, and they're going to ban them. How are they going to ban them? We have stopped them at the barriers, going, you're not going through with that. But you know why? More of their batteries have burst into flames. And if you're on a train and somebody's got an e-scooter, my advice would be move carriage as fast as you can, because these things have a habit of blowing up. And I'm not sure if I've seen any on the underground. I can't remember, actually. You tend not to look at people's feet on the underground. Stacey Dooley. Remember her? No, nobody does. She says people confuse her with Stacey Solomon. No, they don't. They really don't. Although I did see Stacey Solomon on the television the other day with that lump of a husband. The one who's got the candy floss hair and wears a hat in bed as well, which is all very bizarre. Very bizarre. Jamie Oliver warns chaos ensues from parents worried about feeding their children. And Charlotte Crosby hits back at Ulrika Johnson. I tell you, you've really got to go and watch fights on Big Brother. Gemma Collins, Ashleen Horgan-Wallace, threatening people, you wait till you meet my father. Why would I want to meet your father? Vile. The language was just disgusting. And Gemma Collins, I've never heard language like it. Really disgusting. And somebody's saying, who are you? You're nobody. Which has kind of followed her around, actually, hasn't it? And also the Gladiators stars, because they're bringing Gladiators back. I don't know why. It was only appealing to children. And the contestants are facing drug tests. That'll be interesting, won't it? They do that at Twickenham Station. Every so often, the police bring in the sniffer dogs. And because you can't get through the barriers. Some people try and push through the barrier behind somebody else. They don't have to pay. But they've got the sniffer dogs. And you come up the stairs. And if the police see somebody turning around and going back down to the platform, they call them back up again, and they question them, and they're young people. They're not older people. They're young people, and you see them standing there, and the dog goes, like that. Because a dog will always sit down in front of somebody. I don't know why they're trained to sit down. I suppose they're just taking their leg off. But anyway, they sort of sit down in front of somebody and then look appealingly at them, and that means that this person has either smoked drugs, done drugs, got drugs hidden on them. And it's amazing how many get through the airports. It's phenomenal. And the amount of swallowers that they get, where they get somebody in Australia or New Zealand or wherever it is, and it's somebody there who starts sweating profusely, and they go, "You all right?" And they go, yeah. And you can tell they're not all right. And so what they have a special toilet that they can use, or if they think somebody has really been bad with them, they take them to hospital under police guard so they can x-ray them to see how many they've swallowed. One woman has swallowed 100 pellets. And I mean, I didn't know it was possible to swallow 100 pellets. So in other words, if one of them had burst in her stomach, she'd be dead instantly. And they will do it because they have drug habits themselves. It's quite frightening, I like the story of the British MPs greeted by sex workers at a hotel. Kind of bizarre thing. And the holiday giant who've axed dozens of weddings. And Bob Mortimer has got a gold card from a Toby Carvery. I didn't know they did them. I had to explain to poor Freddie, the producer, what a Toby Carvery is. It's like a place you go into and they do steak and surf and turf, and, you know, you can have Black Forest Gatto for your pudding and strawberries and things like that. But he spends about £100 a month in there, so they've given him a gold card so he doesn't pay for it anymore. I've never heard of it before. But we were looking at their sort of festive menus, and then kids can eat cheaper. And it's quite good, actually. But they do have, so they had a 3-course meal on Christmas Day, £52.90. This is a Toby Carvery. It's supposed to be known as cheap. So to start with, salmon or you can have one of these. You can't have all of them. Melon and prosciutto, winter root vegetable soup, melon and raspberries. Sounds a bit dull, doesn't it, really? Camembert and cheddar cheese fondant, smooth liver pate, or salmon and prawns, which sounds quite good. And then for mains, we've got here melt in the middle roast, vegetable roast with a melt in the middle camembert centre, salmon en papilote, or spiced vegetable tart. Sounds a bit boring, doesn't it? Don't like any of those, actually. I think I'm going to have to go for the meat, because they do pork and gammon and turkey, succulent British farm assured, and roast beef with a beef dripping glaze. All very nice, isn't it? £52. And then for pudding, festive apple and rhubarb crumble. Oh, I like the sound. I'm a big fan of crumble, actually. Christmas pudding filled with vine fruits, served with a choice of rich brandy sauce or custard. A chocolate brownie, very boring. British cheese plate, equally dull. Baked cheesecake, cheap and cheerful. Or popcorn profiterole sundae. It comes with toffee and chocolate sauce and dairy ice cream. That sounds quite appealing to me as well. All the wrong stuff. It's small wonder I'm the way I am, actually. And they've criticised a cathedral in the paper today. It's launched its own brand of gin. Because apparently if you go to church, you don't drink. Are you serious? Have you seen the vicars over the festive season? I like the vicar who sings. He's my favourite on YouTube. Irish vicar. He's really fab. We like him a lot. So what else we got today? Union barons accused last night of plotting a de facto general strike in the new year as they launched a loyalty card scheme designed to artificially swell picket line numbers. As I say, I just don't know where it's going. It's not going anywhere at the moment. Well, it doesn't appear to be going anywhere. Plus, Joan Collins still making a splash at 89. And the Boxing Day boost. 50% rise in footfall. People going out to the Boxing Day sales. I shall go out, but I'm not interested in the sale items. Oh, I don't know. I might buy a couple of Christmassy jumpers if they're on sale. And loads of coverage for James and Ola Jordan. Cough up the money for them and they'll tell you how they lost weight. I say don't waste your money. Go to the doctor. Go and speak to the experts about it. And 2 in 3 junior doctors are looking to quit the NHS. And Edwina Curry, she's sent flying by a runaway dog. Apparently, she's thinking of suing. More in a minute.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock. Rail passengers are being warned to expect disruption today as strikes across the network continue. Border Force staff are also resuming industrial action at some of the UK's biggest airports. Around 1,000 members of the PCS union will walk out from today until the new year. Travel correspondent for The Independent, Simon Calder, says commuters can expect disruption deep into next month.
We've got another ASLEF train drivers strike sort of slotted in on the 5th of January to make the return to work pretty impossible for everyone. Frankly, every single day that this goes on, it cheeses off the passengers.
The head of a nightclub in Birmingham says they're working closely with police after a man was killed there. 23-year-old Cody Fisher died after being stabbed on the dance floor at the Crane on Boxing Day. His friends and family say their hearts are broken. Jed McCroy is chairman of Stratford Town FC, where Cody played football. He says he was a popular person.
He didn't have a bad bone. I know people say that, but he didn't. He'd play football in the car park with the kids. He's just a great kid. It's going to be a hard one to take, this, for everybody. Everyone at this club, he was so well liked.
The National Trust is warning extreme weather in the UK could have a huge impact on wildlife in the new year. The charity says the chaotic weather seen in 2022 will become the new normal. It says many species will be affected if it continues. A 24-year-old woman has been seriously hurt after being shot near a party in North London. It happened in Tottenham early yesterday morning. So far, no one has been arrested. And research shows a record number of holidays are set to be booked in the coming weeks as travel operators offer huge discounts on trips abroad. Some companies are expected to offer half-price deals to places like Egypt and Turkey to tempt people to travel during the cost of living crisis. The weather, a band of rain will sweep across the UK from the southwest. There could be some hill snow in the far north, scattered showers and sunny intervals in the southwest, and a high of 12 degrees. From Global's newsroom, I'm Lottie Morley.
With Tesco Mobile this Christmas, you can get an extra helping of data because our 30 gig SIM is just £11 a month with club card prices, saving you a very merry £36. So spend less on your SIM and tuck into more this Christmas. This is Supermarket Mobile. To switch, pop in store or search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Ends 28th of December. Was £12.50 saving £1.50. Club card 24-month contract unlocked 4G enabled phone required. Phase policy applies. Terms at tescomobile.com/terms.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, every 3.5 minutes past 6. It's lovely to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to December the 28th. I think people might be going back to work today. And then I thought, why would they bother going back to work today? You've got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then you're going to be off at the weekend. And then you've got New Year's Day, New Year's Eve. And then people go back to work. I mean, feeling dreadful, I should imagine. Absolutely dreadful. Because if you go out boozing, and I think most people will do the same. I mean, if you live in an area where you've got lots of restaurants, I mean, we're lucky, we're in London. And so we've got loads of restaurants and stuff like that. But I'd hate to be stranded in the middle of London trying desperately to get home after you've had a skinful. It just doesn't work as far as I'm concerned. But because of the train strikes, they're going to run through January, achieving nothing. I wish somebody would just say to Michael Lynch, where is this going? And if he then says, well, we're going to keep it going until we get the pay rise, you might as well close them down now, because you're not going to get another pay rise. They're not going to do it. So far, they reckon they're down about 600 million. This is not the train. This is all the other companies, the restaurants who've lost bookings, the clubs, people will be cancelling left, right and centre. People want to come up to town to go and see various bits and pieces, do a bit of shopping. And, of course, you can come up to town, but you can't get back again. And it just gets worse and worse. 30,000 customers there were of the furniture retailer Made.com losing, they reckon, 11.9 million in deposits. They reckon hundreds of pounds on average. So, in other words, you go and you sort of see something you want and you go, we'll have that. And so people back in November were sort of putting down deposits on bits of furniture. Then the brand, the website and the customer database went bust. But it was bought by Next for 3.4 million. Now, that leaves a bit of a shortfall as the administrators sift through assets to try and recover what they can. And there's all sorts of people like, employees, lenders and revenue and customs who are waiting in line. And if you've got revenue and customs, they kind of go to the top of the list. So the report showed that 30,000 customers, and a few more, had paid on average 13.8 million in deposits. So that's about just under £500 per person. Of that, just under £1.9 million has been recouped by customers through card chargebacks. In other words, if you paid on a credit card, your credit card company will compensate. And at one time, this company was valued at 775 million. A fire sale of stock valued at 18.8 million is expected to fetch about 1.8 million. I mean, it's seriously bad. I would feel absolutely sick as a parrot if I paid money in and given £500 and then they go, oh, we've gone bust. There was another company. I forget what they do. They sell curtains, this particular company, and they've just closed all 28 shops, I think, putting about 150 people out of work. They only heard the other day. They didn't know. And the owner of the company, whose name matches that of the company because it's still in the family, he said we had no opportunity to do anything else. He said we thought we could maybe get it rescued. He said we suddenly realised we can't. He says so we've had to close down. And you're going to be seeing a lot of that. You know, people losing their jobs, probably in schools, something like that, where sort of somebody loses a job and then you think, OK, that's OK. You can probably go out and get another job if you've worked in a school as a supply teacher or something like that if they start cutting back. But there again, you know, if you've got bills to pay and you don't get a job for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, even though, surprisingly, there are loads of jobs out there that people don't seem to want to do. Like you go into restaurants and cafes and stuff like that, and, you know, they have great difficulty. I've seen more signs around our way of, you know, staff wanted in the windows of sort of pubs and everything, because people just, I don't know whether they don't want to work. All these jobs aren't paying them enough money. All very odd. Former Tory Minister Edwina Currie has undergone hip replacement after being knocked over by a runaway dog. The ex-Health Minister, 76, said the dog was with its owner but not on a lead. She spent 10 days in hospital. She's considering suing for £5,000 to cover the costs spent on private physiotherapy and care for her pets after the ordeal. She also claimed the dog had attacked other pets near her home in Whaley-Bridge in Derbyshire. Well, I'm sure that if she says she might be thinking of suing, she'll sue. It's as simple as that, and she's probably got a very good case of 5,000 because, you know, you don't take dogs out and don't have them on the lead, but some people do take them out without being on the lead. And Derbyshire Police were yesterday unavailable for comment. Unusual. They're normally chattering away like there's no tomorrow. But nowadays, it's like Buckingham Palace. So do you have any comment on the fact that Prince Andrew is hated? We have no comment on that at all. They don't seem to have any comments for some reason. Perhaps they can't speak. Perhaps it's not possible. Steve, I'm a tube driver. And if I see somebody who's sneaked an e-scooter past the station staff get on my train, I tell them the train's not going anywhere until they get off. Blimey. It's a bit of a result, isn't it? I'd like that power. Right, you, off the train, pal. That and vaping annoy me beyond work. I know, I've just discovered one of the team here is a vapor. They've kept it a bit closeted, you know, the vapor stick. He held up a little sort of, I don't know what it was actually, it could have been a bomb, I've got no idea. He sort of holds this thing up and I'm supposed to guess what it is, you know. Oh, I wonder what that flavour is of that sort of thing. But again, it's sort of, it's a weakness. It's a weakness. We shouldn't pick on people because they vape, because at least they're not, it's apple flavour, red apple. It's not good enough, is it? It's not good enough. Should have been green apple. Should have been green. Red apple is a bit dull and boring. I've never had a red apple that's got a bit of taste to it, apart from pink ladies, and they're more pink than red. But no, a green apple, you know, that's got a bit of bite to it. Do you change them on a regular basis, all the different flavours? Do they know you by name in your local vaping shop? I bet they do. You walk in there, they go, "Hiya, Jack. We've got a new one for you today. Look, you know, Bounty Bar flavour." And Jack goes, "How much is that?" And they go, £10. You go, "That's a lot of money to spend, isn't it?" You can just see it, can't you? You can just see it with his vaping. But you do get clouds of smoke out of it. Do you have to charge it up? Oh, it's disposable. I didn't know they did such a thing. Oh, right, so you buy a pack of them, you sort of use, they're already charged. And then, oh, right, how much are they? Are they very expensive? £5. My God, you've got limitless money, haven't you? I mean, it's just non-stop, this paying out. Small wonder your poor mother never got a Christmas present, really, because you wasted it all on vaping. Unless, of course, you got your mother into red apple vape. God in heaven. It's too much, ladies and gentlemen. Looters pictured in a deserted town centre, caught stealing a television. They just broke in. They just broke in and they stole in Buffalo. They'll all be found. They'll be going to prison, these people. They're too stupid for words. How do you fancy renting a house that's been in the movies? We've got loads in the paper today, in the Daily Mail. They've got the Georgian villa, fit for the Bridgertons. Beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. It's worth 36.7 million. Harry Potter's boyhood home. You can rent it for up to £250 a night, 2-night minimum, which is very nice indeed. And this was in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. And it's owned by a bed and breakfast owned by Anthony Ranzetti and his wife Jane. And CGI trickery turned it into the worst-for-wear property visited by Harry. It was built in the 1300s. How lovely. It was also rented by William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare rented this house. Hercule Poirot's Devon Delight, which is very nice indeed, located on the River Dart near Brixham. And Sherlock Holmes and the Mystery Mansion. This was for Sherlock Holmes with Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Freeman. And this is a Victorian manor house. It's in Wraxall, 19th century Gothic revival mansion set on the edge of the National Trust-owned estate. How lovely. You can rent it from $494 for a minimum of 2 nights. But it means you can stay in the same place. You can have pictures taken and stuff like that. The dire impact of extreme weather on our wildlife. Apparently, I mean, it's really quite dreadful. Butterflies, bats, toads and lizards among the creatures devastated. And my geranium's gone quite limp. Seriously, it was really big, and I looked at it the other day and it's just collapsed. I mean, admittedly, my next-door neighbour, Lindy, had been tending it. And I looked at it the other day and I went, oh, it's definitely, I think it's dead. I don't think it's ever going to come back to life again. It was quite big. It was about 7 foot tall and about sort of 4 feet wide. Just in one pot. So I might have to splash out and buy another one, honestly. So the e-scooter banned. TransPennine Express and Avanti West Coast are concerned that the lithium batteries can emit toxic smoke. Yeah. You don't want to go on any of the trains that they will allow them on at all. Head of Safety at TransPennine Express, Ian Peacock, said most of these devices are not approved for use in the UK and the batteries are unregulated. Yes, the only time that you're guaranteed your safety is on the ones that you rent because they've got insurance. If you see anybody who is riding a scooter, which is not one of those rentable ones, they're doing it illegally. And there is a very good chance that these things burst into flames. I wouldn't want to be on a train with some idiot who does something like that. Really disgusting. And the worst people, and I see them here, just outside the Garrick Theatre, you get father and daughter or father and son on the same scooter. Little tiny children on them. Are these people thick or mad or both? Answer is yes, both. They really are. And a woman who punched out a woman's teeth after a red wine vow. Her name is Megan Ware. She's been spared jail. She's a nasty little piece of work, she is. Nasty little piece of work. And she knocked out a stranger's teeth in this belief that the woman had poured a glass of red wine over her. Megan Ware grabbed Emma Mitchell from behind and punched her in the face as she walked. She's a revolting person. Ware is a single mother who had left her 2 young children with a babysitter, had earlier pulled the hair of another woman unknown to her. What a revolting piece of work. Magistrates have imposed an 8-week 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. curfew. I think if you're nasty, you're nasty, and she looks nasty, I'm afraid. Coming up to 6:15.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 17 minutes past 6 is the time. Steve, I'd like to see Putin versus Biden in a boxing ring, says James. Well, that's never going to happen, is it? Have you tried chocolate pizza? No, it's bad enough hearing about a milkshake with bacon in it. Thank you very much indeed, which I wasn't a huge fan of. And, Steve, I've just worked 12-hour shifts. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day last night. Off till Monday now. Christmas Day, for me, is today. A lot of people do that, don't they? And tanker driver Phil says, I'm back in work today. Out of bed at 3, into work for 4, container on in the docks at 5, and due to arrive at customers at 7:30 for a 9 o'clock booking. So now in a lay-by, snug in my bunk for an hour for 15 quid. An hour for 15 quid. Win-win, he says. Hello to all spikers. How lovely. I like this sort of... I sat in front of the television this morning getting ready, and then I thought, I'll just put my feet up. And it was lovely. I'll just drift off in seconds. It's really quite... I might do it today, but I need to go and get some trousers, first of all. I love Big Brother, says Sean. Where's Nadia from Portugal? I don't know. I've probably disappeared completely. All these people from years ago, when they were talking in the paper the other day, because apparently she's either not very well or she's something. I can't remember what it was actually. But one of the former Big Brother people, her fans were a little bit distraught by some of her messages. Apparently she had a breakdown in Aldi or something like that. I can't imagine why. And that seemed to affect her. But all these people, they seem to have issues. So they've got here. So this is Nadia Almada, who was the first ever transgender contestant. When she was the start of a long... There was one called Kitten. There was another one. But Nadia was out the other day enjoying a spot of Christmas shopping. She won in Series 5. Series 5, actually, wearing a heart on her sleeve. She was very popular with viewers because mainly she had a foul temper on her as well, actually. And they said she was very funny. I never thought she was funny at all, actually. In fact, people couldn't wait to tell you. There was one of them who was going, oh, I've got a secret. I thought, oh, here we go again. We knew what the secret was. I could tell straight away. Call it sort of a second sight, actually. Dan says landed, because he was flying in, as you know, 35,000 feet, sitting on the tarmac as a departing plane, sitting on our gate. Worst flight ever. Just want my McDonald's. That's the trouble, isn't it? The captain will come on, because the moment it lands, people start standing up and taking their bags out of the overhead lockers and everything else. And then they go, we're still waiting, so you might as well just sit down again because we're not going anywhere. And people think they're going to get off the plane quicker than anybody. No, they're not. They're really not. They're always going to get first-class people off first. And Victoria Beckham did it. Do you remember on a flight? She paid extra so that she could get off the plane before any of the other peasants who were on it with her. Somebody was complaining bitterly, going, how ridiculous. But, that's what you can do if you're Victoria with a business that isn't doing particularly well. But it doesn't really matter. Phil Vickery is up a little late this morning at 6:20, saying morning boss, morning Phil. And, he must be doing, I wonder if he's doing telly this morning. 20 past, it could be at 20 past 6. As I say, I'm just going to be going around trying to find a pair of trousers. And, the one thing I hate is going into department stores, and it's always M&S, and having to use their dressing rooms. So you take your clothes in, then you've got to take your jacket off, and there's no room to turn round. You couldn't swing a cat. And then you've got to sort of you take your shoes off, and you've got to put the trousers on, then you've got to look at them in the mirror. Do they fit? Do they not fit? Then you've got to take them off, and then you can't remember whether you've done all the right things. A Catholic policeman has been awarded some compensation for religious harassment after an insult to the Pope was written on his work mug. Gun officer Sergeant Paul McHugh of the Civil Nuclear Constabulary found the letters, I can't tell you actually, on the underside of the cup, because you'll spend all your time trying to work out what it is it said. An employment tribunal heard it was the third time he'd been reported being harassed by colleagues after offensive notes were earlier left for him to find. This is in Ayrshire, and he'd previously fallen out with colleagues he believed to be Protestants on nights out. The Army veteran who joined the force in 2007 spent 2 months on sick leave as his mental health was not great, and now he's been awarded £44,000 compensation because somebody wrote something underneath the mug. In my day, if somebody wrote something about you or said something to you, you just sort of turned around and went, yeah, whatever. Nowadays, they have to go to tribunals to get sort of, as if compensation solved it. I don't understand why compensation would solve it. But it was a case of turn the other cheek. Somebody insults you, somebody, says something rude to you or makes a comment about your appearance or something like that. I couldn't care less. It doesn't mean anything to me. Doesn't mean anything. But we've got Danny Williams in 1961 was #1 in the charts with which song? The song was Moon River, which was performed by Audrey Hepburn in Breakfast at Tiffany's. And in 1980, it was announced that the first commercial breakfast television franchise, TVAM, would launch in 1983, and it certainly did, from Camden. But Phil says, no telly today. He says, I'm having a day with the daughter Winnie. Oh, nice. You have a nice day. I don't know what you're going to do. I bet shopping. That'll be this. Although I don't actually see Phil Vickery as being a shopping person. I should imagine he probably thinks that's a bit of a pain in the rear end. But you have a nice time as you will. But get some lunch out and do all the usual nice things as well. Kim says, I'm not a big liquor drinker, but I've kind of fallen in love with a Port and Cointreau combination. I had a couple on Boxing Day. It's very, very nice, Steve. Is that not what Hilda Ogden used to drink? Stanley? All I need are the ubiquitous curlers in the hair. No, you need the flying ducks on the wall of Hilda Ogden's place. That's what you need. Steve, my brother was a space planner all his life, lost his job after the pandemic, now cleans the streets in Caterham, just enjoys working, doesn't care what he does, says Jane. That's good. You see, some people can't do things like that. They can't do things like that because that's sort of demeaning. If you've had a really good job and then you're sweeping the streets. But it pays really good money. You get your own fluorescent jacket, so you're not knocked down by a bus, and you get your own push trolley, and well, I don't see anything the matter with that at all. Kathy says, yesterday I walked through somebody's cloud of vape smoke and came through the other side as Cher on Stars in Your Eyes. That's what they used to do. Tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be Jack the AP. Can't ever see that happening, can you, really? And from Ray in Bridgend, Port Talbot, innit? I'm enjoying your Christmas programmes whilst on my Christmas annual leave. I once stayed in the home or house of Dylan Thomas. I know it very well. We broke into it. Well, we didn't break into it. It was open, actually. And you can rent it by the night, and it's decorated as it was when Dylan lived there. Yeah, it's all his stuff was in there. We went in. We went into that. My father said, let's go into the house. Because it was just down the road from the cemetery where he's buried. Because Dylan Thomas was very famous. He wrote this poem called Under Milkwood. And they went, oh, that's lovely, until they suddenly realised he was taking the mickey out of all the people that he lived with. They weren't so keen after that. But he said, I'm also planning on staying in the childhood home of John Lennon. He said, best wishes for the new year. Yeah, but we knew all about Dylan because we've still got the photos. My father wanted to take a spoon from one of the drawers. I said, you can't do that. Can't do it. You can only get to it when the tide's out, can't you? Steve, I vape. They're £6 each or 2 for £10. I found out the other day that each one contains enough for 48 fags, but they're still great and do the job, says Sean. Oh, right. So how many did you smoke cigarettes before? You used to do proper cigarette. What's that? Oh, you did your handshaking or something. Oh, a little bit smoking. Does your mother know you smoked? I bet she never knew. I bet you had to... Yeah, I bet she had to keep it. Actually, the funny thing, parents always know because they can smell it. You can't smell cigarettes, but if you're not a smoker, then you can smell it. It wasn't until I stopped smoking cigarettes that I suddenly realised I could smell. If I get into a car in the morning to come into work, I can tell if the driver's had a cigarette. I can smell it on the clothes. Funny, isn't it? Doesn't affect me in the slightest, actually. Leaving in half an hour, says Jenny in Spilsby, to go and see the family, all meeting up for Christmas dinner. Our first since 2019, as we had to shield during the pandemic. The girls were excited to see their cousin. How lovely. I had 2 Christmas dinners this year. Only 2. I should have had more. But two was lovely. Plates piled high and absolutely delicious. Crispy roast potatoes and turkey. And the only thing I didn't have was the duck, and I do like duck. I did have beef. And then yesterday I did do roast potatoes again. Yeah, duck fat. Yeah, goose fat. So I bought the jar, and I used half of it. So I might go back again and do it today. It's basically like sort of doing chips, but they were very nice, actually, very, very nice. So I think I might do something like that today. What else we got? Older drivers hit by the insurance rise. Oh dear, premiums for 65 to 80s have gone up 16%, an average of £39 more than last year. And they say here 247 quid, 274 quid. I wish mine was that low. I wish it was that low, but it never. Oh, sorry, it never was. The moment they discover you're on the radio, they have an absolute field day. The insurance companies. Oh, you're on the radio. Oh dear. Well, that'll bump it up a little bit. There's also the Bleakwood Minter. No frosty wind for Joan Collins, taking a dip on Christmas Day. And she said she felt very lucky to have Percy, who's her husband. And she says he takes care of everything, takes care of my children, all of our finances. He's the love of my life. So it's good, actually, because my brother looks after my finances. I think keep it in the family. And, I said to him, can you put some money in this account and money in that? And he just does it, which is very good. If you can't trust family, who can you trust nowadays? Here we go. This is the family's heartbreak of a man stabbed on a nightclub dance floor. He apparently was a footballer. He was approached by a group of people, and in the Crane nightclub in Birmingham around 11:45, he was stabbed. I mean, how do people get knives into nightclubs? Are the bouncers completely thick nowadays? What do they think people do? They take them in. Detectives have now launched a murder investigation. They want anyone with information. Well, there'll be cameras all over the place, I would have thought. There's a nightclub that'll be closed down for some time, I should imagine. So people with knives go in there. How lovely. Not exactly the best recommendation, is it? Dame Barbara Windsor, we love a bar story. was very worried she was too much of a big performer to succeed on EastEnders. Her old man, Scott Mitchell, has said, despite her experience and skill, the carry-on star was nervous when she first played Queen Vic landlady Peggy Mitchell in the soap. Scott, whose wife died in 2020, aged 83, told the What If podcast she was very nervous and didn't think she was right for television. She said, "I'm too big, Scott. I'm all hands, jazz hands and everything. I'm a big performer. It's ridiculous. She'd done so much work. She was in the West End at 15. But," he said, "if there is a dip in your career, I think it's very natural for artists to lose confidence." She'd come back and say, "Oh, Scott, I feel like the novice there." She said, "I'm going to work really hard and make sure I get it." And she did. And in fact, she'd been in to see me. Barbara had come in and I'd said to her, "What would you like to do?" She was doing old-time music hall and stuff like that, and different appearances. And she said, "Oh, I'd love to do EastEnders, Stevie." She said, "I'd love to do EastEnders. Blow me down." I think it was within the next 2 or 3 days. EastEnders, via her lovely agent, Barry, got in contact, and in she went. And bloody brilliant she was too. Very good too. We miss Barbara to this day. Steve, forgot to send you a picture. Oh, somebody said I forgot to send you a picture of sprouts. I do. There's no good sending me pictures of sprouts. I had so many sprouts over Christmas, and they were absolutely delicious. And my friend Polly James had Chinese and darts. And so she sent a picture of all this sort of lovely Chinese food. It looks delicious. I could eat Chinese food for breakfast, actually. I don't have any problem with any of these things. I don't know why, honestly. Perhaps it's my sort of constitution. Perhaps it's changed a little bit. Sheila Fogarty's been watching The English. Apparently, it's on iPlayer. She loves it. I don't know what it is, actually. I've not seen Sheila Fogarty for ages and ages. I'm assuming she's still the same. Still exactly the same. And the time now, 6:30. We get the LBC News headlines with Lottie Morley.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Can I crave your indulgence just for a brief second? Because, as you know, and you've all done very well, actually. I've only had one person who said, "I cannot find your Steve Allen Show podcast." And that's because the whole show has moved to globalplayer.com. Okay, and it's the easiest thing for you to do. All you have to do is go to globalplayer.com, which you can download from your app store. Once you've got it, and it's free. There's no money involved, no money changes hands, no credit cards, no nothing at all. Once you've got it, you simply go to the podcast section, which is clearly marked, and you just search Steve Allen, the whole show. Now, if you're listening on Alexa, all you have to do is say, "Alexa, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, the whole show podcast." And then it happens mysteriously. And there are thousands on there. So download the Global Player app onto your phone from the App Store or the Google Play Store, or head to globalplayer.com. And in fact, you'll find my other podcast on there, which is Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. Now, currently sitting on the system and awaiting for you to download them, in fact, I'm begging you to download them, are over 8,000 podcasts, all mine. Not even including all the other ones. I mean, Ian Dale himself must have thousands up there. It's 403 days of listening. I mean, it's unbelievable. Or 12 years and 4 months and 1 day. So now you know. So that's how long it will last if you decide to download everything. The more you download, the happier everybody is. So just go to globalplayer.com, download, search for Steve Allen, the whole show. If you're listening on Alexa, just say, "Alexa, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, the whole show podcast," and it will do it. And you, not only can you listen to them back, but you can forward them, you can back them, you can do all sorts of things with them. And it's all there for your further listening pleasure and will not cost you anything at all. Not one penny piece. Priscilla says, "On my way to Brussels, because I live in Ghent, to take the Eurostar to London and then onwards to Bedford. Today is my birthday, same vintage as you. Yeah. And I'll spend it with my UK-based family." Long-time listener, best wishes for 23, says Priscilla. Thank you. Very much so. I do get a lot of long-time listeners, quite a large number of long-time listeners, and I shall look forward to seeing some of you this Friday when we have 2 shows at the Magic Circle, and then we've got the show at the Leicester Square Theatre in February, which is always a very good turnout. Steve, yesterday, says Sidcup Julie, I moved in with my boyfriend. Very emotional day. It was a happy home. My son has fled the nest, so it was time to start a new chapter of my life. When I arrived at my boyfriend's, he presented me with a glass of Prosecco in my Steve Allen glass with nibbles on my Steve Allen tray. I now know I was at home. See, that's what people like, the tray and the glasses and all the other bits and pieces. So well done, Sidcup Julie. And hope everything goes really well in future. Kim says, unfortunately, there's still quite a lot of religious intolerance up here, Steve. The usual suspects, so they don't maybe shout it in the streets now. It's still there, not too far below the surface. Makes me feel ashamed for them. Yes, I mean, you get intolerance wherever you are now. It is a shame, isn't it? People don't like anybody at all. I can remember talking to various people over the years about people's intolerance, people who just don't seem to tolerate other people. It's sort of, you mentioned the fact that that person could be gay, or that person could be trans, or that person's black, or that person's Asian, and they seem to have an intolerance to everything. And the worst thing you can ever hear is, I'm not racist, but... And you think, I can remember talking to a man on the telephone once, and he was talking about, he said, it's all changed, hasn't it? It's all changed. I said, what? He said, I looked out my window, he said, and all the children going to school, he said, they were nearly all black. And I thought, and? I didn't quite understand where we were going with the conversation. We didn't actually go a lot further, actually, which is a bit of a shame. A little bit of a shame, but never mind. Olivia shed some light on the steamy scenes. This is Olivia Colman and Michael Ward have plenty to laugh about as they talk about their embarrassing sex scenes. Everybody hates sex scenes in movies. Everybody hates sex scenes, mainly because it's just embarrassing, and it's sort of, they quite like, closed sets and things like that. But nudity is in everything nowadays. I've discovered, I didn't believe it. I sort of did actually catch a little bit of Naked Attraction the other day. And, God, they get some weirdos on there. Some very odd people who want to go on television and they go, I haven't told anybody I'm doing it. I thought, you're taking all your clothes off on television. What do you mean you haven't told anybody? You must tell them. Anne Widdecombe today talks of the King's Act of Genius at St George's. She said, had he done it from Buckingham Palace this year, there would have been inevitable comparisons with her late majesty. So that's why he did it from St George's Chapel, which was very good indeed. Plus, Rishi's on the money. He's absolutely right to refuse to meet the unions to talk about pay. He's also right to be willing to talk about to them about just about anything, as there's nothing more to workplace happiness than just money. If he wobbles over this, then the strikers will sense weakness and more will join them. That's what I said earlier on. That's what I said. The government must stand firm, even if the public seek to blame it for the disruption, because there comes a point in prolonged strikes when workers are losing more money than they will gain from increases in pay increases. And it's already beginning to happen, she says, with certain, unions out there. People are losing so much money, it's going to take them a few years to get back to where they were before. So the sooner it's sorted out, the better. I think we should sort out the nurses. I don't really see where we're going, because the union leaders, especially with the RMT, they've obviously got their own hidden agenda, which is not so hidden nowadays, but they've been told that's the offer on the table. There isn't anything else. And so if they then go, well, we shall keep them out on strike, and they go, all right, keep them out on strike. Very shortly they're going to have to start saying, we're going to have to lay people off anyway. Terrible. So what have we got here? Britons were told to leave Iran as they faced a surge in arrests of people with UK connections. I can imagine living in Iran. I cannot imagine living in a place. Imagine living in, Qatar or any of these sort of places. It's like Dubai as well. That doesn't interest me. I wouldn't want to live in Dubai, especially after they started saying, oh, it's the new holiday destination for those sort of chavvy people who go on holiday and then sort of, oh, who's going to get their top half first and get a bottle of champagne, and they start dishing this stuff out. And I'm thinking to myself, a holiday like that would be your worst nightmare, wouldn't it? You go on holiday and you're sort of surrounded by sort of the cast of The Only Way is Essex going out to Marbella. You know, and you think, and really, they oh, ghastly, too dreadful. Keith in Littlehampton says, about to set off on a 6-hour drive to Darlington to see Biggins in Peter Pan. And my goddaughter, beautiful goddaughter, Sherry, is playing Wendy. How lovely. Biggins up there. I think that was the very first place that he did pantomime, Darlington. I'm pretty certain. And that's why he sort of decided to go back there. He's done Dame for, many years as I've known him. So, you know, you'll have a nice time. He does good pantomime. You've been to a pantomime, Jack? Really? What did you see? What pantomime was it? You went to see Aladdin? Oh, right. So they must have had puffs of smoke and everything else going on in it. And, yeah, and the door to the cave, which opens and they go in, which is very popular. Yeah, very nice. And all the nice cozies. So there you go. Darlington Hippodrome have announced that Biggins will be returning to where it all began by starring in the pantomime adventures of Peter Pan. He's going to be Mrs. Smee. I think he makes his own costumes. Well, certainly somebody makes costumes for him. He has certain costumes which he looks after. And he's been doing pantomime. That's what he does. When he didn't have any other work, he survived on pantomime. Literally survived on pantomime. And I went to see him with a friend of mine. We went down to Southampton. I think he was doing the Mayflower Theatre, which is a huge barn of a place. I think it must have been a cinema or something. I don't know, I can't remember. And we went down to see him there. And he seemed to have loads of energy. He would finish doing the show. And then because we were staying down there for a few nights, he would then come off stage. Then we'd go back home. And then they'd be boozing and everything else. And I can't begin to tell you how we laughed about things. It was just, he tells very good stories. He went out on the road, because he said to me before, he said, you've been out and done a one-man show. And I said, yes, I have. And he said, what's it like? And I said, it's good fun. I said, it's good fun. I said, the difference for me is, I know other people go out and do them and they script them. I can't script anything. I can't work to a script. I said, so I just have to go wherever it kind of takes, which is roughly the same as the programme. So people are not getting anything different. They sort of come to, what will you be telling stories about? I don't know. I've no idea. From the moment I walk onto a stage or sit in a studio with a microphone in front of me, I'm completely nonplussed. I've got no idea. You know, we do a little thing at the beginning, which we've sort of written out various bits and pieces on here of stories that I might want to cover in the papers. But, you know, you look at them and then you kind of leave them to one side and then you just ramble. You know, I do good ramble, as they say. I'm very good at doing rambling, which I don't mind, actually, because I think, somebody said to me it's quite an art form. And I said, do you think so? But I don't think it is, because you don't have that if you're sitting at home with your friends. You don't have to sit down with a list of names thinking, what shall I say? What shall I talk about? Let's talk about the carpet. Let's talk about the carpet. You know, what's in the fridge? Something like that. The TV advert campaign to help slash energy bills. I saw it the other day. They must have spent millions. Must have spent millions and millions of pounds. The US deaths hit 62 as the snow returns. It's very pretty, but you don't want to get lost out in it. And they're all selling heated lap blankets. I bought one. I gave it to my brother. Bought it from Lakeland. They had quite a few, and it was about 55 quid. And it's just like an electric blanket, and you put it over yourself, and you've got a heat controller with it. You just plug it in, and off you go. So it means you're sitting in front of the television all toasty, which is quite nice. I quite like that. I was hoping for a log fire over Christmas at the Godchildren's. We didn't get the log fire because it was quite warm enough with the amount of people who were down there. We seemed to sort of generate our own heat, which is very good. It's 7:15.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
So Keith in Littlehampton is setting off on this 6-hour drive to see Biggins in Peter Pan. Have they got an early performance? I don't know whether they're coming to this, because some of the pantomimes I've discovered didn't last very long at all. Some of them only lasted a week. And I wasn't sure whether or not that was sort of the norm nowadays, because the one at the Palladium's still running, as far as I know, and I don't know how long Biggins will be running. So they finish on, there you go, from Wednesday, December the 28th to December the 31st. What, three or 4? It can't be 3 or 4 days, can it really? Would it be worth doing something like that? But, so the pantomime event, go down, no, the other way, so I can see. Oh, it's got Ricky Jay in it, which we knew about as well, because he used to work with us. And there's a bloke there, I'm sure he looks as though he's been part of a circus. I'm quite sure. You see, Biggins just is, it's perfect for him. He loves stuff like that. They've got James Hamid and Tegan Bannister in. But I want to know who that bloke is at the back he's the left-hand side, him. Yeah, I think he's part of a circus act. Wait a minute, let's have a quick look. see, have a quick look at all these. They do family tickets and everything. Pete Perry, James Harry, Tegan Bennett, Sherry Lowe, Ricky J, Steve Arnott. Oh, I don't know now. Whoever I'm pretty sure, because he just looks very familiar to a circus act I've seen. So they're running. So how many performances have they done actually? It's a bit difficult to try and work out, but Biggins seems to like doing it. So there you go. So 28th of December, they've got loads of shows. 2, 4, 6, 8. 4 shows on a day. Good God in heaven. Two shows. Yeah, 2. Wow, 29th of December, 30th of December. And they tell you the availability. Actually, it's not very expensive. When you go out of London, you kind of get reasonable seat prices. Only in London, we sort of look at the cost of going to the pantomime. We think, oh, that's a lot. That is a lot. I think, but the most expensive here, about 32 quid, isn't it? Goes down to, if you're in, and that's premium. Students get it cheaper. Why should students get it cheaper? Oh, I think that's out. Of course they've got money. That's why they're drunk all the time and doing drugs. I think that's outrageous. And then they do accessible. Then they do 16 and under. But 16 and under is exactly the same as an adult, £32.50. Why? Because they're taking up a seat. Availability very low. Book now, because any panto that's got Biggins in and that good cut. If you're 60 plus, £32. That day I'll get a discount. I'm all for that. All for that idea. A discount going to the pantomime. I feel very sorry for a couple in, I think they were in Brazil, in a place called Mato Grosso do Sul. And she and her husband were sitting in their car with the window open, and a queen bee flew in, hotly followed by a swarm of bees. Because wherever the queen lands, I've seen people standing at bus stops, the queen lands on them for some reason. The next thing, you've got 20,000 bees on you. This woman died because the bees stung, and they were all in the car. Because he was driving, they had the window open, they lost control of the car, smashed into a wall. She was killed instantly, and because she had an allergic reaction to the stings. A lot of people get that. I remember having a wasp in the car once. I was driving around the Hammersmith flyover, and it's like, for anybody behind you, they can't see that you've got a wasp in the car. I've got all the windows open and everything, trying to get this blooming thing out. In the end, I had to pull over to the side of the road and sort of kind of, not shoo it out, but kind of open the door so it had access to get out again. Nothing worse than an angry wasp, as far as I was concerned. And I went to Hampton Court years ago, and a bee started following me as I was walking to Hampton Court. So I start moving a bit faster, and of course the bees keep up with you. And I didn't like it. I think I might be allergic to things like that. Talk about long-term listeners. I remember Derek Hobson, who appeared on his show when you were in Gough Square. Derek Hobson, good Lord above. He used to do a programme on the television called That's My Dog. And he wasn't with us in Gough Square, he was with us in Hammersmith. Only in Hammersmith, I remember it very well indeed. He was addicted to, I don't even know if he's still alive, Derek Hobson. You put him in on the computer, because he used to do this, it was in That's My Dog, and he did various things, and he was sporty. He had a very unique voice, very, very unique voice, I always remember. And I can't remember. Is he 73? Good look. What does it say he does? Has he got a picture of him? Do we get a picture? I like looking at pictures of people. Let's have a quick look. Derek Hobson. And he didn't seem to age as far as I was concerned. He looked the same all the time. So he was born in 49, but he was also the original host of New Faces. And that we do remember very well. I'd forgotten about that. I'd forgotten about it. But he had a company, but it's dissolved. So I'm assuming he's retired now. But he had one of these angelic faces. He didn't look anything, but he used to do a sports programme on LBC. So there you go. They've all been here. They've all been here at some point. A driver lost control of one of the fastest road cars in Britain, ploughed through a bay window into the front room of a family home yesterday morning. They reckon that this car, which has a top speed, it's an Audi RS3, top speed 184 miles an hour. You'd have to be mad, wouldn't you? Absolutely mad as a broomstick to go anywhere like that kind of speed. The year of the tribute dresses. Lots of people. I've seen people wearing less and less clothes. The colder the weather gets, the more or sort of the less clothes people wear. You see them, in Blackpool and, out on in Essex and things like that. And you think, aren't you cold? They must be. And also the metal detectorists. You remember they stole a hoard of Anglo-Saxon treasures, have now been told, cough up 1.2 million or face extra time in prison. This is George Powell and Leighton Davis. They were jailed for nicking and selling the find, a 1,000-year-old haul of coins, jewellery and silver worth $3 million. They dug up the collection. Only 31 items have since been recovered. They've now been ordered to pay, respectively, $601,000 within 3 months. If they fail to do so, another 5 years in jail. That'll teach them. That'll teach them, as they say. The more sugar in the baby food than Coca-Cola is in all the papers today. And the gladiators who are coming back and the contestants, they will also face regular drug tests. I think somebody be stupid. Yeah, they would. They would be stupid enough to do drugs thinking they could get away with it. They do it now for the Olympics, don't they? And they do bits and pieces like that. Plus Madonna outed again with sort of pictures of her. She's slightly odd, I think, Madonna, and the older she gets, the more barking mad she becomes, I feel. The road to frozen hell. This is the truckers on one of the biggest highways in America. And 28 people have died in New York State, mostly in Erie County, with another 9 inches of snow expected by last night. And they've got all these cars, which are just abandoned, and lorries. There's nothing you can do about them at all, which is really terrible. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, Bob Mortar and his gold card for the Toby Carvery. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but a 2-course set menu at the Toby Carvery costs £10.29 on a weekday. And so they've given him this card. He also reveals his top tips on getting the most out of a visit to the restaurant, saying, if you get 2 meats, you get 4 slices of meat. If you get 3 meats, you get 3. So that's a little tip. There you go. Also a little plug, I suspect, for Toby Carvery's. And dozens of brides have been left heartbroken after their dream weddings were cancelled because TUI lost a holiday contract. Emily Dabonet-Jones was one of more than 40 women who forked out 10 grand for their special days next year. But alarm bells started to ring when she could no longer find the venue on TUI's website. After getting no response, Emily contacted the holiday village on the Greek island of Kos. She was told they were in negotiations with the company after its contract ran out. The mum of 2 from Welshpool in Powys has been dating her fiancé since school days, says, we are devastated. Another bride reached out and got really radio silence. The TUI Reading wedding coordinator told me someone would be in touch, but I've heard nothing. Last night, TUI told The Sun the brides would be offered another hotel a 10-minute drive away or would be refunded. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? If you want one particular hotel and they shove you somewhere else, not so nice. But at least they've been offered something, because you're covered, aren't you? Most of these places, they sort of say, oh yes, you are covered. You don't need to worry at all. Gordon Smart, who was an editor of Bazaar when he was just 26, he's going to be popping up on Good Morning Britain, which is quite good, with Charlotte Hawkins, and he's going to do Tomorrow and Friday. Now, whether he's doing any more than Tomorrow and Friday, I have no idea. And what was the other one that I quite like? Which was the brave recruits on next year's SAS Who Dares Wins that are facing extremely cold hard reality, because they're doing it in a sub-zero location. Can't think of anything worse. Cannot think of anything worse at all. But they'll do it and they'll find people. They've got... I don't think they're very well known, these sort of people. There's a celebrity version featuring Matt Hancock and James Argent. Oh, not again. Not James Argent and Matt Hancock. Dear Lord, I can live without that. James Argent, very boring, very boring. But it's going to be taking place... Well, this last one took place in the Vietnamese jungle. Do you think it really is the Vietnamese jungle, or do you think they sort of make a setup? I just watched various films some years ago, and it was sets. What do my star signs say today? You will go home and eat lots of food. They said it may seem a strange time to think about saving. But, of course, this is what you get nowadays. All these star signs apply to everybody. You can say this to everybody, especially now when you've got bills coming in. They say, but you do have smart financial ideas. No, I haven't. I really haven't. I promise you, I've got no smart financial ideas at all. It's time to believe if single, you can attract someone incredible with a friendly smile. No chance. It's never going to happen. It just doesn't. They say, don't tell friends your love dreams. What love dreams? Who has love dreams? I mean, at my age, that's something to wake you up in a panic. But it says, by tonight, you can have a new future. What are they on about? By tonight, a new future. Godfathers. How frightening is that? That's a bit frightening, isn't it? But that, as I say, that probably applies to all of you. You can probably all sort of go, oh, yeah, if you're single, do this. They'll all be telling you all these exciting things. And then at the end of the day, you don't, I should have started reading, shouldn't I? No, I'm all right. Morning, everybody. It's Thursday. It's December the 29th. It's nice to be company. Thousands of tradespeople, you could be one of them, caught out by the transit tax raid on vans. It's gone up by about 72 quid. If you don't have this extra insurance, you find yourself into a lot of trouble. So the papers are kind of warning, because I reckon most people don't even know about it. I'd never heard about it. And spare a thought for the GP. He sent texts out to hundreds of patients. As opposed to saying, Merry Christmas, it said, you've got cancer. Just the kind of... Now, whether or not it was a complete gross error or it was some sort of macabre humour, I've got no idea. One of Britain's greatest satirists, John Bird, has died at the age of 86, and he was in a care home, bless his heart, and just one of those names, and we'll run through them a bit later on. There's a whole cast list of people that you think, oh, goodness me, we lost loads of people this year. Loads. I mean, we do every year, but this year particularly bad, I think. And the top 20 comfort foods. Those things that you go, oh, I tell you, I could always... Mine was always egg and chips. It was always something really cheap and cheerful, because we never had much money. And egg and chips, my mum used to literally get potatoes and do the old-fashioned thing, peel them, cut them. None of this buying a bag of chips out the freezer and emptying it into the No. She made chips. And you'd have 2 eggs and chips and 2 pieces of bread and butter. And that was a meal. That was, we didn't have steak or anything like that. I don't even think we had baked beans. I don't remember having baked beans at all. We might have had things like tomatoes, but that's about it. Stacey Solomon she's expecting her 5th child. Again, so that's 5 children now. Hope she keeps earning money to be able to afford for these kids. Otherwise, they'll have to sort of get Joe Swash out there working, and we're not too sure whether he can. And the amount of quiz shows that use the same people all over the place. You sort of, they go, this show, because they were all filmed at different times. So consequently, you've got Jimmy Carr on about 10 different shows over Christmas. And you think, you flip over and there's Jimmy Carr again doing another show. For God's sake, give it a rest. Do us a favour. I like the story of what will I like, actually? Oh, yes, it's a Homes Under the Hammer House. And it turns out the couple who are selling it, they've done extras onto the house, whereas they haven't had planning permission. So when the paper tried to contact and say, how come you put in a swimming pool and a patio at the back, which you didn't have permission for? They've gone, we don't want to talk about it. So we'll tell you all about them a little bit later on. Life could be found one of Saturn's moons. And Kim Kardashian visits spirits, medium people, to speak to her dead father. You can fool Kim Kardashian all of the time. She'll buy anything. She'll absolutely buy anything. Are they speaking to your dead father? Yeah. We've seen Whoopi Goldberg, didn't we, in Ghost? Did you believe her then? No, me neither. And what was the other one? A Border Force official has been nicked for being an illegal migrant. Couldn't make it up. Civil servants have been given gift cards to enjoy in shops and restaurants. Only £30. I don't know how much shopping you can do, for 30 quid nowadays. Just about get yourself a pair of gloves, which is not quite good enough, is it really? And Denise Van Outen goes on holiday with her lover and their photographer. Because otherwise, why they're on a completely deserted beach and there they are with somebody taking pictures of them. It's such a setup. I mean, it's a bit shallow, but there you go. That's what Denise is after. She's after just sort of some sort of publicity, I suppose. Oh, and your bills will rocket, they reckon, by up to about 1,300 quid this year. I'm not at all surprised. I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever that my bill is going to rocket, but I don't really care. It's either a case of freezing to death or not freezing to death. Edwina Curry again. And ministers going first class. That's cost us £4.2 million. And apparently the UK could tear up its rules on free-range eggs because Brussels wants to let EU farmers undercut their British counterparts with weaker food standards. Why don't we just tell Brussels to sod off? Would that not be easier? Mind your own business. We'd rather have standards as opposed to the low standards that you've got. Because eggs in the UK cannot be classed as free-range if the birds are kept indoors for more than 16 weeks. But we know how they get round that. I've already heard about this, and I've told you about this ages ago. What they do is they put them all in big barns, okay, and they leave them in there for a number of weeks, and then they open the doors so they can go outside. But chickens are a little bit funny. they don't know the outside, so they won't go outside. You can have those doors open all day long, but because the doors are open, that's classed as free range. But 90% of the birds don't bother going out there. They'd say, going out there looks a bit frightening, so they don't do it. Robert Gooch of the British Free Range Egg Producers Association said if the rules were changed, retailers would import eggs labelled as free range from housed hens in the EU. I mean, as it is, I can remember telling you, there was what was it we had in Twickenham? Oh, it was a pizza place. It was a pizza place, but they had, chicken and all the rest of it. And it was imported from Thailand because we saw all the boxes. They weren't even using British, food at all. They were buying in cheap from abroad. You can go and get probably turkey from Thailand and stuff like that under completely different rules as to, we have them. I did see them on the television over Christmas. These bronze turkeys, which are very, very popular. Most expensive turkeys you can get, the Norfolk bronzes. And they were outside in an orchard because they like to do things like that. And then they sort of bring them in and then they sort of dispatch them. But they're supposed to taste the best. I defy anybody to tell you that there is a taste difference between, a Norfolk turkey or a frozen turkey or anything else. I don't think you can taste the difference. I'm sure there must be, but we had a Norfolk bronze. Very nice it was too, actually. And America is freezing over. In fact, in one particular place, Lake Erie, which is on the US border with Canada, the houses are covered in ice. Literally, you cannot see out of the window. And so basically, you're in like an igloo, I think. You haven't moved out at all. They reckon it's coming over here. They've said, brace yourselves. It's going to get very cold over here. So my advice is get a coat, get a scarf and get a hat. No matter how stupid you look in it, get a hat. Nick Knowles is famous for his hats. Famous. Some of them they looked as though he'd walked out of Norway and places like that where they have these bizarre arrangements on people's heads. But he said it keeps your head warm. And I said, that's the best way. That is the best way. Biggest banks have shut half their branches. I was just saying to my producer, Nick, because we both live in Twickenham, that there'll only be one branch in Twickenham soon. There'll only be Lloyds Bank, and that can't be long for this world. And the reason is everybody does it online. So we've lost Barclays. That's been stripped out. I was watching the lorry pulling up to the front door the other day, and they've stripped everything outside. The counters have gone, and it'll turn out to be a blooming coffee shop, I should imagine, or something. HSBC is due to go very shortly. We've lost the National Westminster. We've lost the Halifax. We've lost Santander. And over in Richmond, you lost the Royal Bank of Scotland. And now you've got, I think, I can use NatWest, who are quite good, because that's part of Royal Bank of Scotland. And I think they've got a Barclays, and that's it. Have they got a Lloyds Bank? I'm trying to think, actually. Oh, yes, they have got a Lloyds Bank up near the station. But everywhere you go, they're closing them down. HSBC have closed down 69%. They've now got 327 branches. They've closed down 743. Barclays, 67% closed down. So they've got 482 now. They had 962. The NatWest have closed down 1,191. Lloyds have closed down 926, but they've still got 1,321, which means that they might be around for a little bit longer. But, I mean, not much. Because the people who are penalised on this are the people who are elderly and they don't know about online banking. They've got no idea how to do it. And I don't blame them. There's certain things I don't know how to do. I got a text in the other day from my accountant and I need to forward it on to my brother, but I've got no idea how you do it. Not a clue. I'm sure there must be some easy way, and somebody, because normally Corey or Elliot or Thomas used to do all my things like I can't do stuff like that. But I was telling the producer yesterday, I was very excited. I went to the bus stop in Trafalgar Square to see if I could get home by bus because of the train strike that was coming back together, but it would have been too late. And so I walk into Pret-a-Manger yesterday on Trafalgar Square because it's open early. And they're the only ones who have the sausages in pigs in blankets in a roll with like a little sort of spicy sauce with them, which was quite nice, which I had the day before. And I go in yesterday and I pick up 2 because I thought, why not? I can afford it. And so I put 2 on the counter, put my £10 note, and he looked at me and he went, haven't got any change. Now, I've had this at Waterloo Station. They ferret around like rabbits trying to look for change. What is it with them not having change? Is it too complicated for them? Because I don't want to hand over a card to people I don't even know. Whether you touch them or you don't touch them, I'm not really interested. And so I said, well, I haven't got any cards. I mean, I had, but I wasn't going to tell him. Why would you tell somebody things like that? I don't even know him. And so it was a case of I couldn't buy them because he had no change. I mean, how incompetent. I'm assuming they're all franchises, but, you know, how incompetent not to have change for people who don't have credit cards and debit cards and stuff like that. I know most people do, but it's a case of I don't want to put stuff on a card. You know, you're spending £3.54 and you're putting that on a card. No, thank you. I want to spend cash. But they didn't have any change. They probably won't have any today because it's basically, you know, somebody being a bit shoddy and not doing it properly. What's the point of having a till if you haven't got any change? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Not only are they shutting the banks, says Ashley, but try and find a cash point that works. Oh, we're all right. Cash points we're okay with. We've got 2 at Lloyds Bank, so you have to rely on them to be working. And then I've got 1, 2, 3 down in Richmond. But you can use, excuse me, any branch of the bank. Any branch, you know, whereas before I used to use just my branches. You know, if it was owned by, excuse me, RBS, then we were fine. And RBS own NatWest and Coutts and Childs and Drummonds. They own all of the big major banking houses. So, but it's only useful if I'm in town and I can go to Trafalgar Square and go to Drummonds, which I've been in. And, oh, that's nice. Oh, look, a picture of our staircase at LBC, at Global. I remember when they moved it. Do you remember when before that circular staircase was in, there was another one where you walked up a flight and then along a gantry and then down the other side. And that was quite good. So we've got to do the emails, haven't we? And we've got to do the number, to where I have to pass over a code, which is very interesting. Never kind of. It always works first time round. Do you know how to do that? Do you know how to do the code? Useless boy, honestly. Can you not know? So you can read my emails, because otherwise, if you can't read my emails, we're up a gum tree. But we have to sort of check. And then what it does is, it's a very clever system. It sends me a thing saying, you know, somebody's tried to access your account. Have you got the code? And luckily, most of the time, I've got the code. And so we shall probably get that in a moment. My friend Ian has sent me over. Apparently, Dom Jolly is doing a theatre show for Jack FM. I don't think we own Jack FM. We probably will do at some point. And they're obviously doing a Steve Allen doing live shows, you know. Whether they sell out or not remains to be seen. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. But no, cash points we're absolutely fine with. We don't have any problem with cash points. It's do you remember at the time? You might not remember. I remembered it the other day. When if you wanted to use a cash point machine, you had to pay for the privilege of using it. They would charge you. There was a charge of, I don't know, £3 or £4 or something like that. Nowadays, it's all free. They're all free to use. You can take your money out. It's like going into a bank and sort of waiting to find somebody who was actually free to serve you. That was the other big problem that there was around. Yesterday, in Kuwait, they got a hailstorm. People were getting out the cars. They couldn't believe it. They'd never seen a hailstorm before. And they were sort of going, what do we do now? So they got out and just took photographs of it, which was very exciting. Right, the number. Here we go. The first number is, ready? That's the first number, which is, second number is add 1 to that. Third number is add 2 to that. The 1, 2, 3. The fourth number is that, yeah. The next number is, and the final number is, and that in theory should work. If you manage to understand my, has it gone? Hey, that's cool. Because otherwise, if I let you know the numbers that we're putting in, you might have access to our secret information. Mainly about you, actually. Secret information. I love it. I love it. Sorry? Pardon? Yes, it is ads. Should we do them now? Well, no, let's do them now. I'm trying to start a New Year resolution, but I don't do New Year resolutions. So I'm trying to do it so that it makes me look really good. So there's going to be lots of companies advertising with us. Please buy all these products.
LBC.
3 children, 2 dogs, 6 meetings with Hong Kong. If you're feeling tired, Barocca can help you face the lag. Formulated with 11 vitamins and minerals, including vitamins B6 and 12 to help support energy release and reduce tiredness and fatigue. Barocca, face the lag. Barocca contains vitamin C, B vitamins 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 12 and magnesium and zinc.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. We were talking the other day on the programme about people who want to give up smoking. You know, come New Year, there will be those people who are buying into the old rubbish, which says, oh, it's a new year, it's a new you. If you don't want to give up smoking, you'll never give up smoking. If you want to cut back on booze, you'll never cut back on booze because you'll always do it. If you want to cut back on eating, overeating and things like that, you know, you've got to want to do it. It's no good going, oh, I think I'll cut back on overeating. I won't have any pizzas or I won't have any, you know, sort of deep fried food or stuff like that. I won't have Chinese takeaways or Indian takeaways and pizzas and spadulique and stuff like that. And, you know, on the target to go smoke free, and I think the only place who's managed it is New Zealand. They have banned young people from having cigarettes. I think you've got to, if you're under 18, there's no chance you're going to get hold of cigarettes because they'll have you up in court. We are 9 years behind the target to go smoke free. Lots of people are saying, oh, it's so much more healthy. And you see more people vaping nowadays, which I've always thought, I mean, you don't really know, do you, how safe vaping is. We might find in years to come it's probably just as dangerous as cigarette smoking. You know, it might be because they sort of tempt young people with sort of, you know, oh, here's apple flavour, here's pink pineapple or pink grapefruit or something. And you just think, does it really taste of these things? My ex-producer, Joe, he used to say, oh, I've got bubblegum flavour today, or I've got, you know, sort of truffle rolls or something like that. There was all sorts of different things, but there's obviously huge amounts of money in it because these vaping shops are all over the blooming place. Absolutely everywhere. You can't move. Last night, we had Indian finger food. Oh, I love finger food. Do you know, I was at a bus stop the other day and right next to it was a shop that was selling samosas. And I nearly bought a samosa. I just stopped myself buying it because they had meat samosas and vegetable samosas and I quite like them as well. And little crispy phyllo pastry spring rolls. Very nice. The only thing missing was your radio programme, Steve. What we put on yesterday's show, couldn't get a table for New Year's Eve, but did for the 30th. It's going to be the 4th time this year. We would have eaten out, but we booked a fine Indian restaurant and we'll eat well. Oh, you can eat very well. I remember going to a restaurant. There was a very famous one in London, around Paddington, where I think 10 people could eat for about £100. Seriously, it was so cheap. It worked out about a tenner for each person, and I used to recommend it to people all the time. And I remember saying, you know, that's really, really cheap. You know, and it was good, wholesome food, and always a good indication. If you go past a Chinese restaurant and it's full of Chinese people, go eat there. Because if they're eating there, it's got to be good. And the same for Indian restaurants. You know, you go to an Indian restaurant, you look in the window, if it's full of Indian people and Asian people eating, go in there as quick as get a table. Because you won't be disappointed. We've got a lovely little one just around the corner here at the bottom, which is a little tiny, I think it's called the Maharaja. And the food is really, really good and cheap. I got a bit drunk in there a couple of years back and I paid for everybody on the table. There was about 15 of us. And I think the bill was under 150 quid for a load of us. It was really cheap food and it was lovely. And a little place tucked away. It wasn't all big and flash. But as I say, if you go past a restaurant and it's empty, don't eat there. Only go to restaurants that are busy because that means that people have eaten there before and they like the food. And that's why I go back to the same places all the time. Everybody's got their favourite food places which you go to, which you just feel comfortable there. Because it's not a cheap experience eating out nowadays. If you're going out and there's, say, 4 of you, well, if you're doing booze and you're having a starter, a main course and a dessert, you could say farewell to 200 quid quite easily. Quite easily. I mean, if I go, you know, to certain restaurants, I can whack it up by having cocktails and stuff like that. And but I like it. But it's a treat for me because I don't do it all the time. I do, you know, sort of worry sometimes about it, but I like to make sure I've always got cash. And the simple reason is if I put stuff on a card, I can't keep tabs of it. So if I spend cash, because I always carry cash, I just feel safer using cash. It then means I know what I've spent. But if it comes on credit card, then all of a sudden I look and go, where's that come from? And you suddenly look back on it and you check, because I do online banking. Believe you me, I wouldn't know how to do it myself. It's done for me. A friend of mine set it all up and I can now go on and I can have a look through and I can see all my accounts. I can see what money's moved from here to there, how much I'm paying on PayPal. because I spend money on PayPal, and I can check and then see when it goes out. Sometimes on PayPal they do something which is pending. So in other words, they've got something I had something the other day for about 300 quid, and it was a shop I'd used loads of times before, but they put it pending. Anyway, then just before Christmas, on about the 22nd, I think, they then said, we checked it and it's fine. So that's good. It's at least somebody's doing it, and they do it for your own benefit. So I quite like, but I like to keep in contact with, with money, and I like to keep a handle on exactly how much I'm spending. I don't want to go over the top, and especially as this month is the longest month. It's going to be 6 weeks before you get paid again. So you got paid just before Christmas. You're not going to get paid till the end of January. That's 6 weeks. And in that period of time, your bills are going to start coming in. And they've said this year up quite a lot. So I watch them very carefully. So I don't use the gas anymore. And I paid, service charge on the flat, done all the usual thing. The only thing that costs money nowadays is petrol in the car. But I don't use the car any more than maybe once a week, which is fine. I shall sort of, go to Costco at some point over the next week or something like that, buy a few little essential items, and that's it. I'm not extravagant with money at all. I could easily go out and be very extravagant, but I've become a bit mean. The older I get, the more careful I become with my money. Some people splash it on coats, camel hair 1 minute, dark, the next minute, and you think it's all it costs money, these things. They're not cheap. Even the producer was telling me how much his boots cost. £120 online, and he also bought something else. It's got to go back. He bought it, I think, from John Lewis, and the zipper's gone a bit funny. It's gone a bit haywire, so he's got to send it back, which is always the pain as far as I was going. I think you should be able to, if you bought it online at John Lewis, you should be able to go into the shop and go, listen, I bought this, you bloody well send it back. Why should I have to go to you've got to wrap it up, why should you have to do that? Mind you, very rarely do I take clothes back. Very rarely. If I'm buying something, if it actually broke, I'll probably just hang it up and leave it there and then sort of hope that I wouldn't have to worry about it ever again. Yeah, well, you should be safe buying online from John Lewis. I mean, it's a big outlet. They must be prepared for things like that. We used to have people years ago when I worked in a department store. I used to work in the carpet department, and people would come in on the Friday, and they'd have a carpet delivered for the Saturday morning, a rug, big rug. And you knew damn well that they had visitors over the weekend, because come Monday morning, they'd phone up saying, it doesn't suit. Can you come and collect it again? And you knew that they'd done that. People used to do it in Costco. If you wanted a big television, you could go in and buy a big television, then you could take it back later. And so now they've got a different system. But it stopped people basically buying something just so they could watch the football and stuff like that. Gilly at Designer Pets, morning, says, just wanted to say thank you for another year of happy 4 a.m. starts. I can't claim to be anywhere near an original, but I have listened for the past 8 years. And I have to say, from the very first programme, I was hooked. You'll be pleased to know that you are now second on my list of if I could have dinner with anybody. Nice, isn't it? Also, I don't eat a lot. I'm quite good, unlike certain people I know. The first person being Bruce Forsyth. He made me smile from the age of about 10, and I'm 58 now, says Gilly. And I realise I don't feature on your list, but that's okay. Coffee at the Weald one Saturday. Happy 2023, thank you. Yes. No, I mean, listen, I would also ask for Brucey as a dinner guest. Either Brucey, I'll tell you who also is really good. I mean, apart from the fact that everybody goes, it's Biggins. He's very entertaining. He's got stories about everybody. He knows everybody in the business. He's got the best little black book, the private phone numbers of Joan Collins. He's got everybody. He has got everybody. Who else would I want? Giles Brandreth. Giles Brandreth, very, very entertaining. He could tell you stories about the royal family, make your hair curl. You'd be going, oh, my goodness me. Because what you want is somebody who's actually very good. I would have Fred Housego as well. Fred Housego won Mastermind years and years ago, black cab driver, and he knows everything about London. So he could, I'm good at telling people. We used to offer as something to do on Make Some Noise. People would pay for a ride in my car, and we'd go around London for an hour or so, me pointing out all the sights, and things like that, which would, a nice thing. I have to clean the seats afterwards, but it doesn't matter, I've got Connolly hide and it's cream leather. And we would do that because I'm fascinated about the history of London. Because when you look at it, I know people go, well, London's big, but in fact, it's not really. Where we are in Leicester Square, if you look at early drawings of Leicester Square, it was all big townhouses round here and gardens in the middle. We've still got the gardens in the middle, but not as big as they used to be. And London was sort of great. And so you've got, in a very small area, you've got Horse Guards Parade, you've got the Houses of Parliament, you've got Westminster Abbey, you've got St Paul's Cathedral. It's all in a small little area. And, and you should go exploring over the weekend. In London, especially, in the city of London. Go past the law courts, park up somewhere, and go for a walk round the little lanes. You'll find all sorts of places. You will find literally places you go, oh my goodness me, I didn't know that was there. And then come back, then have a cup of tea or cup of cocoa somewhere, or do a riverboat cruise. All of these different things you can do in London, and you can see the history very, very quickly because it's there. And then when you go down the river and you go all the way down, and it widens out, and you go, wow, the River Thames was really wide. And you go, yeah, it was really wide in London. It's just got smaller over the years. But I love anything to do with history. The idea that we work in London, in the middle of London, literally within a stone's throw of Trafalgar Square, I think is fascinating. You look at it and you think that hasn't changed for ages. That's been exactly the same. You can go down there to Whitehall. You can walk down. You can go to the banqueting house on the left-hand side where Charles I stepped out of one of the windows for his public execution. You go a little bit further. You've got Horse Guards Parade just over the road. Straight down. And you've got number 10 Downing Street on the right-hand side. Then you go down to Parliament Square, veer off. You can go down Birdcage Walk, where people used to sell their birds in cages. And still houses come up for sale. They're beautiful houses, beautiful houses. If I won the lottery, I'd buy a house there or Regent's Park or something like that. I told you I found my dream house in Regent's Park. 23.5 million. But it's lovely. It's absolutely beautiful. It really is. I think it's 6-bedroom, and it's got a library. The only thing it doesn't have is a swimming pool. And I always think that's a bit necessary. If you can have friends around, you've got to have a swimming pool. But it's got a bar and a cinema and these 6 bedrooms and beautiful views over Regent's Park. But I have a sneaking feeling it'll go for somebody for overseas. It won't go for little old me because I haven't won the lottery. But it doesn't matter. That's why I'm here. If I had the lottery, I'd share it with the team today. I've said to them before, listen, don't ask, £10 each. Do not thank me. Do not thank me. How much does Tim Daly... Oh, I'm not sure about Tim. I'm not sure if he gets any money at all, actually, because he's always pinching the sweeties from outside. I've noticed, actually, did you notice that Nick Abbott was nicking them again yesterday? He set up a shop online. Nick Abbott's Sweetie Shop. It's outrageous. News, headlines. Here they come with...
Sal loves camouflage print. She's decorated her entire house with it.
Here, boy.
Even her pug Billy has a camo coat.
Billy.
After she finished her renovation, she transferred her outstanding balances onto her Barclaycard, interest-free. Now she's found a way to pay down her debt. Sadly, she can't find anything else. What you buy is your business. Helping you pay less interest is ours. Search Barclaycard balance transfers to find out more. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR variable, subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Tim.
Steve Allen on LBC.
So I tell you that, just out of interest. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, Lauren says, don't buy televisions from John Lewis. Oh, no, they're the best ones. You know why? Because you get the long warranty with them. I think you get, and also they're never knowingly undersold. Well, they were never knowingly undersold, but no, televisions were the best thing that you can buy there, actually. Steve, what annoys me with vapes, they're popping up on the pavement as much as cigarette butts. Are they? What do you why don't you just throw the bits in the bin? There was one outside the Globe. Really? What a vape. How bizarre. Because you showed me yours the other day, and it was just a little bottle, which I'm assuming is the liquid. That's not the actual thing you put in your mouth, is it? Oh, it was the thing, was it? Oh, I thought it looked like... Show me it again. Oh, you've got a different... Oh, God, honestly, it's so complicated. So different... Oh, right, and the other one the other day didn't look at all like that. So is that full of liquid? Is that full of liquid? The liquid is in there, and has it got a battery in or a charging? Got a coil? How amazing! And so the action. So is it permanently on? It's the action of sucking it that sets. Ah, right. Oh, I see. And that's a £5, and you get 2 of those for a £10. And how long does that last as a cigarette? A week. Wow, is that one suck a day or something, or? 600 puffs, imagine. Honestly, you can only hazard, can't you? So 600 puffs in one of those things. Good Lord above. Have you ever tried counting to see if you do get 600 puffs out of the vape cigarette? You've not been that, but you will be. Don't worry. Don't worry. That'll happen at some point. I never knew. I didn't know that's how it worked at all. I thought you sort of had to... Bloody phone, I've tried to charge it up in the studio and the wire's getting everywhere. I thought you had to sort of top it up yourself, like sort of filling up something. But some of you do, but yours is ready fill. Because they're everywhere. We've got about 3 vape shops in Twickenham. I mean, because I don't smoke or vape or do anything else like that, I remember thinking there must be money in it. If you can actually afford to sort of pay the rent on a shop and the business rates and everything else, and all you're charging is a tenner for, so that's, is that a week or 2 weeks worth you've got? That's a week. £10 will last a week. Right. So you're doing 1,200 puffs a week. Good Lord above. That seems quite a lot. It's not great, is it? No, I'm thinking that seems quite a lot to me, actually. Because especially as we don't exactly know whether they're that safe for people. Because you're inhaling... and you inhale in exactly the same... Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I've sort of wandered away from you. I'll come back in a minute. So are you inhaling it like a cigarette? You literally go like that, and then you inhale the smoke and then blow it out again. Right, so it's going into your lungs. Right. Oh, right. I don't think they're particularly good either. But I did know somebody a long, long time ago. She used to work at LBC, and she vaped all the time. And I remember being on a bus once, and somebody tried to vape, and the bus driver stopped the bus, and he went, "Stop it." So obviously they weren't, sure about where it was sort of going. But you do get clouds of smoke. Do you get a lot of smoke out of your little thing? Do you get... Right, on some of them, they're seriously phenomenal. I've never seen anything like it. So I can always tell, because on a cigarette, you go like that. And I used to chain smoke. I was terrible, doing 60 cigarettes a day. You would be chain smoking, and while I was working. Because you could smoke in the studio. Those were the days, actually. Yeah, I mean, now you can't. I mean, I think they actually stopped smoking in studio a long, long time ago. Long time ago, because they said it was just unfair on people who didn't smoke. But I used to love it. Absolutely love it. They've got a guy here, and he makes cocktails. I love cocktails. I absolutely love them. I can't make them. I probably could if I put my mind to it. But this is a bloke here. He's king of the cocktails, and he's made them for Charles. He's made them for Kylie Minogue. Because the one thing you always look at, there's got to be something good about a cocktail. It's got to be freezing cold, and the glass has got to be chilled. Apart from that, I couldn't care less what they put in it, because I can't really tell when they put booze in there. But they say you don't actually need all of the kit. You just need a cocktail shaker and a little strainer that goes over the top of it, and you have to learn how to do that and then throw it up in the air like Tom Cruise in the film Cocktail. And they're quite nice. The only cocktails I don't like is anything that's got chocolate in it. So I'm going for sort of, I think I've had a tea cocktail before now. I think it was an Earl Grey thing, and it was quite delicious. And anything that's got lemon or limes in, we quite like. But it's got to be frozen glasses. And you can buy all of the stuff. I mean, an ice bucket is not necessary. You do not need an ice bucket. What you do is you go to Iceland, you buy a bag of ice and you stick it in your freezer. And when you need it, you take it out cube by cube. It's much better. But you can go to Dunelm and get a hammered cocktail shaker for £5. Very cheap, very cheap. And you can go to Amazon and you can get packets of the little tiny paper umbrellas, which you put on it and stuff like that. Really cheap, because they're made in China. And they just make thousands of them. And you can get all sorts of little bits of it. You could probably get a complete cocktail set if you go to Amazon. Because I remember buying it years ago, because my brother put a cocktail bar in one of his rooms and bought all the mixes, peach and banana and everything else, and started making all these nice things. And I don't think he does it anymore. Or does he? I can't remember. I don't think he does. I didn't drink over Christmas. As I say, it's the only time that I don't drink is at Christmas. Which I think is quite good if you can resist it. But for a lot of people, that's what they love, isn't it? They love having that Christmas drink. My mother used to absolutely love her champagne and, oh, that's posh, champagne and orange juice. That's very nice. Look at that, a mixology cocktail shaker set, 10-piece on a mahogany stand with a spoon for £32. And you can get it for Saturday. 32 quid. I think that's good value, don't you? I think it looks really nice. Really, really nice. You can have also... They've got a mahogany stand or a bamboo stand. A lot cheaper, of course. We have it in bamboo. And they will deliver it to you by Saturday. Look at that. Okay, so what's that big sticky up thing in the middle? So you've got the one to the third thing. What's that tall thing? Oh, sorry, it's my phone going now. It's for pressing things down. Are you sure? Looks slightly odd, doesn't it? I just have the cocktail shaker and the other bits and pieces, and the tongs for picking up your ice cube, and the thing for straining, and then you've got a swizzle spoon as well. It's that other thing that looks like it should have batteries in it. You know, just slightly disturbing. My friend Ian says, when I first worked in Leicester Square, the studios were the only place in the building you could smoke, because they said the presenters couldn't go out for cigarettes during the show. That is true, actually. Well, I mean, I couldn't anyway. I don't get long enough. I couldn't get anywhere. But in one of our buildings we had years ago, I could get from the studio to the roof in less than 30 seconds to have a cigarette. And then you have to run back to the studio again. And so my friend Ian says, so you'd be on air and sales or management would come to the studio to hang around and smoke. That's what used to happen to us in one of our studios. My studio was designated by the union, if you please, as being the only place you could smoke in the building. So I'd be doing my programme like this, obviously not in this studio, it'd be a bit ridiculous, and I'd have about 6 or 7 people sitting in there or standing in there smoking. Because they didn't want to go outside, they wanted to be in, and they got to listen to my programme at the same time whilst they were smoking. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought it was okay until I suddenly realised that my studio was like basically a smog. You just couldn't see anything. There was so much smoking, and the ashtrays were full up and all the rest of it. We know about beef Wellington, because we like beef Wellington. Have you heard of lobster Wellington? I wish I could get into eating lobster. I seriously do. Out of all the things that I can't eat, it's lobster. And I thought I could eat it. I don't know what I thought it was going to taste like. I thought it was going to taste just like sort of fish, but it doesn't. It tastes a bit more than fish. So I haven't, it's like we were talking the other day, because Jack apparently had been out with some girl some years ago who had loads of money, and he'd had caviar, and I didn't like it at all. I just couldn't take to it. And we've got a caviar house in London. It's next to the Wolsey, which is next to the Ritz. And I remember thinking, perhaps I should get some caviar and try and get into caviar, because my neighbour Lynn, she loves it. She loves caviar, so she went to a Scott's new fish restaurant, just opened in Richmond. The one in London's been there for some time, in Mayfair, which is where I went with my friend Chris. He treated us to lunch there, which was absolutely lovely, absolutely adorable. And we could have had caviar if we'd wanted it, but I couldn't do it. And lobster, I can't do either. And people have tried to get me to eat it, and I've tried, and I just can't get into it at all, even though one of my very good friends, Stuart, has got a fish shop in Twickenham, and he can supply fresh lobsters. When I say fresh, alive. You can buy an alive lobster, or he will sort of kill it and dress it for you. So you take it away in a box. But when I brought it into the studio, if you remember, one of my ex-producers said, "Oh, I'd love a live lobster." And I went, "Oh, okay." So I went into Stuart, and he put it, and it came in a polystyrene box with damp newspaper over the top of it, because lobsters are a bit dim. They don't know what's going on. So you cover it with damp newspaper and it thinks it's okay. So we brought it in the studio, and they're all going, "What is it? What is it?" And I went, "It's a lobster." And they went, "Show us, show us." So we took the lid off the box very carefully, and then we moved the newspaper. Well, the lobster obviously thought, hello, I've got some friends to talk to, and it started moving. Well, you've never seen people run, as if they thought this lobster was going to crawl outside the box and attack them. And that was the only time I ever brought a live lobster into the studio. Brian is on a beach in Malaysia, Langkawi. It's 30 degrees and 12:30. How lovely. How lovely. On a beach in... See, I haven't been on a beach in ages. I really haven't been on... Perhaps I should try and get onto a beach at some point in my life. Because I used to do them when I was little. We were on beaches all the time. Hong Kong, we lived in Repulse Bay. Lived and South Beach. But since then, not really very much at all. 4:45 is the time.
Tired of walking the same streets you have done a million times? Or eating at the same old restaurants? Scrolling through the same streaming services in the same living room? It's time to leave behind what you know and move beyond the norm. Enjoy gourmet dinner, award-winning entertainment and exclusive lounges as you soar through the sky to Hong Kong. Cathay. Move beyond. Book your next adventure at cathaypacific.com.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 13 minutes to 5. Trust you well. Trust you've been to the sales, because you must have gone, because 50% up People going out to the sales, buying things they probably don't need. But that's just the way it goes. And somebody says, what was this one here? Oh, this is from Mark, who says, my 17-year-old son went on a ride along with the police yesterday and loved it. Have you ever heard of it? Yeah, it's called being arrested. That's what it is. It's not some sort of freebie holiday or some little trip like that. He's obviously, been sort of, been a naughty boy. So they've given him a ride in a police car. They take them to the station and they charge them. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated. John says, be careful carrying loads of cash. I don't carry loads of cash. And also, you'd never find it. Seriously, you'd never find it. I've got it tucked away. You have to. I mean, carrying cash in London is because I like carrying, but I don't need it. I get on the bus and I've got my Oyster card and my bits and pieces. So it's only if I'm shopping in a shop. And if I am shopping in a shop, if I was going to go to Pret like I did yesterday, I take the money out beforehand and secrete it in my hand and then put the wallet back in a secret place. And that's the only way to do it. So that when you're in there, you don't sort of open up your wallet and all these moths fly out and you go, oh, money, money, money. It doesn't work like that. I'm well aware of it. I'm 68, for God's sake. I'm well aware of people. I've spoken to people before who've been mugged in London, mainly for their telephones. People stand there, hi, yeah, oh, somebody's got my phone. I see them all the time. I feel like going up to them and saying, do not stand near the curb on your telephone. Somebody will nick it and you'll be very upset, especially if you've not booked everything into the cloud. On the iCloud, you've got everything. So because I keep all my iPhones because I buy them outright, if somebody nicks this telephone, it's about as useless to them as a chocolate teapot if it's not turned on and they don't know the passwords, which is highly unlikely because it's based on facial recognition. And I've got all my other iPhones at home. So all I've got to do is plug them in and it will download all the information. So I'm not going to be sort of embarrassed by the whole thing. I have seen Donna, the ex-army chief, dying suddenly after Putin snubs a visit to his tank factory. There's been a few people in Russia died recently. They just fall out of hospital bedroom windows. Amazing, isn't it? They fall out of hospital bedroom windows. In fact, both of them had been critical of Putin, I believe. And it's a case of he doesn't like people being critical of him, as, everybody else would think exactly the same. But, of course, in Russia, the problem is that they put you in a hospital. Oh, he's not very well. The next thing is they give you a sleeping tablet and then they push you out of a window. I mean, I'm assuming that's how it works. I'm only guessing, but it does seem a little bit, ironic that somebody criticises Putin. The next minute they're found dead. They're found dead even over here. People found hanging. And you think, what, they voluntarily hanged themselves? I don't think so. Steve, the other day you were talking about Dubai. I used to go there quite frequently, and it was a lovely place. I've even messaged you from there, says Mark. But it's gone down. Yes, it has. It went down, actually, a little while ago. And they're doing... I see somebody called Chloe Burrows, he says. I've got no idea who Chloe Burrows is. But it's a case of... It does attract those sort of people whose claim to fame is they want to be on Love Island. And they're bringing it back with Maya Jama. The other person, Laura Whitmore, has been complaining. She didn't want to finish on it. She said, had I been allowed to do what I wanted to do, but of course she's not bright enough to do things like that. You have to be told what to do because they're making a television programme. And if they're making a television programme, that's the way they want it done. It's as simple as that. And so she said she still would have been there doing the actual show. But she wasn't much cop. I have to be honest with you. Seriously, one-trick pony. Sarah says, a day at the cinema today. This morning, seeing the new Whitney Houston film. I'm told brilliant. I'm told very, very good indeed. The girl who's playing her is very, very good. Then a break for lunch. Then back to see Avatar. Not really into Avatar. I saw the first one. I thought it was a bit freaky. I didn't, I work with people who look like that. Well made. Right. That's the benchmark, is it? It was well made. Lovely. What a contribution. It was well worth me getting a Cineworld Unlimited card, as I usually see one film away. Yeah, these cards are brilliant to get. You can, what now? You can go as much as you want. You should get a Cineworld card. Then you can go to the cinema all the time. And you can get... You do have one, yeah, so why am I not surprised? Just so you can get your bucket of popcorn and an oversized hot dog. That's your idea of fun, is it? It is too expensive to eat, isn't it? I've seen them bring in the popcorn into the cinemas in Leicester Square in huge plastic bags, because I thought they made it in the cinema. They don't. They put it into the machine and then just sort of slowly heat it. You think they've made it? I think not. And I've never eaten a giant hot dog in my life. Certainly not in a cinema. Because that's what people... why don't you eat when you're at home? I've heard of some cinemas, especially in and around Leicester Square, they will confiscate sweets and things like that from you. They want you to buy their stuff, which I understand how it works. But even so, goodness sake, honestly. And here you go. This is how much popcorn is. Toffee popcorn, my favourite. If I was going to have popcorn, toffee popcorn would be it. And you can get coupons to save money, but they've got, look at this, they've got a regular hot dog at $4.95, a large one at $5.75. How big is large, do you think? 6 to 9 inches. Oh, doesn't sound very large to me. Regular nachos. I don't know what nachos, I do know what nachos are. Aren't they those peculiar look? Are they Mexican or something like that? Mexican. Extra drip or jalapenos. Extra drip? What's drip? Is that something I've never heard of? Is it? Oh, it's cheese. Oh, right. Oh, I just say, and that in the cinema. Why would you want to eat that in the cinema? They do cakes and slices, miscellaneous ice creams. A Magnum is £2.35. An ice cream tub is £2.99. And then they do small soft drink, £3.25 for a small soft drink. If you want a large one, £4.20. If you want a bottle of water, it's £2.50. Take your bottle in, fill it up in the tap in the toilets. Much easier, isn't it? That's a lot of money. But why would you want a piece of cake when you go to the cinema? That was about the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I don't mind. And yet all the things you want there, the thing I want isn't on that list. Chips. I want a portion of chips. That's all I want is a portion. Wait a minute. Hot drinks. It smells too much. They do, don't they? They smell too, but I still like chips. A large hot chocolate is £2.80, which actually is not bad. I think for a large one. And if you have a large tea, that's £2.50. That's outrageous. It's just a tea bag. I bought tea bags the other day in Waitrose. 160 tea bags, Earl Grey from Twinings, £6.50 for 160 tea bags. I thought that was quite cheap because for £6 they were doing 100 tea bags. Obviously encourages you to buy the bigger box, and it worked a treat. I've only just worked that out. Regular tea is £2.20. It's a tea bag and some hot water and a splash of milk. It's an awful lot of money. But also, you know, I always used to take, if I went to the theatre, I would always take fruit gums in my pocket because they lasted, and you could suck those for a long while. You'd leave it on your tongue, and that would last for quite a long while. And so I'd buy about 4 packets and give them to our row, and we'd all sit there sucking fruit gums, which was great. Steve, and he certainly wasn't arrested. It was a free experience with emergency services. Well, that's an absolute outrage, Mark. What, your son was taken out in the police car when they should be going to an emergency? Outrageous. No, I don't believe you. Steve, my mum was a small sherry at Christmas drinker. Rest of the year, she was a hardened, undeviated gin drinker. Gordon's and tonic. If she could hear me now, she'd kill me. I love the idea of a Gordon's and tonic because I still love the advert, but I can't drink it. I don't like the smell of gin. They do all these different gins, but it just doesn't interest me at all. If I was going to have anything, what would I have at Christmas? Nothing. Just have Prosecco. I don't know why. There's nothing. Or failing that, I quite like a lime juice and water with ice in. It's got a little, or tomato juice. I'm a bit of a fan of tomato juice. Sometimes with a vodka, sometimes not. Steve, I keep all my old iPhones, but I don't know the passwords, and I've got lots of pictures of my son when he was small. Did you not keep the same password? I keep the same password. I keep the same password for all my telephones. I mean, nobody'd guess it in a million years, so it doesn't make any difference. Many years ago, a friend of mine had a sister who worked in the restaurant at the top of the NatWest Tower. Her job was to walk the lobsters round the kitchen on pieces of string to prevent the build-up of lactic acid, says David. We had lobsters in a restaurant once, and my friend made them bring the lobsters out to prove they were fresh and made them walk across the table. When they came back, they were covered in an orange sauce and they weren't walking. So I guess they maybe had expired somewhere between the kitchen and my plate. And I pretended I was full. I couldn't eat them because I didn't want to eat them anyway. I didn't even like the smell of them. Just one of those things, isn't it? Just one of those things that, you know, some people are good. But no, if you keep all your old iPhones and you've picked a really good password, why would you need to keep changing it? I know people who've got hundreds of passwords to all sorts of odd sites, you know, which you can't sort of remember. I didn't bother with anything. I just put down the same one, Hobgoblin, on everything. Yeah, you think I've given you the password? No chance. Although actually it's quite a good password. And what I do at work is I've got a password for my computer here. I just add 1 to it. Every time they say, because we have to change them every 3 months, I just add 1. So I think at the moment we're on to 25 on it. You're up to 9. You can. Well, I don't know, actually, if you can put it back down. I don't know if you can. That's an interesting thing, because you've already had it. You might not be able to do that. I don't want to press no. I did 25. It was 24 last time round, and then 25 this time round. Mainly because I can't be bothered. You sit there, they're going, what is the password? I've got so many bits of paper at home. Over the years, I've had different passwords for different sites. And then I thought, no. And I used to go to a site in Hong Kong, in China, and I could never remember, because they would say, we suggest this password, and sometimes it comes back with, this is a weak password. You know, this is a fairly strong password, and it would be sort of J, capital T, I, lowercase, blah, blah, and you think, oh, I can't be bothered. I cannot be bothered. So I used to just sort of do it and keep it as the same one, just adding different numbers. What else have we got? The comfort food I'll bring you a bit later, because it's a local radio item. It's the sort of thing that the BBC will be doing. Edwina Curry and her broken hip. We think she's looking for damages. They think about 5,000. This is some dog that leapt up and knocked her to the ground, because it should have been on a lead. But a lot of people now don't put their dogs on leads, and then they attack other dogs, and it's not very pleasant. Also, the 1 in 10 dementia care homes given the worst ratings, because you expect, do you not, if you have a relative, an aunt, an uncle, a mother, a father, all sorts of people like that, they go into care homes, you expect them to be looked after by experienced staff. But how many times have we done on this programme care homes where the staff have abused people with dementia? And then it's been caught on hidden camera, and they put it up, and you think, I don't want my parents going into a place like that. Thank you very much indeed. So we'll take a short break for the news at 5 o'clock. Then we take more of your texts and emails, plus this freezing US jet stream to hit the UK in the new year. And Andy's tears of joy. This is Andy Murray over the happiness his win gave to the jailed Nazanin. Do you remember Nazanin? We used to talk about her all the time on LBC. And Kate's wardrobe. Yes, this is William's Kate's. For the course of the year, £176,000. But I doubt very much whether any of the royal family pay for things like that. I thought it would all be freebies, because if they're wearing something, it's like if Holly Willoughby wears something on the television in the morning, you can guarantee that wherever she gets it, it'll be put up on their website, this morning's website. They'll tell you where she got it from and how much it is. So it's obviously a freebie. And these things will sell out really quickly, because she's a good clothes horse.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, very nice to be company. 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. We gave you a bit extra of the music there. I thought you'd enjoy hearing a bit extra, because some people don't get the whole tune. So we were delighted to play it out for you for today. So there you go, a little bit of a gap there, I think, in the proceedings. Somebody else telling me that they keep all their own iPhones. But I've got about 7 iPhones, because I don't know why I bought them outright. I can't remember, actually. Steve, why didn't I listen to you, says Ashley. I lent a friend money for Christmas as he was short. Nothing like a ping on your phone, ask you if you want to join your friend for a game and of online poker. Foolish me. One friend gone. You try to be nice. You're right. Actually, I tell you what people were falling for the other day. They were falling for this thing where you get a text on your telephone saying, oh, hi, I'm sorry, I'm stuck at the airport. I'm having to use a friend's phone and I need money. Can you text me some money or arrange it? And you think, people fall for this. People fall for it. And the thing that clinches it is saying, listen, my phone's given up, the battery's died, so I'm having to use a friend's phone. That's why it's a different number. And people seriously send money. You can't believe how dim some people are. I mean, what is it? to try and convince people. Steve, many years ago, my totally bonkers ex decided she wanted a lobster for tea, so I went to the local fish market and got one, bought it home, looking forward to the next day's gourmet meal. When I came home from work the next day, she changed her mind and driven from Cheshire to Blackpool and released it into the sea. Well, it wouldn't have survived. I don't think lobsters survive in the sea around Blackpool. And also, you have to take it out a long way. They live in fairly deep water, lobsters. But it's just, because we have this excellent fish shop in Twickenham, he gets live crabs, they go to Billingsgate every morning and they get this sort of fish thing comes back in boxes and it's delivered, and it's really popular, really. And he also sells turkeys at Christmas, and in fact it's like a little mini delicatessen in there, but very, very good. You can also, says Nadeem, use a password manager software to store and keep your passwords safe and secure. See, the trouble is, I've decided I don't want to keep all these passwords. Over the years, I've had loads and loads of different passwords, and then you sit there thinking, and then it goes, have you forgotten your password? And you go, yes. And so it then sends it to you, and then you go, oh dear, have I used that one? And so in the end, I decided it was easier to keep the same password. It made it so much easier. So much easier. But nobody'd ever guess it in a million. That's the whole fun of it, isn't it? I love the way that people sort of think that they can sort of guess passwords, which of course you can't, ever. I'd love it if somebody were guessing my password. Johnny says you can't beat a blini with soft cheese and smoked salmon. I do love smoked salmon. It has to be said. I'm a big fan of smoked salmon. In fact, I bought 3 packets the other day because they do it in M&S. Smoked salmon, either cured over whiskey or something else like that, for 12 quid. And I just eat that, and I generally have it with some chopped egg or something like that, and it's really quite delicious. I've never done it with blini. You can buy those as well. You don't need to do anything nowadays. You just go and buy all this stuff. But I'm not sure topped with caviar. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, I only ever drank wine, but a few years ago had my appendix out, and I've never touched wine since. Only Prosecco or champagne. God knows what happened under anaesthetic. I know. I've been under anaesthetic only twice in my life. Major, where they actually put you under. First time, you do panic a little bit. I don't know why. It's just one of those things, because as they're putting you under, it used to be gas. Then it was just a little injection, and you do feel as you're going out, and you do start fighting it, because you think, I think they're trying to kill me. I got quite panicky over it. But the last time, they were so brilliant at it. And it was just absolutely amazing. I went under in a matter of seconds. I must be very receptive to things like that, because I remember saying to the anaesthetist who'd come in and said, you're carrying a bit of weight, Steve. And that was a charming thing to say, because they have to work out, don't they? They look at you and they have to work out your body mass and whether or not you're going to need as much of the anaesthetic. And I remember saying to him as I was lying on the trolley, and they'd opened the door in front of me, and I could see that they were all in the operating theatre, all standing there with their gowns on and masks. It was like a scene from the Muppet movie. And I remember thinking, I don't like this at all. But I thought, no, they know what they're doing. And I said, how long will it take to put me out? And he said, you won't need to worry about it. And literally, it was seconds. It can't have been any more than 3 seconds. And then the next thing is they're going, Steve, wake up. And you think, I'm going to keep my eyes shut for a bit longer just to make them panic. I've done that before. It's a bit cruel, I realise. But no, it was absolutely excellent. It really was. I came to the conclusion then every time, I want anaesthetic. But when they do your stents, they don't do things like that or anything. You watch your heart. It's funny, I'd never seen my heart before or even thought about it. But you're looking at it as you're lying on your back with your arms stretched out, and they're pumping happy juice in. And if ever you need more happy juice, you go, yeah, more happy juice for me, please. You're lying there. Do you drink? No, not on the happy juice. No, because you're wide awake. They're feeding this line through your vein. I didn't think that the vein was strong enough, or it would go off sideways. It's not like it's a straight vein. It sort of veers off, and they feed this line up, which has got a camera on the end of it. It's that fine, and it's got the stent. It's holding the stent, and it's got a camera, so you can see on there. I think we had 3 screens in my operating theatre, and there's all these people milling about, and they're sort of, testing you and all the rest of it. And you're sort of watching, you think, that's my heart. That is so clever. It's so clever. That's my heart. That's what it looks like. You keep going. The worst thing for me was you have the operation for the stents, which loads of people have done. I've got 8. You can have up to about 20, I think. And you have to wait afterwards for about 2 or 3 hours while they sort of assess you to make sure that you're okay. And I was fine. I couldn't wait to get out of the hospital. You know why? It was in the middle of the blooming heat wave. And all I wanted was an ice lolly. I didn't want anything else but an ice lolly. And the shop in the hospital didn't have any ice lollies at all. I was furious. I don't know why, I just wanted an orange ice lolly. It's like when I had an operation when I was very young, when I was about 14. I came at the operation and they said, would you like something to eat? And I wanted Marmite sandwiches. I had a craving for Marmite sandwiches, which I thought, sounded as though the sort of thing I'd want. I ate these Marmite sandwiches, and of course what I hadn't realised is that with Marmite sandwiches, you put the butter on, then you put a thin layer of Marmite. You don't put it on like jam. It's thin, thin, thin. So promptly I threw it all up again, which they weren't too pleased about, as you can well imagine. But served a purpose. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, New Year's Eve, says Shane, I'm staying home. In the 1980s, I went down to the harbour for the fireworks. Took me hours to get home and the prices were a rip-off. Yeah, I don't go out New Year's Eve. Mainly because I'm working the following morning. I don't think I've been out on a New Year's Eve for ages and ages. I don't want to queue to get into a pub. I don't want to stand there being jostled. I don't want to have to sort of get, excuse me, hello, is anybody serving? Hello? You stand there holding your £20 note up in the air, and it's just no fun. If you're going to have fun, stay at home and drink, which is probably what I shall do this year. I'll do my usual thing, which is send out, all your texts to all your friends going Happy New Year. So if anybody gets a round robin from me, you'll know it's just the round robin. It'll just be saying, oh, thank you so much for your support this year. I shall wear it often. And wish you a Happy New Year and hope next year is going to be great. And I wish you all that you wish for yourself and that kind of thing. And then I just get me a little bit of sleep. And then I'm fine, because I'm going to be here on New Year's Day. So the carnage I shall have... Last year I came through it. I had to walk through Trafalgar Square. The bottles... You've never seen anything like it. The bottles, broken bottles. It was just dreadful. Dreadful. Steve, I've always taken my own food, as there's a Greggs, Sainsbury's and Morrison just over the road from my cinema. Lots of cinema goers do nowadays. I didn't think they allowed you to take stuff in. I didn't think so. But, sorry? You can? Oh, you sneak it in? Oh, what are they doing? Strip searches or something to find out if you've got some food in there? They don't really search you. They're not? You're not allowed to. Oh, right. That's like festivals, though. You go to festivals nowadays, they don't want you taking in water and stuff like that. They want you to buy their water. And I always think, I don't know. It's a bit of a swizz, isn't it, really? I always want to take my own, but that's why I take fruit gums in, because they're never going to know. It's fruit gums. And I've always got a bag with me, which I can sneak things in anyway. And they always have to have a look in it, see if you've got anything that you shouldn't have. And I always go, that's my insulin. And the moment you say that, they leave you alone. It's, oh, God, diabetic, might go completely mad. Steve, last rant of the day on the 422 to North Greenwich. Can you ask what insane driver puts the air conditioning on when it's 4 degrees outside? Where do they get these people from? Well, I just want to know why the heating's not on in buses. Because you sit there and sometimes it is actually quite cold sitting on the bus, and yet in the middle of the summer, the blooming heating's on. I don't know why. And also, have you noticed, a lot of bus drivers, I think they actually teach them in the bus drivers from hell department, because they drive and then they get to the bus stop and you lurch and they brake and then they're back again, then they brake again, just basically to see if they can knock you down, because the more of you fall over, the more points they get. And things like that. Paul in Merthyr Tydfil, he says, anaesthesia is wonderful. When I had my prostatectomy, I woke up thinking I was ready and it was all over. I know, mine was all over in an hour. Over in an hour when I had the bits and pieces done. I had the prostate done. And then I had the colonoscopy and the other one. And that was, again, you're awake for these things. And they were really good. They were, really, really good. Because I'd sort of worried about it, thinking, I'm going to gag. Anything, when you have your endoscopy, it's the camera down the throat. And I thought, I'm going to be sick. I know I'm going to be sick, because anything like that, you get the gagging reflex. And the trick was, and I've only worked it out recently, when they sort of do it, they have the camera and a tube, but they put a little thing up your nose, a little tube with a bit of sponge, and they pump oxygen in. So consequently, when they put the thing down your throat before, if you didn't have the oxygen, you'd be going like that. But because you've got the air going in, you don't notice, and they spray the back of your throat with an anaesthetic. And I remember thinking, I wonder how long this is going to... And then he said, all right, that's finished. And then they show you the pictures. It's like a slideshow at school. It looked like the interior of a volcano. I have to tell you, it was very good. And then, and I thought they were brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And then they write to you afterwards, especially in, one of the hospitals I was in. And they said, would you recommend this to anybody else? I thought, well, I've got a few people I don't like I'd recommend it to. But no, apart from that, of course you would. I know some people don't like hospitals and they get very, very panicky, but I promise you, all the procedures I've had done, and God knows I've had more procedures than most people, they've been absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Steve. A lot of people talking about passwords, but as I say, don't worry about them. You don't need to worry. 5:15 is the time now.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 17 minutes past 5. Did you ever use the organic meat shop on the corner in Twickenham? Oh, yeah. Well, it wasn't necessarily organic meat. They did all sorts of buffalo meat. It was Jodie Scheckter's place. It was a farm shop, and it was called Laverstocks. And the racing car guy, he owns this farm down in Hampshire where they breed buffalo. They've got buffaloes. They do buffalo ice cream, buffalo milk, buffalo everything. The meat was not cheap, but they did the best pies. The best, I've said to people, the best pies ever. They were lovely pastry, and they did a chicken curry pie, delicious, full of chicken curry, literally up to the rafters of this pie. And they did beef steak and ale and things like that. It was really good. It closed. It was only ever due to be there for a short while. Closed down a couple of years ago, but you can still go to the farm. Laverstocks, and you can still buy all their stuff, but their pies, because they were not cheap, they're about 14 quid, but seriously, you could eat the whole pie. It was like a really decent size, very, very nice. Laverstocks. So there you go. You can go and check all these things out. And it was like, we've got another butcher there now, Brown's, which is next to Sandy's, the fish. It's amazing how you come to know all these local traders. And I've always said, wherever you live in the area is, you have to support local shops, because if you don't, they'll disappear. I mean, we've got a new shop that's just opened up on the high street, and it's one of these kitchen shops. I don't see it lasting. I mean, kitchens, have you seen the price of having a kitchen put in nowadays? You can spend over £100,000 having a kitchen put in, which is ridiculous. Steve, the problem with buses is when it's freezing cold, they wait at the bus stop with the door open. Why, says Robin Bracknell? Well, it's probably not warm. It's probably not cold for them. It's just the sort of the thing that sort of happens. Steve, another one here. When I had my, a lot of people talking about their operations. See, I don't think that there's any problems whatsoever with these operations, because I work on the assumption they're doing them all day long. That's what they do. It's like I do a radio program every single day of the week, barring Saturday and Sunday. That's what I do. You can leave the show in my hands. And these doctors, if they do people who do endoscopies and colonoscopies, that's what they do all day. They do them. So they're well versed. If they're doing heart surgery, they do heart surgery all day. So you trust them. That's what we do with the NHS. We put our trust in the NHS, and very good they are too. Although I reckon in years to come, it's going to be all private. The simple reason being, you can pay for something. So in other words, if you wanted a particular procedure, they might say, well, it's a 6-month waiting list. But if you go privately, you can have it done next Thursday. And that's what people pay for. They will pay to get something done soon. If it's something that really is worrying you, and you get exactly the same surgery. When I went in for the endoscopy and the colonoscopy, right next door was the private ward. And it had a big sign up, Kingston Hospital private ward. You get exactly the same treatment in there as you do in the other bits, except you're paying for it to get it done quicker. And if you've got the money, fair enough. Not everybody's got the money. But if it's something that's particularly worrying you and they say, I mean, I was lucky when I had my cataracts done. I had them done first of all. And then he said, the other one, he said, will need doing. He said, I tell you what, he said, shall I book you in now? And I went, yeah. So they booked me in. So I had both of them done within about 3 months of each other, which was perfect. Steve. Another one here says, when I had a colonoscopy and a gastroscopy a few years ago, I took all the drugs they offered. They didn't offer me any drugs, actually. They were just sort of there. But the throat spray was fine. It just numbs your throat. It's like when you have the cataracts done, they put something that numbs your eye in. They put drops in your eye. It's just like putting in eye drops. And that's fine. That doesn't hurt or anything like that. And it seems perfectly perfect. So, because she's worth it, Kate's wardrobe worth $176,000. But as I say, probably a freebie. They get loads of freebies. Even the royal family get freebies and welcome them with both arms. I think they get free Land Rovers. I think there's a deal done because every time you see the royal family, they're all driving Land Rovers. Odd that, isn't it, really? Except Prince Andrew, who just drives his through a gate. But there again, he is ghastly Prince Andrew. So Kate's wardrobe has rocketed, and they put down the price of everything. And then most of it would be stored away. I mean, some of her dresses. I mean, she's wearing a pair of earrings at one of these things, which cost £10,560. So they're not going to be buying these things. They'll be gifted to them, and they will wear them like the Oscars. All the people who go to the Oscars, they don't pay for their outfits. They have all the designers. All the stuff is in big rooms. You go there with your agent, and then they will sort of say, well, you know, this is Yves Saint Laurent, this is, you know, whoever it happens to be, Issey Miyake or whatever, and then you pick out what you want, and they hope you get photographed. If you're a big star, you get whatever you want. And you get photographed, and that's where they get their publicity from. And it works brilliant. It's been going like that for years. You don't seriously think any of these people off Love Island buy their dresses, do you? Of course they don't. They haven't got any idea about it. They're only used to wearing, you know, bra and knickers. And that's about it, actually. The list of gone but not forgotten. From the Queen to Dame Deborah James to the last surviving dam buster, Johnny Johnson, Heidi High's lovely Ruth Maddock and Goodfellas star Ray Liotta. James Murray recalls those famous faces, and there were all sorts of people. Back in January of this year, Sidney Poitier went, Peter Bogdanovich, Jack Dromey, also Ronnie Spector, co-founder of the girl group The Ronettes. Meatloaf died January the 20th, age 74. Thierry Mugler died age 73 in January. He made dresses for people like Diana Ross. The comedian Barry Cryer. I have to be honest, Barry Cryer went on for even longer than ever I imagined. He was 86, Barry Cryer, but he had stories he knew everything about the writing and he was just brilliant. Leonard Fenton, the actor who played Dr. Harold Legg, he was 95. He died in January as well. In February, we lost Bamber Gascoigne. We lost as well Jack Smethurst, who played Eddie Booth in Love Thy Neighbours. We also lost Gary Brooker. You know who he was? He was the lead singer of Procol Harum, Whiter Shade of Pale. Anna Karen died. She was 85. She was Olive in On the Buses. Also, in March, we lost Bob Wellings, who used to be on a programme called Nationwide. Shane Warne died, only 52. Shane Warne, that was a shock for people. Linda Barron, who played Nurse Gladys Emanuel in Open All Hours, died aged 82. William Hurt went. Peter Bowles, Madeleine Albright, Taylor Hawkins, drummer with the Foo Fighters, and Tom Parker died in March, aged just 33. In April, the fabulous June Brown, who played Doc Cotton, died aged 95. Also Jack Higgins, who wrote The Eagle Has Landed, he was 92. What was the other one who died? Eric Chappell, who penned Rising Damp. He died, aged 88. In May, you lost all sorts of people. The former ex-chief constable of Greater Manchester, James Anderton, died aged 89. Also Robert Gilmore, whose works appeared in books and on tea towels and stamps, died aged 85. Dennis Waterman died aged 74. Kay Mellor, who wrote Fat Friends, The Syndicate of Band of Gold, was 71. Vangelis, who wrote Chariots of Fire, died, aged 79. Ray Liotta was only 67. Lester Piggott was 86. And in June, we lost Hilary Devey, who was the ex-leader. No, sorry, the Dragon's Den panellist, Hilary. You remember Hilary? She died as well. Frank Williams, who played the Tetchy Vicar in Dad's Army. Dame Deborah James, she was only 40. She raised millions for bowel cancer. James Caan died in July, aged 82. You'll remember him. He played Sonny Corleone in The Godfather. Also, we lost Monty Norman, the man who composed the James Bond theme. First heard in Dr. No, died aged 94. Ivana Trump, a most unlikely candidate for somebody. I thought she would go forever. She was 73. Lord David Trimble, key architect of the Good Friday Peace Agreement, died. Bernard Cribbins, he was Perks in the Railway Children, and also was responsible for doing the theme tune for LBC when we were London Talkback Radio. He did a song called Let's Be Avenue. Let's Be Avenue. And he was 93. In August, one of my favourite singers, Judith Durham, died, age 79. The one woman with the most distinctive voice in music. You know, she was still singing well into her 80s. Lamont Dozier as well, contributor to so many Tamil Motown hits, including Stop in the Name of Love, died aged 81. Raymond Briggs died, the man who took on the Snowman. He died aged 88. Mikhail Gorbachev, who lifted the Iron Curtain, died aged 91. And the fabulous Bill Turnbull died in August, just at the age of 66, with prostate cancer. In September, after a reign of 70 years and 214 days, Elizabeth II died at Balmoral Castle, aged 96. Also, Mavis Nicholson. Mavis Nicholson, honestly, there's a name. Interviewed everybody from Elizabeth Taylor to David Bowie. Also, Hilary Mantel died, Wolf Hall writer. And in October, we lost Loretta Lynn, the country and western singer, Dame Angela Lansbury, Robbie Coltrane, Joyce Sims died as well, and Jerry Lee Lewis, whose hits included Whole Lot of Shakin' Going On. He was 87. November, we lost Bill Treacher, who played Cockney road sweeper Arthur Fowler. He was 92. And we lost Leslie Phillips, who was another one we thought was going to go forever, 98. Plus, we lost Sue Baker, the former Top Gear presenter. She was 75. Plus Christine McVie, singer and songwriter with Fleetwood Mac. And then we lost Kirstie Alley in December, Rebecca Howe in Cheers. We lost as well, age 71, Jet Black, the drummer and founder member of the Stranglers. Plus one of the last Dam Busters, Johnny Johnson. Ruth Maddock, who played Lovelorn Gladys Pugh in Heidi High, was 79. And also George Cohen, vice-captain of England's 1966 World Cup winning team, was 83. But isn't it funny that, you know, it was September when the Queen died? To me, it seems like yesterday. Seems like yesterday, and yet it was back in September. Absolutely unbelievable. And a load of other people, probably some of your friends and treasured neighbours and stuff like that. You probably lost them as well. There was a whole list of people that I didn't mention because I thought you wouldn't know who they all were. But they all get remembered in the papers today because that's what we do. We remember people. And isn't it nice to think that, you know, the age that we're living to now is an awful lot longer than it used to be? I mean, during Victorian times, average age was about 36, 38. I mean, it was very much younger, mainly because there were all sorts of illnesses that people picked up all over the place. And I suspect that as we go into January, which we will be doing in a few days, there's going to be those first people who are going to be passing on. I worry about Pope Benedict, because if the Vatican have said he's very ill, he's gravely ill, that means to me that at the age of 95, he's taken a downward turn, and that's what they said. They said in recent days it's changed quite a bit. Still to come, the treasure find thieves told to pay back. We did them yesterday, but I'll remind you of them again. If they don't pay back 1.2 million, they're going to be spending another 5 years in prison. Perhaps they like it in prison. I've got no idea, but, you know, people like these sort of things. And neighbours fury at the £1 million homes under the Hammer House, which has got various bits done to it which they didn't have planning permission for. Well, at least they get their fame now because it's in the newspaper. And proof is in the pudding. Yorkshire and beef you can't get enough of Yorkshire puddings. You don't even need to make the things. They come ready-made. You just stick them in the oven and then fill them up with food and just go, that was a meal to remember. Let's take a short break, shall we? 5:30, the latest news headlines with Dominic Ellis.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning.
I won't mention the 5 o'clock.
No, do not mention it. No, thank you. Sorry, I'm just dealing with other people from other stations. It's my friend Ant, who works next door. You ever met Ant before? Loves this programme. Seriously, absolutely adores it, which is fantastic. We like. And somebody says, where was that list of all the death list? Every paper, Lorraine. They're all running it. It's a standard thing that they run every year. Although, actually, my friend Ian said, it's very odd. He said, that obit list really made me think how time flies. Seems like a few weeks ago Meatloaf died, and yet it's actually almost a year. You see, I thought that the Queen was December. I didn't realise it was September that the Queen died. But then we found out about Victorians. These are the ones who attained adulthood, could expect to live into old age. Well, we say old age. In Victorian times, in 1850, for example, it was 40 for men and 42 for women. By 1900, 45 for men and 50 for women. That's in the 1900s. So, you know, life expectancy, not particularly brilliant. From the 1500s onwards, I think life expectancy hovered between 30 and 40. I mean, if you made it to sort of double figures, you were doing fairly well, I suspect, nowadays, because there were so many illnesses around. We had the plague, the Black Death, we had all sorts of other things. And bearing in mind, the streets of London, I can only talk about London because this is where I was, London was filthy. Absolutely filthy. You could pick up diseases all over the place. There'd be dead bodies floating down the Thames. People used it. In fact, the smell of the bodies floating down the Thames was so bad that the House of Commons used to put up curtains slaked with lime to stop the smell from permeating inside. Because if people had pets that died, they just chucked them out into the river. They didn't bother burying them. You know, and during the plague and the Black Death, they would have people going along with a handcart, ringing the bells, going, bring out your dead. And you bring out your dead, they'd load them onto the handcarts, take them out on these wheelbarrows to the places where they were just basically pits dug, and then they threw everybody in, put some lime on top of them, covered them over. That was all they actually did. It's amazing, isn't it, really? And somebody else says, I would suggest you don't use the same password as if it gets compromised on one side. It'll never be compromised. You never guess my password in a million. It'll never be compromised. Simple as that. I've had it for the past 40 years now. I don't worry about things like that. Is it? Yeah. I mean, there is one which, you know, I mean, you just wouldn't guess it. They're just sort of, you know, people think, oh, he'll have something really simple. No, really complicated. And it's not necessarily the actual number, because I keep changing the number every so often. But, I mean, people could never guess it. I remember somebody had, they were broken into because it was something to do with a health club and keys or something. And somebody had worked out what their password was on their credit card in a machine. And they tapped in the number and they got money out. I said, well, this is just a load of old baloney. There is no way that you would ever guess anybody's number on a credit or a debit card for guessing money out of a machine, unless you were standing behind them and you were clocking them, which is what a lot of people do in London. If you're going to get robbed, you're going to get robbed at a cash point. And it's a simple matter of they'll put a note on the ground and go, sorry, have you just dropped that note there? You look down and go, yes, put your foot on it. Put your foot on it, okay? And then just pick your money. Because then the action of you going down to pick up the note, they'll swipe your money out of the machine, and you'll be waiting there for the money to come out, and it doesn't come out. It happens all the time. They make television programs about it now. You know, people who sort of thought, you get on the bus, somebody gets on the bus with a coat over their arm, avoid them like the plague, there'll be a pickpocket. They use the coat as a cover for putting their other hand in and taking money out. And I've seen them operating. It's quite amazing, actually. Quite amazing. And Shane says, thank you for reminding us about Judith Durham. The press forgot about her down here in Sydney. I thought she had the most unique voice I'd ever heard. And it seemed to remain exactly the same throughout her entire life, in the same way that Cliff Richard, Sir Cliff Richard, sounds exactly the same now as he did. All right, he looks different because he's in his 80s, but he sounds exactly the same. It's the miracle of all miracles. If you can sing, you seem to keep the same voice. Luckily for you, I can't sing, which is very good. Another one here, which says, my husband's grandfather was too old for both world wars and fathered my father-in-law when he was in his 70s. My father-in-law is now 86, says Jane. See, it's quite normal for people to be in their 80s. Quite normal. Quite normal. In fact, it's quite normal for people to be in their 90s. Did you ever see The Best Exotic Marigold Hotel? I quite liked it as a film. I thought it was very good. Very, very good. And I've seen the other ones where they send celebrities out. Although I did watch a celebrity programme the other day on the television. My God, they've dredged some people up, haven't they? When they do these celebrity quizzes. And you think, they're not celebrities at all. They've been on Love Island and they've had a few punch-ups with people. But the punch-ups are the best bit, especially for Big Brother. The obscenities that are shouted backwards and forwards. I mean, the GC was hilarious. Poor old sod. The language he uses is just filth. pure filth. And at one point, she's shouting at them, "I'm claustrophobic," she's going. And I thought, what are you doing on this programme, dear? She contributes nothing to anything she's on. She never manages to do anything. She was on a programme about snow the other day, and she didn't know that the people who were the judges, she didn't know who they were. She doesn't take things in, but as I say, the funniest thing with her was when she fell down the trap door on stage for those awards. That was the best thing ever. We enjoyed that a lot. What else we got here? NHS 75th marked on the 2023 coin set. We've got loads of coins coming out. And look at this. This is in China, in Zhengzhou city, and it's a pile-up on a motorway. 200 cars and lorries. 200 cars and lorries speeding along, and they smashed into one another in dense fog. Always frightens me driving in dense fog. I always think, don't drive in dense fog, because it's dangerous. But people still do it, don't they? People still do it, and they seem to sort of like it. So they've splashed out on a luxury villa for this Love Island. It's the same old has-beens. You'll see it's a few old bimbos and himbos that will turn up, and they'll sort of say this and they'll say, at the end of the day, they're just all tragic. That's the extent of their talent, is walking around, and it's basically, do you want to go out with this person or do you want to go out with that person? It's exactly the same in Big Brother, but they just found the ugly ones for Big Brother. Former Love Island's presenter Laura Whitmore's taken a swipe at the show. Of course she would, saying that she could still be hosting it if she'd been allowed to do things her way. But the trouble is she's not experienced. She's very unexperienced. Leave it to people who know what they're doing. That's why they had to get rid of her, find somebody else. Seriously, you could have got a Jack in the Box to present the programme. It makes no difference. She said she struggled with impartiality rules when it came to the contestants. She said there was only so much I could do as host. I know, the least that you did, the happier we were. You have to take it from the people who make the programmes. They make the programmes. They know what makes the programme. It's like people complain about the way they've been edited on programmes. They're making programmes. The programme makers know. It's like making radio shows. It's like people saying, I've been waiting to get on air to talk to XYZ. And they go, yes, well, we didn't think you were good enough. We didn't think you were interesting enough, and your point's been made by somebody else. And I can remember somebody phoning up years and years ago and speaking to the Radio Authority and saying, I was waiting to be put on and they wouldn't put me on the programme. And I think the Radio Authority wrote back saying they're making a radio programme. It's them that decides who goes on it, and they decided you didn't. It was as simple as that. I think people thought they had a God-given right, whereas if you're a bit stupid and a bit thick, there's no point in putting you on there just because you've phoned up. You've got to make a valid point and be reasonably intelligent. And if you're not going on the programme. It's as simple as that. We're making radio programmes. You're making not basically to take the mickey out of people who are more stupid than anybody else. Because you do get people, they used to sort of try it on years and years ago, but they used to complain. These sort of people who thought that they would have, a right to go on the radio. Whereas, in fact, if you weren't interesting, what would be the point? You might as well sit there ringing a bell or something. It's like people who sort of come on the phone and they'll say to the person who's doing the telephones, "I'm sorry, what are you talking about?" And you think, well, why don't you go away and listen to the radio? They're a bit thick. They don't know because they've been trying to get on other radio stations, but the only person who'll put them on is BBC Local Radio, who'll basically put on anybody. They couldn't care less. Calls to a BBC helpline offering support to viewers affected by issues in shows. Can you believe it, that somebody would be affected by something in a show? I was watching it the other day and they didn't sell the apples in EastEnders and they go into meltdown. There were more than 850,000 calls. That was 350,000 down from 1.2 million. People complaining about all sorts of bits and pieces. There was one of them. They prompted 27,000 people to seek support for hardship, debt and homelessness. So the numbers have fallen, but it's still big numbers. People still need help with doing certain things. But the numbers, they are a-falling. The Sugar Babes, apparently, not that you'll remember them, big labels are battling to relaunch them. I can't imagine why. Nobody was interested in them when they finished. I think Push the Button was one of theirs. I don't know why I've just remembered it's called Push the Button. But anyway, so Keisha, Mutya and Siobhan are planning to return to the studio. Oh, please don't return to the studio. I don't know why they do it. It's like Louise Redknapp. I'm going back in the studio. Please don't. Please don't. Or anybody from Little Mix, please don't go back to the studios. Please don't. But several record labels are vying to work with the trio after the incredible year in which they headlined London's mighty Hoopla Festival. Anybody? No? Anybody on that one? No, thank you. Apparently, a Music Insider said there are lots of 90s and noughties act which reunite and it's a bit cheesy, but the Sugar Babes are actually cool, credible artists. No, I think not. No, let's not bother with that, eh? I mean, what do these people do when they finish being sort of... There you go, I was right. Push the button. Hole in the Head and Freak Like Me and Round Round. They had 6 number ones. And... But apparently on Saturday they surprised fans by uploading to streaming service The Lost Tapes, their unreleased album recorded in 2014 but leaked online before it officially came out. It's racked up millions of streams. And apparently they might do London's O2 Arena next year. Riveting. I mean, so many of these groups were around and then they go, I think we'll go out touring again. And so Steps go out and do another touring show. And sing the hits, and they'll always have one record that they've got to promote. But we all in this building, all of the groups, you know, standing outside, and the fans were out there, and gradually things sort of disappear off a little bit. You know why? Because the fans get a bit older. And, you know, it's not really cool to start following people. The Hoopla Festival lineup, we were just having a little look, actually. And, OK, I mean, how many of these people do you know? In fact, surprising, I know quite a few of these people. I know quite a few of them. I know Beverly Knight. I have heard of Kelly Rowland, Jake Shears, Jamelia, Natasha Bedingfield, Rachel Stevens, Samantha Mumba, Shola Amma, Snap, Sophie Ellis-Bextor, Soul to Soul, and the Venga Boys. I'm surprising myself that I know who these people are. I mean, some of the others I don't know. I don't know who Kellis is, or Kiddie Smile, or Crystal Clear, or Midland. But the other ones I know, actually. But I'd never heard of the festival until somebody sort of popped it up on my screen so I can see what it is. But and Samantha Mumba. You remember Samantha Mumba? Yeah, I mean, we do remember them after a while. I mean, the younger member of the team today won't remember any of these people because they were all around long before he was even thought of, I think. You know, Years and Years. Yeah, I don't even know who Years and Years are. So what's their hit single? What was their... Remember? Oh, OK. He doesn't know off the top of his head, so he obviously wasn't a fan of Years and Years and didn't buy their who was your top band then of the years when you were buying records? Who bear in mind he's young, OK? So you might not know the person who he's going to throw at us. You buy older stuff. You buy the Beatles. You like Led Zeppelin, AC/DC. There's a surprise. And do you know who the lead singer of AC/DC is? Oh, come on. Yeah, you do. You know. Oh, okay. You think it's Brian Johnson. Okay. You know the lead singer of Led Zeppelin? Do you know the lead singer of Led Zeppelin? Oh, blimey, you're hopeless. Well, I'm only asking you 2 simple questions. And the lead singer of the Beatles? Paul McCartney, okay, and John Lennon, absolutely. And who wrote most of the songs? Paul McCartney and John Lennon, absolutely. The others had, they were doing a thing the other day, apparently, I think George Harrison was very creative, very, very creative. They could bang out a tune immediately. And Ringo Starr, who was the drummer, never the most exciting one in the group, I thought, but he had loads of hit singles as himself after the Beatles finished. Like, you know, You're 16, You're Mine, You're Beautiful in Your Mind, things like that. He also narrated Thomas the Tank Engine. Yeah, they all did different things. And Paul McCartney's still going. I mean, still going and still... But, yeah, Glastonbury, I mean, just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. It makes you wonder. I mean, Kiss have just bowed out. I mean, it must have taken them forever to put on their makeup to go on stage. And Gene Simmons says, I didn't do drugs in the crazy times, but I did do sex. That's apparently all people did, isn't it, in the early days of the groups? They used to have people called groupies. And there were famous groupies in the world, people who would follow the bands around just purely to have, you know, how's your father? And he says, did I sleep with 4,800 women? It's what Gene Simmons says. So they tell me. And did I have the Polaroids to prove it? Oh, yes, I did. I mean, really, that's another world, isn't it, out there, ladies? Honestly, thank goodness we were all retained people. You know, we didn't do stuff like that at all. But they are sort of on the way out because they look different now. But in those days, it was, I don't know if you called it glam rock. I wasn't sure if it was glam rock or just some sort of rock, I suppose. But he used to wear 6-inch heels, garish black and white makeup. They spat up blood on stage and bedded groupies. And that was it. I mean, one of them, they had a 15-minute drum solo. And I couldn't tell you any of their hits. Lick It Up was one of them. But that's as far as he goes. He said, if we wore sneakers and T-shirts and jeans, we could do this into our 90s, but we carry around £50 worth of gear on stage. You can't do that indefinitely, says Paul Stanier. Because I liked, who was the group who won Eurovision with Hard Rock Hallelujah? And they were very good. They were very freaky. They reminded me of Kiss, actually. And they were called, I can't remember, it was Hard Rock Hallelujah. They had masks on, yes. They were Lordi. Were they Lordi? Hard Rock Hallelujah. I thought they were good. But they were so different, they had to win Eurovision. The whole idea about we're never going to win it. Everybody hates us. We're never going to win Eurovision. It's just not going to happen, no matter how good the song is. But in fact, in the Eurovision Song Contest category, you'd see some people on there who were so bad, it was dreadful. But Lordi were brilliant. And they had these, they had a keyboard player who was a woman, and she did the high bits in it, and they all wore these out. It must have taken them forever to get themselves ready. He was standing on heels. You think, how on earth do you stand upright? Must be quite dangerous. Oh, a break. Should we take it? Oh, I'm very late. This is the latest I've ever been.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
My friend Ian says, I once introduced Lordi at an awards ceremony where, because of their costumes, they got stuck getting onto the stage. Because the lead singer of Lordi had this thing where these wings came out from behind the outfit. If you put them down on YouTube, you will find all of these things. And absolutely brilliant. My dad worked for Vangelis for 13 years. I thought Vangelis were they the ones who did dun 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 dun. See, I like things like that, which are very good. Talking of recording studios, do you see that sales of vinyl records have outstripped those of CDs? Oh, we did that hours ago. Where have you been? I mean, you're only turning up late to the party. It's very embarrassing, isn't it? And another one, somebody else talking about all these people who died last year. And that was just half of the list I read out. There's an awful lot more, actually, of other people who are very well known in their fields, but would not be well known to my audience this morning. So here we go. New year, new love story for Denise Van Outen as she goes off to the beach with her photographer so they could take a picture of her walking along the beach. I mean, as if anybody's going to be interested in Denise Van Outen. You know, I mean, what's she known for? I don't know. But her boyfriend is he's a celebrity Gogglebox star. Oh, no, she is. He's a property developer. For that reason, he's an estate agent. OK, you know, they always try and overhype them. And here are lots of pictures of her in the sea. So it was obviously all set up. But I mean, it's a bit dreary and, you know, not very interesting at all, is it? Average bills in the average household rocketed by more than 1,300 quid in 2022. Apparently, a typical household spent 3,280 quid a year on energy and insurance as of this November. So that's what I said. All these people who are happily spending money in the sales, you wait till you start getting the bills in. You wait. And Paul Gascoigne's personal company is facing closure. You know why? Because Mr. Dimbo has failed to file records. You know, he's the only person. He is the only director. It's a Dorset-based company. His representatives were approached for comment. And if they don't file, they weren't submitted by the deadline. If they don't file properly, the company will be struck off the register and dissolved. I mean, you know, perhaps he's obviously a bit stupid. The Newcastle and Spurs legend, not really, set up Gaza 8 Limited in 2019 to channel income from TV documentaries and a planned film on his life. So Companies House have now issued a compulsory strike-off action against the firm this week after its accounts were not submitted by the deadline. See, the trouble is half these people think that they're on a different sort of planet to the rest of us, so they don't need to do it. You do need to do it. You absolutely. Carol says, with the exception of the Beatles, no one in that list of musicians you just mentioned matched the talent and class of the Everly Brothers. Their harmonies were untouchable and still are. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's loads of those sort of groups around. Loads of those sort of groups around. I mean, many of whom are still working in this country. They go out on these 60s revival tours where you might find there's one person in the group, or failing that, they've got a backing band and they'll have somebody who comes on and sings the hits, because Noddy Holder's not toured with Slade for donkey's years and yet still gets a nice income out of the record, which was very good. Glenn says, thinking about hospital procedure you have while awake, I have had the chap's camera, and that was unpleasant, but the vasectomy op knocked it into a cocked hat, made my toes twitch while it was happening. The trouble is, they do these things all the time. I don't know. I mean, you know, I don't know how they do vasectomies, to be honest with you. I'm quite sure. People just refer to it now as the snip, don't they? And they just sort of go, oh, I've had the snip. And you think, I don't know. I mean, I always imagined it was just with a pair of scissors. And they didn't sort of bother. I should imagine it's slightly more complicated than that, but it doesn't really matter. Pope Francis asked people to pray for his predecessor, Benedict XVI. Addressing crowds at the Vatican, he said, I'd like to ask all of you for a special prayer for Emeritus Pope Benedict, who in silence is sustaining the church. I remind you that he's very sick. Let's ask the Lord to comfort him and sustain him in this testimony of love to the church to the very end. The Pope gave no further details of his condition, but it doesn't look very good. He's 95. And he served as the head of the Catholic Church and sovereign of Vatican City State from 2005 until he resigned. He was the first pontiff, in 2013 this was, I think, first pontiff to resign in nearly 600 years. He said old age was limiting his abilities. And only this month, Pope Francis revealed he too has submitted a resignation letter soon after his election in 2013 to take effect should illness stop him fulfilling his duties. In his Christmas message, the Pope spoke of icy winds of war and made an impassioned plea for an immediate end to the senseless fighting in Ukraine. He appealed, I think, directly to Putin, and Putin just went, couldn't care less. So he's going straight to hell on a handcart. Straight to hell. You don't start doing things like that to the Pope. The Pope is trying to sort of do his very best to make sure that, you know, not more lives are lost, which is just ridiculous. Hundreds have escaped a city blitzed by Putin's shells as mourners have to bury their loved ones. We can only imagine what it must be like, or not imagine, as the case may be. And they've got pictures of people weeping at funerals of daughters and things like that. Just absolutely dreadful. So the Pope appeals to Putin, and Putin goes, not interested. Not really interested, which is a great shame, actually. Steve, have you got an iPhone you don't want? No, I want them all. That's the whole idea about it. I keep them all. They're all mine. Because I'd have to actually take them and get them all. I've got a friend who can do it. I'll probably get my cuz to do it, Will Guyatt. He can sort of, you know, delete everything on iPhones, which is good. So I never have anything I don't want. I'm not that sort of... I've always got a place for something. Simon and Garfunkel, best duo, says Dave in Tottenham. I've got them live in Madison Square Garden when they did all the hits, and it was just brilliant. And I've got them in, I think they did Central Park. They had a bit of a problem with it. They had to win over the mayor, I think, so that they could play in Central Park. And how people heard it on the sort of amplifiers they were working on, God alone knows. But they did, and they were very good. Mind you, also, we've had Tina Turner on the television over the last few days. They've done Tina Turner This, The Life Story. They had unheard of interviews with Tina Turner. And absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. I only ever saw her once, and I suddenly realised when I was watching her, we went to see her at Wembley, and we were sitting at the side of the stage. But even then, she was just a little tiny figure on the stage. It's such a vast entertainment. We were watching it on the big screens. Mind you, we went to see David Copperfield at Earl's Court when it was there, and again, you were watching it on the big screens because we were so far back. We had the Geldofs behind us. That was an interesting day. So looking at all the pictures of all the people who passed away, and you know, the wonderful people. And I think I forgot to mention Dame Olivia Newton-John starred as Sandy in Grease. She was 73. I interviewed her. She came to London for something I can't remember, and we had to walk her throughout the building to try and find a studio that was vacant without people in it. When eventually we got her in there, a friend of mine wrote to me from Vienna saying, I can't believe you've just spoken to excuse me, Olivia Newton-John. which obviously brings on sneezing for some peculiar reason. Let's have the news at 6, shall we? We'll be back with you in 3.
Is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, every 4 minutes past 6 is the time. You know, I completely forgot to mention when I was doing my list of those people who passed away in 2022, Nichelle Nichols. Come on, Nichelle Nichols. She pushed the barriers. She pushed the barriers. She changed a lot of things. She broke barriers in Star Trek. She was Lieutenant Uhura, yeah. She was 89 when she died, but she really did push barriers. You know, in those days, it wasn't a case of black people got loads of jobs, so she was at the forefront there. And interracial kissing and all sorts. Oh, goodness me, honestly. Whew, loved it. But it just seems odd. I was just sort of looking through this sort of list and seeing, you know, people like Issey Miyake, the Japanese fashion designer, and Bill Turnbull. I used to love Bill Turnbull. I loved him. He used to work in this building. He was wonderful. Coolio I'd completely forgotten about as well. And who else did we lose, actually? Well, of course, Angela Lansbury. We had a lovely little clip of it. And also Dodie Weir, the former Scotland rugby player and campaigner for research into motor neurons disease, died at the age of just 52. Victor Lewis Smith, I forgot to mention, at 65. And Terry Hall, the lead singer of the Specials. Is it what I think it is? Yeah. Are they all the same?
Yeah.
They're all the same?
Oh, no.
What else have you got?
Vanilla.
I'll have vanilla. Can I have vanilla? Thank you. Ice Cream Ian's back with us again. I haven't got a spoon in my one. I'm missing a spoon, which is a bit unusual. Where's he gone to? Has he just said, I'm missing a spoon. So I don't have a spoon. There's no spoon in it. So you have to open one of those spare ones and see if it's got I'll have the spoon out of that. Then you can give that to somebody else, actually, unless you want to manage 2. Woo! Look, aren't we lucky? Ice Cream Ian has come to our rescue because we need Ice Cream Ian. Everybody needs an Ice Cream Ian in their life. You're very kind. For those people who don't know, if you're a new listener, and you probably will be, thank you, Poppet. He delivers ice cream to all the West End theatres, and so he's always got 1 or 2 spare on the freezer. Oh my God, it's rock hard, this one. Have you ever had one of these? Oh, you've never had one of these before, have you? Have you had... Oh, and you went to watch Rain Man at the theatre. Oh, right. With Josh Hart. Oh, right. Well, we actually get it delivered to the studio. Oh, it's delicious. He makes our day. This is very nearly probably the last one before the new year. But we discovered Ice Cream Ian quite some time ago, and he's been delivering ice creams to us for quite a little while now, which is very sweet. And we always love it because it gets to the end of the programme and you think to yourself, you just need something that it's so refreshing. But it is rock hard because it's frozen, obviously, but it's very delicious. You'll love it. They've all got frozen caramel ice cream in. I've got vanilla. It's a really nice vanilla, though. Proper vanilla. We'll have to close the window, it's so cold. But, funny. No spoon in my one, but luckily I used the spoon from somebody else's, which was very nice. So there we go. Who did you give it to? Who? Charlotte? Oh, right, okay. Did she get the one with no spoon in it? Yeah, well, sorry. She can go to the kitchen. They've got loads of spoons in the kitchen, so it's okay. I've got her spoon, and I'm not giving it back. Other people who we lost. Frank Williams, as I say, he played the Reverend Timothy Farthing, but you never would have known his name in Dad's Army. We just knew him as the vicar, who was slightly mad. I didn't know he had a name, but he has. And Ray Liotta, who came in. I say Ray Liotta because I used to call him Ray Liotta, and it's Ray Liotta. And he was the one who did the drop-in for James O'Brien. James said, could you get him to say this? And I said, could you do it? He said, certainly not. Certainly not. And then, obviously, very kindly, he agreed to do it for us. And so, if you build it, they will come. It's as simple as that. But every year we lose loads of people, and I think that this, coming into the new year, we're going to be losing a load of people. We also lost Jamal Edwards, the founder of the urban music platform SB.TV. Anna Karen, do you know Anna Karen, from on the buses in EastEnders, was 85. I mean, these people are ages, because I was only watching On the Buses the other day. And John Landy, the Australian runner who vied for the 4-minute mile record and later went into politics, died aged 91 in February of this year. Peter Bowles, you know, because we've got DVDs and because we've got, you know, all these television channels now which show repeats, as far as I'm concerned, they live on. They live on in our memories. You know, and I've watched Peter Bowles at 100. He was 85. 85. And I used to love To the Manor Born. We all loved Audrey Forbes Hamilton. She was fantastic. But there's a lady here in the paper. I think her name is Rosalind Copeland. And she says, the bank called to say I was in the red. She said, I didn't sleep. It's for the first time in my life. Because there is one thing that haunts people. It's these huge bills which are going to be coming in. And sometimes these bills can take you into the red. And there are a lot of people, especially elderly people, in particular elderly people, they don't like owing money. They don't want to get themselves into the red. And so she was desperate. Her supplier upped her monthly direct debit from £66 to £166 and took out extra money in a mix-up. You know, admittedly, she got her old age pension and stuff like that, but she said it was terrible. She said finding, you know, different bits of food, like £35 worth of food for just £7.50, a part of the friendly welcome. One man recently walked into one of these places and gave £500 in pound coins. Another handed over 90 quid. You know, I mean, it's just amazing. You know, people here, you know, going in and helping people out and offering an awful lot of money to help people out who don't have everything that other people have got. And these bills are going to come in and your standing orders are going to go up quite a lot. Shane says the main singer of the Rubettes had a great voice. Yes, his name was Paul Da Vinci. And he was the one that when they went, which was lovely. Actually, I liked it at the end of QI the other day with Sandy Toksvik and the team. And she said, I think we should finish with a choir. She said, anybody in the audience in a choir? And the whole audience stood up and they sang. I can't remember what they sang, but it was brilliant. It was one of the best things I've seen on television. Very nice indeed. Jet says, Steve, at Heathrow Airport right now with the wife Jane. We'll be listening to you whilst on a 4-week holiday in the Philippines. Ooh, very nice. 4-week holiday. That's what I call a good holiday. Blimey, I don't know many people can afford a 4-week holiday nowadays. And Greece was on 2 days ago, says Lorraine. Such a pleasure to be singing and dancing. And Shane says, could you tell Ian to send an ice cream to Western Sydney? No, it's only for us people in Londonium. And it's something nice to have. It's a little bit of a treat, I think, and we like it. In Nick Abbott's end of year A to Z. Oh, he's not still doing that, is he? Good, he's been doing that for about 500 years. Good Lord above. I mean, honestly. Apparently, your Bentley was suggested as a letter B, but wasn't allowed as it didn't make headline news. I think you find it does. Makes headline news every day. And I think Karen Carpenter had the best voice I've ever heard. We used to play their hits on the piano, says Kath. I thought she had a great voice. But of course, Inner Demons, which is not the best bit, the Inner Demons which she had. She came into LBC to be interviewed. I mean, it's just a non-stop fest of celebrities. Pardon me. It still is now, actually. Still is now. But if we could send the ice creams to Australia, we wouldn't. We wouldn't. We'd be selfish and we would keep them because Ice Cream Ian only supplies to the best, Shane. I don't want to be rude about it, but that's why we get them. Do you think the Terminator's coming back? Is that Arnold? I mean, how old is Arnold Schwarzenegger now? He must be in his 90s, mustn't he? He can't say, oh, I'll be back. You know, it's going to sound dreadful, isn't it? He was last seen in 2019 in Terminator Dark Fate, which didn't exactly set the box office alight. So obviously that franchise has disappeared completely. But there's a woman here. You're going to like her, actually. Her name is Jess Mell. She took action a year ago. She was suffering during lockdown when she felt stuck in her routine as an insurance underwriter. And so she, struggling with depression, she decided to do something different every single day of the year. And that took her out of her depression. She tried 365 different things. You know, it could be something simpler, like grow a plant from a seed. She bled a radiator, went to yoga, dyed her hair pink, bought The Big Issue, watched The Great Escape, learnt to shuffle cards, did a painting by numbers, completed the Crystal Maze, things like that. It goes all the way through, 365 different things. And she said that took away the depression that she had, because people get it. I mean, it's very interesting when you looked at, you know, she went to the local historical society talk, went to a ballroom dancing class, caught a grape in her mouth, streaked. Have you ever done streaking? You've done streaking as well. I did streaking years and years ago. Do you remember when streaking was really popular? It was popular. I can't remember if it was 70s or 80s. And I streaked in a road in Harlesden. And I don't know why, actually. We lived in the road in Harlesden. That was the thing. And the girls that I lived with had said, go on, do a streak. And so you had to take your clothes off and run a certain length. And then that was called streaking. And there was a record out by a guy called Ray Stevens called The Streak, because it became so popular around the world. People did it, you know, into the sea in Australia, university campus students. I do believe that there is somewhere, I think, a rugby team where they play naked. And was it your rugby initiation? Oh, right. And there is a place, I think the Cambridge students, I'm sure, cycle naked on bicycle. And we have the naked bike ride in London, which we get sort of every year. But the rugby union, they're very odd rugby players. I don't want to go into it, but they're really weird. They like doing the taking the clothes off bit and beating each other with wet towels in the showers and things like that. It's all very odd. All very, very odd indeed. Steve, I think Enya had a beautiful voice. I was never sure whether or not Enya's voice was actually as good as I thought it was, or it was just enhanced in the studio, because when you listen to, and I bought loads of Enya albums, really have, and Orinoco Flow, even though nowadays you can still hear it, it's still a beautiful piece of music. Sail away, sail away, sail away. In case you didn't know, UK Drama are showing back-to-back Carry-Ons the next few days, says Kathy. They had one on the other morning. I think it was Carry On Cowboy, which I watched, even though I've seen it 100 times. And Steve ahead of myself this morning, 4 bathrooms cleaned and a bed strip ready to be washed and remade, all while listening to you, says Jane. Do you take the weight radio with you then as you're going around all the different bedrooms? I quite like that idea, actually. I think that's really cool. I think that's very cool indeed. Definitely very nice. Love was in the air in July last year. Stacey Solomon and Joe Swash tied the knot, as did J-Lo and Ben Affleck, which was good. In February, TV fans were torn between a panda and a mushroom. This is people dressing up. You know, they dressed up and you have to guess who it is in their sort of things. Adele fans, this is in January, got off to a flying start. They travelled 3,000 miles, splashed out on a Vegas hotel and spent hard-earned cash on pricey tickets, all not to see their idol perform at Caesar's Palace, because basically the show wasn't ready. And then we waited ages, and then people were writing into me saying she won't do it. And I said she'll have to. She's under contract. Come hell or high water, she's got to do those shows. Otherwise, they will sue for big money, because they'd ordered all the merchandise, the tickets were sold, you know, it was going to be a sellout, and no any excuse was going to be covering that sort of thing. So when they said, you know, she will be coming back, they meant she will be coming back. Don't argue with the people who own hotels in Vegas. Of course, May was very interesting for all the people in Fleet Street. The ghastly, revolting Rebecca Vardy, and the other one went into the High Court and went on forever and ever and ever, amen. And then they did it on the television again, so it was the Wagatha Christie trial. Rebecca Vardy emerged as not a very nice person, I'm afraid. Emmerdale celebrated in October its 50th birthday. Meanwhile, James Corden celebrated by almost killing off his career. He was left with egg on his face after a New York restaurant owner accused him of yelling at his staff in a bus-stop over an omelette. And so James had to apologise, because it's very easy to start playing the, listen, get it right, for God's sake. But of course, nowadays, because people are mamby-pambies and everybody's woke, you can't say, you say to somebody, you know, stop playing with your hair, or something like that. You know, I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, but, you know, you start saying to somebody, just leave it alone. It's very infuriating, you know, and then people go, oh, you've got to say that to me. They had some Big Brother people the other day, and somebody said, stop picking on me. And then, as I say, the Gemma Collins one was just hilarious. I began to wonder why she even bothers being booked for anything at all, because she's never managed anything in her entire life. But people are now a little bit more woke than they ever used to be. You know, you can't say various things about people like, you know, and yet the funny thing is, give them a compliment and they sit there with like the cheddar cheese cat, don't they? Lapping it all up. You look fantastic. Oh God, you're really good looking. No, you won't hear that. You will never, ever hear that. I hear it all the time because I have to live with it. You know, if you've got looks and a personality, if only I was a bit slimmer, I'd be okay. But, no, I'm coping. I'm coping with life. I love the way Jack always thinks it's about him. He always thinks it's about him. Whatever you say, it's a case of, that's me. That's me he's talking about here. In your dreams. April. You know what we had in April? I'd completely forgotten about it. Only vaguely because it went on for such a long time. And again, Johnny Depp was with Amber Revolting Heard. We had part 1 and part 2, and it went on, and again, she was a little bit less than truthful, so she had to cough up money as well. In March, what did we have? The slap from Will Smith. That was what we got this year. And what else did we get? There were some other bits and pieces. Oh, we had in November, Matt Dreary Hancock, who still can't find an agent, apparently. He said, no, I haven't found the right one at the moment. Well, look, what sort of talent do you think you have, dearie? Because I've never noticed anything, apart from you can do some Bush Tucker trials. And, oh, break, not another... Am I late again? Oh, this is just ridiculous. You know, in the break, I'm going to have a mouthful of Haagen-Dazs vanilla ice cream, because it's 6:20.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 22 minutes. Is it 20? Yeah, 22 minutes, nearly 23 minutes past 6. This Thursday morning, so you're still doing the sales. I'm assuming you're still doing the sales, and we're still here as normal, which is lovely. And Steve, as I listened to you with a convenient fridge freezer behind me, I would stock the freezer with those ice creams you get from Ian to share the experience, says Glenn. Well, you can buy them in Waitrose. You can buy them in Waitrose. They do packs of 4 or 6 or something, and then you can just take them home and pop them into your freezer. And we were just saying, actually, they're just the right size. Anything bigger than that would be just ridiculous. You just need, like, now what? Now what? Honestly, it's hopeless, isn't it? It really is. It's like doing a carry-on film in the studio. Everything's got double meaning. But no, this is about the right size, I think. And because any more than that, any more would be greedy. And if you just have a little one, then, you know, you can have one. And then when you think about it, in the actual cinema or in the theatre, you don't want some big bucket of ice cream, do you? You just want a little tiny thing you can fit in your hand, you know, which always works. Always works. 84850. Does Ice Cream Ian deliver to the Magic Circle? Steve, not long to wait now for the show, and I'm originally looking forward to it, says Elaine from the original Spikers Facebook. I don't think he delivers to the Magic Circle. I don't think he does, although I do know people at the Magic Circle who will be amazing you with what their hands can do. I mean, you can actually, this year in particular, I was told the other day, somebody said to me, they said it's a really good Christmas show this year. And so tomorrow night, or tomorrow afternoon, actually, we have a show in the afternoon and then a show in the evening as well, and you will be seeing the dexterity of some magicians. You might not even have heard of them, but I promise you by the end of the show, you'll be saying, now that was an entertainment. You know, you watch the people on the television, Eric Cheen and people like that, you'll be seeing this right under your nose. It'll be very nice indeed. Steve, so when cleaning, I use my mobile phone and the Global app to listen to you, says Jane. Well, that's the way it should be. In fact, you must, you know, listen back to this show. You must go and download the app from globalplayer.com, because you can only get this program back on it. You can fast forward it, rewind it, stop it. You can do anything you like, and it'll change your life forever. I've got about 8,000 plus shows on there, because they transfer them really quickly. It doesn't cost you any money. It's all free. You download globalplayer.com, click on the podcast section, go to Steve Allen, and there you have them all, and you can download as many as you want, and you get to keep them forever. It's not like it's a loan. Now what? It's about a now. God, honestly, everything really. Phone going. Very popular. Charlie Gerling. Yeah, can you stop smiling? Who was it who did that? Reminds me of a film line somewhere. Oh, that's right. No, it wasn't. They was doing Britain's Got Talent, and they brought on an organist called Graham, and he used to obviously demonstrate organs in a shop that sold organs, and he was... Now what? Goodness goodness sake, honestly, pull yourself together. And so he was doing it, and he had this peculiar smile. And Simon Cowell went, stop, stop, stop. He started playing this thing. He was doing the and it was really fast. But he obviously, the demonstration sold these organs to people. And then Simon said, can you do it without the smiling? And he went, right. And so he then did it, and he looked across at Simon Cowell, and he had a smile, and he went, no. And he immediately put his head down because Simon didn't like the smiling bit. But then he said, I'm going to sing, you know. And so he started playing this sort of song, and Simon Cowell had whispered to whoever it was, I thought he was singing. And so one of the panel went, are you going to sing? And he went, yeah. And they went, ba-la-la-la-la-bamba. So he went on, and they all collapsed in laughter. It was the funniest thing ever. Charlie Girling says there's a lot of innuendo for this early in the morning. There's nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. Seriously, I'm not an innuendo person. I know somebody who is, not a million miles away, but I mean, you only have to mention seriously. You've only got to mention a couple of things and immediately start smiling. So I have to look away. It's too embarrassing. Too embarrassing, because I don't want to enter into this kind of badinage. It's just not necessary at this time of the morning. I mean, good God in heaven, it's not even 7 o'clock. It's like watching a Carry-On film at sort of like 5:30 in the morning and laughing, and then feeling guilty that you laughed at something you shouldn't have laughed at. And some of the jokes in the Carry-On films, they're just as applicable today as they always were. Just have a little little slurp of a cup of tea. Thank you very much indeed. A Second World War Spitfire has been found. I was trying to explain to somebody earlier on about this plane. It's been at the bottom of a lake in the Norfolk Broads since 1942, and they'd lost it. The Spitfire hunter, a guy called David Daniels, has spent 3 decades tracing and restoring downed fighter planes, but this one eluded him for years. It plummeted into the Norfolk Broads in 1942, abandoned by its pilot, who amazingly survived the 300-foot descent and crawled out of the aircraft. The RAF never recovered it, and it was missing for 80 years, but after 2 years, Mr. Daniels believes he's finally located the plane by a fluke of good luck, because somebody had taken a picture of the scene. And he said these projects are not easy or quick. So what they will do is it's thought that it lies beneath 6 feet of water and 30 foot of oxygen-free silt that has perfectly preserved it. So in other words, if you take a plane or something like that, or anything like the Mary Rose was in silt, half of it. So the half that was in silt was preserved. So when you go and see the Mary Rose, which you will do, because I've told you before it's the best thing to go and see, you will see half of Henry VIII's Tudor warship, complete with everything. All the stuff that was on board at the time, it just sank, and you're not at all surprised. I mean, when you look at the size of the ship, you think, how many people do they get on it? Unbelievable. And the cannons, they found everything. Bows and arrows, bowls, food, you name it, clothing. They found everything, all preserved in the mud. And so you get it. And the same with this thing. He will bring this up, and then they will restore it. There are people who restore these planes, and it's something wonderful to see. It really is. So well done to him. This is a very desirable model with a full operational history, apparently, and several very famous pilots. So there you go. In fact, Borovich, who was the pilot, pulled himself out and paddled ashore in his dinghy. And then he drew a little map of where it is, so for future generations, people could go and find it and dig it up. They find them all over the place. Because when you think about it, during the wars, there were planes that came out. Some, just completely blew up and we never saw anything again. But ones like this preserved in the silt. So I think that's really nice, actually. Steve, I was in London yesterday to see the show Cabaret. It's very good. We saw the Christmas tree at Charing Cross Station. You said it was the best tree, and I agree, says Fiona. It is the most beautiful tree. It's not a real tree. It's like not a fibre optic tree, but it's all different lights which change colour and slide up and down the tree, and then, different colours take it. It's really beautiful outside Charing Cross Station. And it was there last year, and I recommended people go see it because it beats the heck out of the tree at Trafalgar Square, which is new. I've got to take a break. I'm going to take a break now. Goodness sake, honestly, very pushy. It's 6:30. Let's get the news headlines with Dominic Ellis. Morning, nice to be company. Steve, the other one you forgot, Darius Dinesh. Yes, he died in August. They didn't put it. I wonder why they didn't put him in. I thought that was, again, a bit sudden. Very sudden, because he was over in America, wasn't he? I think he was very friendly with somebody, and I think he was under some hospital for something, but I don't think I ever sort of decided what had actually happened to him. But I just remember thinking, good Lord, he was way too young. Way too young. And also the lady who played Mrs. McCluskey, that was Gwyneth Powell. She passed away. Thank you, Ray, for that one. And Mary says, what have you done? I haven't done anything. What have you... Oh, you've tried... Oh, I know what you mean. You've tried the mashed potato from Iceland. Have you ever tried it? It's delicious. Frozen mashed potato. You don't need to make it. This is cheaper. You can make it cheaper. So you can buy this, and it's, I think, £2. You get a bag of it, and it looks like bullets. And you just add it to stews, or just put it in a bowl and put it in the microwave. It's delicious. I promise you, absolutely delicious. And Mary bought it. She said, I tried the frozen mash, and it is delicious. You don't need to add butter or anything. It's quite delicious. And she says, I bought it with the meatballs, and you're so right. Just warm the pellets through. It's delicious. Seriously, it is absolutely, it sounds disgusting. But the first time I bought it, because somebody had said to me, try this instant mash in Iceland, and you will not be disappointed. So I tried it thinking, I think I did a beef stew. I tell a lie. I bought a beef stew, and I just added the pellet. It was so delicious. I went back and bought another load and just had it by itself. You just sort of let it you just stick it in a saucepan. And then I added, I think just some, cheese and things like that, some grated cheese and little sausages, and it was delicious. How long does a cooked gammon last in the fridge? Says Johnny. I don't know, actually. Well, I'm assuming you've got to wrap it completely, and I don't know, because it's a cooked gammon, so it's not going to go as long as you think it is it really? I don't think so. Does it not say on it? It should say on the label. If it's a cooked gammon, it should say how long it lasts. I don't know. I mean, do you really want to eat it? You know, you've had it for sort of Christmas. I mean, you know, why would you want it to last into the new year? Mind you, I've got a special offer for you. I've got a restaurant for you. It's not here. It's in Rhode Island. It's called the Nordic. It's in a place called Charleston. And if people travel to this restaurant for what? What do they travel to it for? They travel to it for lobster. But this restaurant is unusual. You can eat as much lobster as you want for an all-in-one price of $135. You can eat lobster, or if you can eat it, they'll keep bringing it to you. It's as simple as that. I've seen them in another place. They were farming crayfish, and this bloke was putting them in sacks and all the rest of it. And they have these crayfish parties, I think, down in the south, because I seem to remember the Carpenters sang about crawfish pie, Philly gumbo. And for tonight, I'm going to meet Mama Sharamio. And I think this crawfishes, they look like mini lobsters, and people cook them. And then you just break them apart and eat. I mean, I couldn't do it. But in the Nordic, you can have this. It's frequently voted among the top 10 luxury buffets in the entire world, which is great. They've also got scallops, jumbo shrimp, steamed clams, fresh oysters, and, of course, that lobster. For non-seafood fans, there are fat cuts of steak, meaty barbecue pork ribs, and enough cake to put Mary Berry in a 1,000-year food coma. So they're obviously one of those. See, I quite like the idea. Here, gammon can be stored in the freezer for up to 4 to 6 months at minus 18 degrees Celsius to make sure that it's not too full, otherwise it won't hit the temperature. In the refrigerator, 2 to 3 days. Sorry about that. 2 to 3 days. So you can put it in the freezer now, 4 to 6 months. It should say on the stars. You've got stars on your freezer, and it will tell you what it is. But the refrigerator, 2 to 3 days. I wouldn't touch it after that. Really, it'll make you a little bit sicky poos. The ULEZ zone is being extended to include Twickenham next August. People with older cars who can least afford it will have to pay up to £3,000 extra. It's outrageous. I know. I don't have to pay it. My car doesn't qualify for ULEZ. I don't pay it in town, so I certainly won't be paying it in Twickenham. But there are people who've got. But mind you, listen, I live in Twickenham. We don't see old cars. We're very affluent area. We don't have old. I haven't seen any old cars. at all. Although I did see one actually once, and it was an old Rolls, and this bloke was having trouble starting it because you can't really push start them because they're automatics. And I said to him, luckily he was on a little bit of an incline, and I said, listen, put it in drive, I said, and then rock it backwards and forwards. So we did that. We put it in drive, rocked it backwards and forwards, blow me down, the blooming thing started. All of a sudden, I'm a mechanic. What can I tell you? But no, it doesn't affect us at all, actually. Well, it doesn't affect loads of people. We don't really have older cars. I don't know what an older car would be nowadays, but mine isn't on the list, so that's good. Wayne in Sunbury says, how long does a fresh chicken last in the fridge? Only I put one in there yesterday, opened the door today, and it's dead. Don't bar me. Yeah. Actually, the funny thing is, I had some chicken the other day, and do you know what I had? Coronation chicken, which I quite like, but it wasn't as curry tasting as it should have been. I was a bit disappointed, really. I bought it with some wraps, and I was going to have it with these little, they're like pita bread wraps. It's like a round thing, and you put it in and then fold it over and everything else. So I was going to have it with that, but in the end I just ate it. Steve says, Andrea, we have a stream. Oh dear. Oh, sorry, a proper stream. And says, by our house in Huddersfield, the thing is full of crayfish. Yeah, there's a farm over in, well, there's obviously loads of them, but this bloke in America, they drive along and they literally pull these bags up and they're full of crayfish because they go in there. It's like people who go out lobster fishing and crab fishing and everything else, and they had loads of crayfish and they empty them into this thing, then they get back, then they wash them, and then they're put into these huge bags, and at the end of the day, FedEx come and take them to all their destination, and people eat crawfish, which I've never eaten before. I couldn't pull anything apart after it was cooked. I really could. Not my sort of thing at all. Steve, it's a pain to pay Ules, but clean air is much better. Well, I'm all right, Jonathan. I don't have to worry about it. Steve, I've just cooked a small gammon, and we'll keep it in the fridge after cook for at least a good week to 10 days. 3 days for a cooked gammon would be a waste. Yeah, well, that's. Well, put it this way, that's what they're recommending. That's what they're recommending. They're not... so just in case you want to be on the safe side, because then if you go to hospital with food poisoning, they go, well, how long did you have this meat? And you go 10 days. And they go, yeah, well, the recommended time is not that. It's 3 to 4 days or something like that. I wouldn't want it unless it's all wrapped. I found another place to eat, which is very good. This is, unfortunately, it's in Dubai. It's in Dubai, and it's not the greatest place here. It's called Saffron at the Atlantis at the Palm, and they've got here, they will do dishes from India, Southeast Asia, Seafood Tuesdays, Malaysia on Sunday. They will also throw in, for £120 a head, a boozy drinks package. Because I've seen places, there's one in Richmond, I'm pretty certain on the bridge, which says unlimited Prosecco. And I thought, do you know, I feel like I could challenge that. They do it on brunches. Yeah, but when they say unlimited, do they mean you can literally go unlimited? You just keep drinking Prosecco? Oh, right. Yeah, it's a time limit. Because we used to have a pizza place in Twickenham. It's not there now. It's gone. Been replaced by a photocopying shop. And far more entertaining. And they used to get the students in Twickenham would go in because it was all the pizza you could eat for £5 or £6. But then they stopped it. Because what was happening was the students were going in and ordering all this pizza, which was whole pizzas being delivered to the table. So they changed the system. They would come round with the pizza cut into slices and go, who wants a slice of this? Who wants a slice? And, of course, you tended to find that you weren't eating as much pizza as had they delivered the whole pizza. So that's why it turned into a photocopying shop. You know, start cheating students. You know what they're like? They vote with their feet. They're not going to be messed around. But yeah, that was. I thought that was quite a popular thing to do. I used to think that was good because some students could starve themselves and eat like 4 pizzas. And they were going, oh, you can't have 4 pizzas. So when they came round, and believe you me, trying to get them to come round was the problem. They bring round a tray full of pizzas and they go, okay, do you want a slice of this and a slice of that? It's like the only time that was any good was the all-you-can-eat buffet in the Chinese restaurants. There used to be one down here. Again, it's closed and it's turned into something else. £4.50, all you can eat. £4.50. And it was, I can't remember, it might have been Mr. Wu, actually. Whatever it was rice, chicken, and a few other odd bits and pieces. Whatever it was just about worth the £4.50. Because in our one in Twickenham, again, it's long since gone. It's turned into a pizza place. We used to have a very, very good eat as much as you like, and you just keep ordering the food, everything from crispy duck to prawn crackers to spring rolls, everything. And that was quite good because their Chinese food was really good, really. And then they closed. You know why? Landlord put the rent up. And immediately, a place that we'd had there for the past 10 years disappeared, and in came a wood-burning pizza place. Our pizza wood-burning. Whoopie-doo. We wanted the Chinese back. Give us the Chinese back. It was much nicer, much better. Steve, be careful eating too much shellfish. When I was in the Navy, yes, and he says crabs were the local delicacy. I've heard of Delaware and their crabs, and I know it's a slight problem. Actually, you can get iller on seafood that's off than anything else. It's very quick. You can get food poisoning very fast. Luckily, I don't eat seafood. I'm not a seafood. I mean, I've had scampi and I've had fish fingers and stuff like that, but I wouldn't eat seafood as such. I've had haddock, chowder and things like that, and smoked salmon, but I wouldn't eat, seafood, clams or anything else like that, because you can get very ill on some of these things. Julie says, Steve, I take all my leftovers and mince it up and make meatballs out of all the meat, so there's no waste. Yeah, but you can have all these hundreds of things, can't you, that you can sort of... I mean, I didn't realise you could do chicken meatballs. If you minced it up, I'm assuming with little bits and pieces, then you can form them into meatballs. I quite like meatballs. I nearly had them the other day, actually. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one is crawfish are killing off our native crustaceans. Oh, right. Would that be bad? I don't even know where you would find them in this country. And then Penny says you've neglected to talk about the hundreds and hundreds of young athletes and sports people who died suddenly. It's not an obituary programme, dear. I'm not doing everybody in the entire universe who's died. I appreciate the fact that there are people who die, and or all the elderly people, or all people's mums and dads. There's a whole raft of people who don't get... Well, look at it. Darius Dinesh didn't even make the list, as if, he's been airbrushed from history. And Mrs. McCluskey, why are they not on the list? These are very important people. They should be on there, but they can't put everybody in, so they don't. I'm late again for these breaks. This is ridiculous, honestly. How amateurish. 13 to 7.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 10 to 7. Is the time? Yeah. 10 to 7. Well, I think everything's normal today. When I say I think everything's normal, I'm hoping that all the travel is out there and all I've got to do today is get a pair of trousers and get the car washed. And that's about it. I don't think I've got anything else to do. It's the rock and roll lifestyle that I'm living at the moment, which is very odd. Steve, I'm on a seafood diet. I see food and eat it. Am I barred? No, we'll let you get away with that one because it's still being doing well. We lost Lamont Dozier this year. I did that one, Sanj. I did that one earlier. We did Lamont Dozier because we talked about all the records that they'd written, because unfortunately you are listening to the biggest Tamala Motown fan in all of living memory. Biggest fan. Steve, oyster, clams, mussels, langoustine, British quality, best in the world. If only I could eat it. I just can't eat it. I don't know why. It's one of those things, isn't it? Perhaps because we didn't eat it as children. If I'd grown up by the beach, we would probably have eaten all this stuff and I wouldn't have thought anything about it. Because I do like fish fingers. I know it doesn't really count, does it? But lobster, I wanted to like lobster, but I had a piece of it. I really didn't like it at all. I think it's obviously an acquired taste. I love the story, which is in all the papers today, of the traffic cops in El Marquez in Mexico. They pulled over a car. And what was inside? The driver tried to speed away. But anyway, thanks to a quick manoeuvre, the officers managed to block their way with a patrol car. What was in there? A tiger cub on the back seat. A little tiger cub. He also, incidentally, had 4 handguns and 98 live rounds of ammunition. So you can imagine what sort of person he would be. He'd be a druggie, ladies and gentlemen. Mexico City, the worst place for drugs, the drug wars and the cartels that are operating. So to have a tiger cub would be a status symbol. You see it in Dubai, I think, as well. They have certain wild animals. Perhaps they have different restrictions. And more than 2,000 pets have made the great escape from Ukraine to Britain since Vladimir Putin's invasion. And they've got lovebirds and dogs and all sorts of things, because people tend to forget about the animals. It's like in some of the zoos, people have worried about, what do we do with all the animals in the zoos? And they go, well, we'll try and get them out and rehome them and all the rest of it. Because I always fancied having an aviary. Because I've seen lovely little Chinese sparrows, which are so pretty, and lovebirds as well, which are quite beautiful. Although I live in Twickenham, and every evening, we have parakeets going over, 20,000 of them. They adapted, and we get them. They sit in the trees in our car park, and the noise is unbelievable. And they eat bark off the trees. So you can always tell where they've been. But they fly in from Bushy Park, and they go to their roosting, and they've adapted over the years. Story goes that they filmed The African Queen down at Isworth Studios, and they had some parakeets which escaped, and they adapted. And so now, I think they're beautiful to look at. Everybody else hates them. I think they look great. And they fly over. I love them as well. I love it. If you've got monkey nuts, a bit personal, I know. I mean, I don't really understand how that works. They just take things out of it. Really? Where'd you get monkey nuts from? Tesco? You get Tesco sell monkey nuts. Do you mean peanuts? In the peanuts? They're peanuts, aren't they? Oh, right. Oh, they're called... Oh, right. If they have a shell, they're called monkey nuts. And so you go to Tesco, and you're living the dream, aren't you, really? And so you go and buy these monkey nuts and stand there with your hand out, and they come and sit on your hand. Wow. No, I've seen people doing it in Hyde Park. Funny you should mention Hyde Park. I saw a guy, he was standing underneath a tree, and I thought, what's he doing there? The fact there was a crowd of us from here, and he was feeding the birds with these, whatever it was he was feeding them with. Could have been monkey nuts. Unbelievable. And you had a gent come up to you when he had a parakeet on his arm, and a foreign gentleman, and he asked you if... Is this a private bird? A private bird? Because people do. In Japan, they take their birds out. They keep them in little tiny cages, and they take them out for social gatherings where they put all their cages in the trees, and they all sit down and have a chat, and the birds talk to each other. Quite a big thing, actually. I like tradition, but monkey nuts is a new one on me. Well, I used to know a woman, actually, donkeys years ago. She used to keep a monkey in her house. It was a little, not a big chimpanzee, because they can be quite dangerous, chimpanzees. I don't think people realise that they eat flesh. Did you never see the Attenborough programme where they've got these chimpanzees in the jungle, and they're going on a hunt? And they're walking around, and then they go up the trees and they ambush this maquette and literally rip it apart. I've never seen like it. It was quite... I don't want any of those in Twickenham, thank you very much indeed. Bad enough, Tesco is selling monkey nuts, obviously purely for the purposes of feeding the parakeets. But there's thousands of them now, and they're all over the place. It makes mind you, we've got pigeons as well. But the parakeets don't seem to be as messy as the pigeons. Pigeons just disgusting. And the other thing we've got loads of, Canada geese. Canada geese on the river. At Kingston, they've got swans. Literally, there you go. Whole food roasted monkey nuts. Good Lord above. So, apart from feeding the birds, you can eat these things. They are edible. Oh, right. Would you eat them? They're peanuts, of course they are. So, but it's just that they come in the shell. Oh, squirrel. Oh, we used to feed squirrels custard creams. I know. We used to go to the council gardens, and they've got grey squirrels there, and we would stand there with a custard cream, and it would come up and take the custard cream. I mean, to be honest with you, it's like feeding a wild animal. But it was still entertaining. You've got to feed these things. But the one thing you don't need to feed are pigeons. They eat anything on the ground in London, and because there's so many fast food places... What? Because there's so many fast food places, all the rubbish, and they rip bags apart, they'll eat all the food, they don't care what they eat, as we know, we have discussed in the past. And have you seen the starlings off Brighton Pier? Looks amazing. Yes, I've seen that, Johnny, I have seen that. And another one that says the French port, Gérard de Nerval, used to take his pet lobster out for walks. Yeah, whatever. I've seen pet lobsters under the ocean, going for walks. They hang on to each other's tails, as it were. Interesting. Dermot O'Dreary has revealed his secret hobby is growing olives. So there you go. He said it produces so much oil, he gives it away. He owns a Mediterranean getaway set in an olive grove. Well, you get them all over the place. The only thing, again, I don't eat olives. Don't eat olives. Perhaps I should start eating olives. Obviously, I need to eat a little bit healthier. And the rapper Coolio, we talked about Coolio earlier on, actually. He died without leaving a will. He was only 59. Found collapsed in September in the bathroom at a friend's house. He suffered a cardiac arrest. He's got 7 grown-up children. They've been listed as his next of kin and possible beneficiaries. They think his estate is worth £250,000. I thought he'd been worth more than that. £250,000 doesn't seem very much to me. Was it Gangster's Paradise? Was that it? That was the only thing. But he's a former celebrity Big Brother star, shared 4 kids with his ex-wife, Josefa. He had a further 6 children from different relationships and only left 250,000. What does that tell you? Goodness sake, I can't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, listen, thank you very much indeed for your company this morning. We shall do it again tomorrow, I think, as we head into the weekend, which is the all-celebrating, all-singing, all-dancing weekend. What is today? What day of the week is it? It's Thursday. No, it's not. It's Friday. It's Friday. I had to try and work out what day it was. But who cares? Let's face it, it's been a great Christmas. We've all eaten loads. We've had fun. We've been out to the sales. We bought items we probably didn't need. But the whole idea is you can listen to the radio. And that's the most fun you can have for free. You can download all my podcasts, of which there are, I think, currently 8,762 or something like that. Whatever it is, it's an awful lot of podcasts you can download. It'll keep you going for years and years. Do you remember the oldest beach cafe we talked about some time ago? Well, the council, miserable bunch of so-and-sos, have pulled it down. It's been replaced by a burger van. Honestly, a cafe had been there for like 150 years and they replaced it with a burger van. They think they know everything, don't they? Ghastly people. And this energy drink, £2. But apparently you can buy it on eBay for £50,000. So all these saddos, and if you only have to see them in Aldi, oh, give me the energy drink. And there's people fighting over it because they put sort of cases of it out there. It's just absolute garbage. Seriously, it's not, if you're seriously paying £50,000, nobody will be. They're overhyping it. It's sort of telling everybody there's a shortage of sugar. People immediately go rushing out to buy sugar. There's a shortage of petrol. Next thing is there's queues in all the filling stations. So this one of the supermarkets at 6 a.m, they open up and they said, we've got a limited amount of it. People are queuing to buy it. They're that thick. An energy drink for £2 and they think, oh, I can put it on eBay for £50,000. You'd have to be more stupid than, anything you've ever imagined, wouldn't you, really? Whitney's fallen star shines brightly again with this new film. Avatar makes $1 billion at the box office. And the current Pope asks us to pray for the old Pope, which is very interesting because I only just thought about it because he said, pray for Pope Benedict the 16th because he's gravely ill. If he dies, does that mean that God's not listening? Because I can't understand it. If they're saying pray for him, are they praying that he gets better? Because that's not going to be happening anytime soon. So do we then sort of test our loyalty again? They say, you think that the Pope would get automatic entry to the kingdom of heaven? I would have thought that's how it works. But, of course, he was the naughty Pope, wasn't he? He stepped down. First one in 600 years. Didn't even do his term. He stepped down. Don't know why. There's lots of rumours surrounding him. But anyway, so they're saying, please pray for him. And you think, well, he's not going to get better. So obviously the power of prayer doesn't work. Because otherwise, why would God let little children die and things like that? Why would he let that footballing teacher die the other day in a bar, stabbed? And then people filmed it. They've arrested, by the way, another person on that one. And what was the other one? Oh, yeah, they've done that story we did yesterday about the GPs apologising to hundreds of patients because they sent them out a thing. It should have said Merry Christmas, but it says you've got cancer. And bit of a difference. Bit of a difference, isn't it, really? So Pele's dead, but it doesn't... They say he was a legend. I don't know. I don't follow football, so I wouldn't have the faintest idea. I've heard of him quite clearly. And he was born in 1940, and that's all I know. And then you've got sort of Lineker and all the rest of it who sort of drag their carcasses out to say, paying tribute to him. OK, he was a great footballer. He lived to 82. He had colon cancer, I believe. And so there's pages and pages of him in the newspaper, which is very good. And Vivienne Westwood has died as well, and sort of everybody who's in the fashion industry will be going, oh, she was marvellous, she was this, she was that. But I'm always reminded, and you'll find it on YouTube, of Vivienne being interviewed by Terry Wogan on The Old Wogan. touch the old leg, and all this kind of stuff on the television. And the audience filmed down at Shepherd's Bush at the BBC Theatre down there, and Vivienne Westwood sitting there, and they bring on her models, and the audience started laughing. So they sort of dispensed with those and they brought on some more, and the audience laughter got more and more because they just look ridiculous. People's idea of fashion in this day and age is not what you think fashion is. We think fashion is just a jumper that they wear on 8 out of 10 cats. Oh no, this will be people coming out with conical shaped headgear on, all sorts of peculiar. Anyway, she threw a bit of a hissy fit and said if they're going to carry on laughing, she said, I won't bring any more out. And Wogan tried to suppress his laughter. You can find it. It's a classic case of the fashion industry up its own rear end, I'm afraid. And it was Wogan's show, but guest host Sue Lawley. Oh right, no, I thought it was definitely Wogan on it. Really, I think it's Sue Lawley. I can remember. Do you remember the famous one with? No, George Best, who was off his trolley. But no, the better one. Selena Scott flirting with Prince Andrew. Do you remember that one? Oh, that's a classic one to watch. Oh, yes, Selena Scott doing the doe-eyed and all the rest of it. I thought, big, oh, goodness me. To Prince Andrew, who was flirting as well. It was the most awful thing to ever watch on the television. Awful. I can remember bumping into her in the lift in ITN and saying, oh, we have something in common. She said, what's that? And I said, we've got the same agent. She said, I'm not with them anymore. Very dismissive, very dismissive. Of course, I was delighted to watch her flirting outrageously with Prince Andrew. Shame the papers never came up with that one again. And I did watch again for the umpteenth time. I don't know why, actually. Only because I wanted to, ascertain exactly where they were all coming from. The Jade Goody racist stuff with Joe O'Meara and Danielle, with Shilpa Shetty, who behaved with utter decorum throughout the whole thing. And at one point, she nearly broke. She said to Jade Goody, she said, the trouble is with you, Jade, she said, this is you. This is your life. Because Jade Goody didn't have anything else apart from a foul mouth on her, thinking she was really clever. And then she died. Broke. You know why? Stupid woman hadn't paid any tax for years, and the taxman came in and took it. Remember Jeff Brazier? I was saying to him, I said, how much money did she leave? He said, nothing. He said, the taxman came in after she died, took the rest of it. She'd worked loads of times with the help of Max Clifford. Remember him? Yes, we do. And so there was no money to spread about. So Jeff had to do it all by himself, which is a bit of a shame. But the racism was double. And then when Shilpa Shetty said to Joe O'Meara, she said, Joe, why are you not saying anything? And Joe O'Meara just laughed at her. And as H from Steps said, about the first decent thing he's ever said, he said they might as well have done exactly the same as Jade Goody did. She said they were all as guilty, laughing at Shilpa Shetty, who was very dignified, didn't swear, didn't do anything else like that. She just sort of went through it, whereas, Jade obviously thought she was being really clever, but she wasn't. She was thick as a brick. But then she started playing dumb. A little bit like that poor bloke out of the Essex programme, little Joey, who had loads of watches but couldn't actually tell the time. I began to wonder whether or not school wasn't teaching people enough nowadays. This year's must-see programmes on the television, they've got all sorts of things, the best death scene, the worst death scene, the worst virtue signal, also, people who sort of did well, people who didn't do very well, people who collapsed and people who did things. And then another dreary 2 pages of the original Sugar Babes coming back. I mean, seriously, who cares? They did it the other day and we kind of poo-pooed the idea, but they had spats, splits and bullying. The original Babes are back and they say it's time everyone stops seeing us as sugar baddies. No, nobody's interested. Nobody is really interested. It's a bit tragic to watch, isn't it? Mind you, my favourite story is the passengers who have panned P&O for a nightmare trip on a cruise ship's maiden voyage. This is the Arvia, who suffered issues since launching for a 2-week trip from Southampton to the Canary Islands on Friday. Their beer ran out. There was a chaotic booking system. There were IT problems all over the place. And then it led to Christmas dinner being served after midnight and a very dodgy Wi-Fi. A builder called Antonio Janito paid 8,000 quid. They make a lot of money, these builders, don't they? A builder, I ask you, somebody who puts bricks and cement together. He says it's been shocking. P&O Cruises said the problems had been fixed. The service was certainly not up to our usual high standard, so they were all going, oh, it was awful, it was this, it was that. You think, well, if you go on a ship, there are bound to be little kick-ins that don't kind of work. It's like when you buy a brand new house. If you buy a brand new house, it's going to have issues. you know, things are going to go wrong. There's going to be a little leak or there's going to be something like that. Anything that's going to drive you completely mad. Britain is now braced for a freezing New Year washout, courtesy of the deadly US bomb cyclone. Whatever they've had over there, we're going to get it over here, which I'm not particularly looking forward to, as you can well imagine. It's just not... It's not the kind of thing... I do like looking at snow, don't get me wrong. I think it's very pretty. Look out the window. We had a big thing on the television. Which television was it on? Oh, it's on my brother's television. He's got a big, like, 50-inch television, and they had one of these tape loops on. And it was basically looking at a river and Antarctica and forests and all the rest of it, drenched in snow. It was really pretty, and it just went on for ages and ages. And you can also get the one that's got an aquarium on it and a living fire. And I thought that's quite nice. I bought the DVD of the fire ages ago, and I thought it was really good. But on my brother's television, it looked even better, especially with all this beautiful snow everywhere, but not good to go out in. We love a good slurp. It always winds up a few saddos, so I enjoy doing that. Noreen says, hope you're well. I'm hoping we don't get this dreaded cold weather again. Sorry to burst your bubble. She says, have a wonderful time at the Magic Circle. Safe journey to everybody that's going. We're out bopping on New Year's Eve. We're going to a gig with one of the band, Vanity Fair, going with friends that we met at concerts. So have a great weekend. Well, you too, as well. You have a great, great time, and everybody go out and don't get too drunk. Don't get too drunk. I know it's very easy for people to get a bit squiffy out there, because it's a case of, and just watch it. Don't wear flashy jewellery, don't wear, you know, watches or stuff like that. Be careful where you use your telephone, because there'll be people looking to rob you. And I've seen it on the television. I was watching loads of programmes before we started, of people who thieve from shops and stuff like that. And my friend Joe says, can you stop slurping? It's disgusting. I know, I love winding him up. I always get the one person. They write under about 6 or 7 different names. When you stop that slurping, it's disgusting. And you think, well, go away. Go listen to something else, saddos. It's not my fault. You have no life. There's also a man in the paper who was told he had less than 12 months to live, is now cancer-free thanks to a trial of a new drug. Robert Glynn says he wouldn't be here if it weren't for the treatment. Fantastic. I'm amazed, actually, because we've got other people who've been diagnosed as terminal. And we wish them the very best of luck, because it's not much fun. Not much fun. Johnny Irwin was on the television the other day. I don't know if it was a pre-film thing. He's been diagnosed as terminal cancer. James Whale, I think, is terminal cancer. Even Jordan's mother has been diagnosed as terminal, but she's been terminal for years. I don't know what, you know, when they say terminal, we're all technically terminal, aren't we? If somebody says, you know, you're going to die, and you think, well, we're all going to die. That's what's going to happen at some point in our life, whether we like it. Just depends how long we keep going. And at the current crop of people departing, 80 plus seems to be the answer, which means if you're 79, start panicking, because it obviously doesn't look too promising. Sales of energy-saving products are soaring as people are struggling with the cost of living crisis. No, they're not. What a load of cobblers. They're not struggling with it. That's why people are out in the sales. The sales are 50% up. They're up there. People are out there spending money. I know it's going to be a disaster. I know that once those bills start arriving in January, so in about a week's time, they're going to start arriving in, and it's going to just be, oh no, not another bit. How much is that? Oh God. And people are going to be phoning LBC, I bet you, to ask for advice on where do we go if your bill is too high, or you think it's too high, or you don't think you've got enough money to pay for it. They always offer you, all the different companies. I know it sounds as though they don't, but I promise you they do. They say, if you are having trouble paying this bill, contact us, and they will work out some sort of paying system. Whatever happens, though, you're going to have to pay it back. It doesn't matter how long it's going to take you, you're going to have to pay it back. There ain't any such thing as a free lunch. You know, it's like filling your car up with petrol, going in there and saying, look, I'll give you a tenner now and I'll come back and pay a little bit later. No, it doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. So the air cookers are flying off the shelf. Apparently, curries are selling between 18,000 and 20,000 a week. Argos says sales are up 42%. But you can cut your bills in winter, which includes closing all curtains at night, using draft excluders on windows and doors, which could save you up to 60 quid a year in loss heat. 60 quid a year. I love falling asleep on the settee. That's my big thing. Falling asleep on the settee. I always know if I go home and I watch a little bit of television, and then gradually your feet kind of move up onto the settee, and you think, and you sort of like, and you get into that comfy position, which is like genuinely comfy, and you think, I'll just listen to the television. I'll find a programme that I can just listen to the soundtrack, and then I'll just go to sleep. And I drift off very easily. Today I'm going to drift off, and then I've got to go to the Magic Circle, because we've got 2 shows at the Magic Circle to do today, and I hope everybody manages to get there. There's no train strikes or anything like that. We should be okay. And I was talking to a friend of mine at Waterloo Station the other day who said that he didn't think there were going to be any strikes on New Year's Day, because that would, so we've got to get people out. I mean, whether or not it's going to affect people coming into London, I've got to book a cab to come into London for about, I don't know, probably about 3 or 4 in the morning, I think. By which time it should have all died down. If I book it today, I should be fine. And then I should be okay for getting home on the train. That's the theory. If I don't, then I shall have to take a bus. But it doesn't bother me, actually, because I've got nothing else to do. And it'll be quite nice, actually. So here are all these people queuing to get this £1.99 energy drink, and the papers have sort of made out that it's really wonderful. People are battling for bottles of Prime Hydration, created by a couple of people from YouTube. It's a coconut water-based soft drink. I mean, it's a coconut water, okay? 20 quid, you can buy it online, but they say that one is listed for £50,000. Well, you'd have to be as thick as a brick, wouldn't you? That's what I love about all these dimwits standing in a line. They've never heard of this stuff before, but if they see a queue, they think they better join it, because it'll obviously result in something at the end. And they've got a lemon and lime flavour drink. It's not an energy drink at all. You might as well go and drink, what's that other one that people use, which is all sugar? Red Bull. People drink Red Bull to give them a boost. I mean, when you look at some of the young people queuing up here, you don't need an energy drink. You just need to get your fat bums out there and start doing a bit of working out, play a bit of football, do a bit of sport. All these people. Adam Smith had queued to get in the store with his son, who he said was obsessed with the drink. His son is 10 years old. Well, you're going to be in a bit of trouble, aren't you, sweet cheeks? One of the staff was shouting at the parents, stop pushing the kids. Deputy store manager of the Aldi store near Dartford in Kent said supplies went within about 30 seconds. There were more scenes of people battling in Gravesend and Stapleford. Others described the clamour for Prime as like a war zone. Well, I mean, how stupid you have to be. Honestly, I've got no sympathy at all. Absolutely no sympathy. As far as I'm concerned, you must be a complete and utter dimwit, queuing for something, and they've got 10-year-olds because all their kids at school are taking it, and it's, a little bit sad, really, isn't it? Little bit sad, but it doesn't matter. That's what people do every so often. And somebody says, I saw Jade Goody on the wife swap. She went to the home of the Major who cheated on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. He was revolting, absolutely, and his wife. And poor old Shane says, I won't be going to the fireworks. Oh, over Sydney Harbour on New Year's Eve. I went in the 1980s. It took hours to get home, and the drinks at the pub were expensive. Yeah, who was I talking to earlier on? I was talking to somebody. Oh, Joe, my former producer. Oh, look at me for late for the bits and pieces. But he said it's £10 to go into his local pub. I said, how many drinks do you get for that? He said, I think it's 1. I went, 10 quid? What a rip-off. What a rip-off. Pubs are, I mean, now is the time you think they'll open their doors, come one, come all. Because people are going to remember. They're not going to be very happy. Morning. Nice to have your company. To have your company nice. It's Friday, December the 30th, so your opportunity to get out and buy a few bits and pieces in the sale. I went out to buy a couple of pairs of trousers yesterday. I bought them in 2 sizes, just in case I thought I'd lost weight. Turned out I hadn't, so there's one pair going back to M&S, which I quite liked, actually. I don't possess any slimming trousers. They're sort of... I didn't try them on. For some reason, the fitting rooms were out of action. I looked on the store. It said, here's our fitting rooms. And the board on the other side said, sorry, our fitting rooms are not open. Because, a lot of people take kids into the changing rooms and they dress them up with loads of clothes that they've taken in there. And then they walk out with their own clothes over the top. They're basically thieves. You get a lot of that. I've seen a lot of that going on, especially in Richmond. Especially in Richmond, Marks and Spencer's. It's like sort of watching people, jumping the train barriers at the station. They pushed 2 people through. Where they were building flats over the road at Twickenham Station in the sorting office, the amount of builders were pushing 2 or 3 people through the actual barriers. Just disgraceful. And even when the actual staff, they went, excuse me, they just totally ignored them. I'd have had them shot down by a drone. I'd have brought in drones and dogs and all the rest of it. Made in Chelsea's Jamie Lang was rushed to hospital after struggling to breathe. Apparently it turns out that he's allergic to his new puppy. So there you go. That sort of made it. So they had to go to hospital. And what else do we have? Oh, tele-executives. I love stories like this. I love them. Tele-execs are in a scramble to sign up Alison Hammond. No, they're not. No, they're really not. It says here, I can reveal, this is Rod McPhee, that the darling of ITV Daytime is set to land her own panel show on rival channel Sky after she was also signed up for the game show I Can See Your Voice and has just starred in a Sainsbury's Christmas ad. Oh, God, 3 bookings in a day. Unbelievable. A TV insider said it remains to be seen if This Morning bosses will give her a higher wage and a higher profile role on the show to ensure she stays with them. If not, the Sky show is unlikely to be the last tempting offer she receives. You see, I always think it's great when people say that, and then ITV can turn around and go, OK, well, I'll see you then, and just take her off air. Take her off air and let her agent sort it out, because when they say a TV insider, that'll be the agent. She's very popular, you know, and we want to get as much money. No, basically what the agent is saying, I want to take more money out of her. You know, people are so greedy in television terms. But she's popped up on the programme The Wheel. But there again, they've used a load of old non-entities on that one. And after shooting to fame on Big Brother on Channel 4, Alison only needs a Channel 5 show and she'll have the full set. Well, I would think if you're on Channel 5, you might as well give up now. I mean, that's definitely not going to be working, is it? Definitely not. Chris Packham is so disgusted by dog owners who don't pick up their pet's mess that he clears it up himself. What do you do, though, if the person who's got the dog is in one of those sort of motorised things, one of these little sort of carriages that they advertise on the television for about 3,000 quid? How are you supposed to get out of that and pick up dog's mess? The answer is you can't. The answer is you can't, because they can't do it, so they just kind of leave it, which is a bit of a shame. But anyway, Chris Packham goes out there and does it. I wish he hadn't told us that he went out and did it, because it just means that the lazy people, and there are some owners who just sort of, they just don't bother cleaning up after their dog. They're peasants. Absolute peasants, you know, they don't really care about it or anything else, which is a bit of a shame. What else we got today? We got loads of, music, people advertising all their albums. Apparently Disco, Kylie's last album in 2020, saw a resurgence in her superstar's popularity. I don't know, I'm beginning to get a bit bored with them still selling, little pocket, Rocket, Kylie and this and that. It's a case of she's just a singer. She was really launched to fame by Neighbours and then Stock Aitken Waterman. They actually sort of took her and they gave her a career. They were the ones who wrote all the hits for her. And then they tried to make her into an adult. And, of course, because she's so tiny, it just kind of doesn't work. You know, she could never be tall and statuesque. She's always going to have to be a little bit little, as it were. Shania Twain is unashamed of her menopausal body and loves posing nude in her 50s. I've got a producer like that. Exactly the same. He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. And Kim Kardashian wants to get married again, which is great. She's been married 3 times now. The truth of the matter is she's such a pain in the rear end that nobody wants to stay with her very long. So they get married and they suddenly realise that the image is far more different from the reality. So they don't sort of bother, I'm afraid. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, me and Michael and my other half Maria, good luck today. We're finally getting married. Well, I think it's necessary, isn't it? If you're going to get married, do it, near the end of the year, which is quite nice. And another one here, which says, I predict 2023 will see the start of climate lockdown when we'll be encouraged not to travel outside our areas to save the planet. Well, we won't have any money. Where do you think people are getting the money from for putting petrol in the car, train travel? The train fares are going up. Everything's going to go up. And we're not going to be able to do it. But still people do it. I noticed the other day that Stacey Solomon announced she's having child number 5, which is brilliant. Let's just hope that the career keeps going that long. Because if all of a sudden it dries up, and there's every indication, these things don't last as long as you want them to, then she's going to really be up, that creek without the paddle. Plus, you can tell it's the Daily Star because they talk about the Publicity Shy Bloke's memoir is being flogged for half price before it's even released. Yes, half price here. The book called Spare, in a nod to his status as Prince William's younger brother, can be pre-ordered for just 14 quid, because that's what they want. They want the pre-orders. Because otherwise because they don't want to order in loads of them, have them sitting there. So they do it on pre-orders. This is in WH Smith in the Metro Centre. So cover price 28 quid, but you never pay. cover price in any bookstores now. They're all discounted. That's why, books don't make enough, actually. But strange enough, Anita Atkinson, you won't know who she is, but she is the owner of the world's largest haul of royal memorabilia. She says the book wasn't even on my Christmas list. Nobody's interested in reading the dirt dishing poor old Harry, finished within the royal family. Nobody cares anymore. But a lot of people, I think Waterstones are also offering half price on the website, because that's what they want. They want the pre-order so they can then work out how many to print, because otherwise you're going to have shed loads of these things sitting around. I wouldn't be interested in reading it. I couldn't care. It doesn't matter to me what they earn. I couldn't care less. If they want to write about their miserable time in the royal family, milking it for all they can, the old pair of hypocrites, well, that's their problem. Doesn't affect me in the slightest. Nothing the royal family ever did affected me. We just sort of sit back and watch it, and sometimes we have a laugh, and sometimes we sort of sit there and go, yuck, yuck, yuck. And that's how I think about them, actually. Brits on the brink of overdraft. Nearly 9 million adults are financially fragile and at risk of being overstretched. And this is before your January bills have come in. Your January bills are going to knock you for 6 this year. If you've got gas and electric and you've got all the other little bits and pieces, it's going to be expensive. And I don't think people realise, and people are going, well, we've still got to go on holiday and don't think people would be able to afford to go on holiday. I really don't, actually. And, Steve, check out this car service. I paid half the price on Christmas Day than Goldline were charging. I don't know what Goldline is. See, I don't worry about car servicing. I go to a garage where I bought the car from anyway. It's in their best interest to look after it. And if it needs something doing, then I have something done. I took it to get washed yesterday, which always thrills me. I don't know why. I get excited about having a clean car. And I bought some window cleaning stuff, because when I have it valeted, I just get to do the outside of the car. I don't do the inside of the car, because it's always a little bit messy. Not as messy as it could be, but it has been a little bit messy in the past. James Corden, we love James Corden. I'll tell you about him because he gets a bit nervous. Avatar has now taken $1 billion at the box office. It's that good. It doesn't interest me, but a lot of people will be very interested in Avatar. In fact, I spoke to somebody the other day on the programme, and they were going off to see it that very same day. And a mansion who featured in Escape to the Chateau. This is not Dick and Angel Strawbridge's. This is another couple who bought one over there. It's 30 miles from Niort in France. It covers 15,000 square metres, because you can pick these things up cheap. I think Dick and Angel picked up theirs for like £250,000 or something, whatever it was cheap, and they've got 45 bedrooms. This one has got 9 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms, and it featured on the show which had Dick and Angel advising fellow chateau owners how to renovate the property. So this one's gone up for sale for £724,000, which actually, for what it is really cheap. The estate agent said it's got a wealth of options for special events and accommodation. Mainly, it's got like a license so you can do weddings in them. And I think Dick and Angel have done weddings and all sorts, and they've worked hard at it. Absolutely hard at it. I think they're absolutely fantastic. They came over from France a while ago, and we put them on in conversation. They brought me a load of gifts, bedding, all sorts. They've got an industry running over there. And I thought they were just, the kids seem to be well balanced. It's all working out really well for them. And so but they finish now. There's no more Escape to the Chateaus from Dick and Angel. They're now getting on with their life, and they seem to be very happy. Everything seems to be, tickety-boo, and it's absolutely wonderful, which I like a lot, actually. And that's why they were so appealing, because they were such an unusual couple. He was great at getting up on the roof and doing everything and repairing things and getting rid of the pigeons and doing the staircase and doing the front door. And she was very good with her arty side of it. That's why we liked them, because they were real people. They were real people. Steve, Bolt was a taxi service. Oh, right. And then you can always tell when it's a Looney Tunes person. They go, the spare. So you're not going to read it? Will that stop you commenting on it then? I didn't say I wasn't going to read it. I said I wasn't going to buy it. I didn't say I wasn't going to read it. Of course I should be reading it. It'll be serialised in all the newspapers. So you're obviously a little bit of a fan, are you? I'm sure you've ordered 500 copies of it. Sad person. Steve, you have a Bentley and use a bus. No style, says Paul in Wakefield. That's why you're in Wakefield, love, and we're in London. I rest my case. I think the further you get up the country, no style. By the time you get to Wakefield, definitely no style. And Roger says, if you don't get the inside of the car cleaned, I'm pretty sure the boot, which is a treasure chest, is off limits too. Well, actually, the inside of it doesn't need cleaning. I don't smoke. If I smoked, then it would be completely different. But the car is, it's cream interior, which I've always liked. I've never had anything else apart from... Did I have white once? No, I didn't. It's always been cream. Cream kind of works for me. I've always liked it, even if it was... And I've never bought a black car. I've had a look at black cars, but I've never actually been sort of tempted by them. But I've got one of those dusters in the car. It's like a dust magnet. It picks up dust, and I literally flick that over the dashboard and the thing at the top by the windscreen, and that's as far as I go. I don't do anything else at all. They have offered me to do, cleaning of the interior, and it really doesn't need it. I've got my own vacuum cleaner in the boot of the car, which is fully charged up, and if I get any mess in there, which is hardly ever, then, that's it. And the windows are cleaned. I get the outside of the car cleaned probably about once a week, sort of at most once every 2 weeks. And that seems to do it for me. And we put petrol in. Anything else comes up on the computer, and then it goes into the garage if it needs anything doing. But at the moment, it doesn't need anything, because it's less than a year old, so it doesn't need anything at all. I looked at the windows the other day, and I looked at the inside, and I've just bought some new...
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Cleaner. In fact, the same cleaner I use for the Karcher window vac. I bought the actual liquid, the Karcher Clean Liquid, which seems to clean everything. Seems to be absolutely brilliant, and I love it. So that's quite good. But I mean, cloths and stuff like that, you just do it. The only thing I'm not very good at, I'm very bad at curbing the wheels. I've got alloys, as most people have on their cars nowadays, and curbing them is so easy for me to do. So I try desperately not to, but unfortunately it doesn't work. Even when you've got, the cameras on board and you can see everything, it just doesn't quite kind of work as well. But then Dale was the same. He used to spend most of his time curbing his wheels. So the clock will strike midnight tomorrow. It'll be out with the old and in with the blue as the over 50s see in 2020 threesomes, apparently. I don't want any of that kind of malarkey going on, goodness sake, honestly. Most people, the people going out tomorrow will be young people. I won't see anybody elderly coming in. I don't think so. And after they've had all the New Year's Eve celebrations and the bars, and then people are trying to work out how to get home, that'll be fun and interesting. And there'll be no end of illegal minicabs out there, just touting by the side of the road going, minicab, that's what will happen tomorrow, I guarantee you. And if you get in one, you take your life in your hands. These people are going to rob you blind. So only go pre-booked. If they're a reputable company, they only go on pre-books. And if you don't do a pre-book, you're not going to be getting home. You can sort of sit there and wait till the early hours of the morning, which isn't the best, is it? And then they've got to clear it all up. Why? Because they've got the New Year's... And I'm assuming there is a New Year's Day parade. I don't know. We shall have a check and find out, because normally they've sort of done different sorts of New Year's Day parades. I think we had a different one the other year, and because I used to do it for years and years, there'd be a whole load of us, because it used to run forever and a day. It was really good. All the big marching bands that come in from America, and 400 to 600 strong, really good. I mean, really, really good. So here we go. So the New Year's Day, so this is back in its original format, bigger and better than ever before. It starts freestanding. Ticket holders arrive from 11. Show starts at 12 noon. And it'll do Piccadilly, Regent Street, St James's, Pall Mall, Trafalgar Square and Whitehall. And this is on Sunday the 1st. So it's all round here. I've just realised all round here. It's quite a long distance. It's going to go past Downing Street. It will go all the way down. So it finishes in Westminster. Finishes at Westminster by Birdcage Walk, which is Parliament Square, isn't it? That's where Birdcage Walk is. So it'll be interesting. If you've never seen it before, go see it, because you'll love the American marching bands. They're very good, provided we don't have snow. I've seen them standing there in the snow in previous years where they look absolutely frozen to death. But because they hadn't mentioned it, I thought that we should have mentioned the New Year's Day parade, because it's something to, gets the kids out of the house and everybody's very happy. Steve, says Gary in Stanwell, had a lovely 10 days in Lanzarote. My wife's 60th on Christmas Eve. Stayed at Porto del Carmen, had some crepes at the market, lovely. So cheap to eat and drink, it was red hot all week. I hated Lanzarote. I thought it was the most dreadful place on earth. I never wanted to go back there ever and ever again. Chris says black cars are easier to park. Yeah, right, yeah. And fairies have wings, which is good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And then Alan says, my dad used to listen to you when you started, and I used to listen to you as a child. Over 40 years later, I'm still listening to you. Good Lord above. And says, you helped me get through the day at work. So I've listened all to the people who've died in the last year and hope we won't be mentioning your name for many a year. Well, you've got no idea, Alan. I've got no idea. Listen, whatever goes on inside your body or what illnesses you pick up, who knows? Who knows? But the good news is that if you download globalplayer.com, you can listen to Steve Allen for about the next God knows how many years. So, in fact, even after I pass on, you're still going to have at least 10 years' worth of podcasts to listen to. So it's almost as if I hadn't gone. But you never know. See, some people are not lucky like that. Once they've actually gone, they've gone. But when I go, you'll still have all the podcasts to listen to, so I can only recommend it. I had meatballs yesterday. I bought them because I'd mentioned on the programme that I just quite fancied meatballs, and I had them with Sprouts. Sprouts meatballs and beef gravy. Delicious. In fact, it couldn't have been any better. Dean says, Mum and I are having a Thai takeaway on New Year's Eve. I've never had a Thai takeaway. I do like, we used to have a Thai up the road from us in Hammersmith when we were based down in Hammersmith. And they used to do lovely little, like, phyllo pastry parcels which had mincemeat in, and it was beautiful. I mean, I think you got 6 in a portion. Well, you could have eaten 20. Easy, you could have eaten 20 of them. I love it. Steve, I say, good for you, Chris Packham. Around my local play area for kids, there are bags of doggy poo everywhere and even hung on trees. Why can't these people just bin the bags or walk the dog elsewhere? Yeah, I agree with you. Mind you, some people just, let their dog go to the toilet and then just walk away from it. I generally shout obscenities. Can't begin to tell you. They always come back. I always shame them. See, when I worked for Showsec, says David in Cranley, I met Kylie backstage at the Brits. I didn't realise how tiny she was. Tiddly tiny. Really tiny. But she's always been that height. Steve, I take offence, says Jane, about no style in the north. We have loads of style. My husband does the building work in our house and I do the decorations. A friend of ours is an interior decorator for a large building company. That'll be an aircraft hangar, won't it? I can tell, What should we do? Put up flocked wallpaper? I don't know. It's very difficult. And another one who also says that they're having a takeaway for New Year's Eve, because that's the best thing to do, actually. That's the best thing to have. Why would you want to cook? You don't want to cook, do you? Sarah says, I've been up all night planning a wee trip to New York. Before I knew it, 4 hours had passed. Anyway, nice to hear you live. I know, I get that from people. They say, I normally listen to you on catch-up on the podcast, but over these last couple of weeks, it's been an opportunity to listen live. Robbie Williams is in all the papers today. He apparently sees a lot of himself in Harry Styles. You wish. Oh, dear, no chance. Nowhere near Harry Styles. Harry Styles is not an attention seeker. All right, so he wears women's clothing occasionally and carries a handbag, but that's not attention seeking. That's because he's a pop star and a rock star. But, oh, no, he's far better than you, Robbie. Way better than you. You're sort of like the old man now, aren't you? You were in a little popsicle group with Gary Barlow, who is multi-talented, and in the same way that Harry Styles plays stadiums. You couldn't play stadiums in America. They don't know you. They know Harry Styles because he's big over there. I've seen people on shows saying, oh, we're going to go and see Harry Styles. I don't see anybody going, let's go and see Robbie Williams, because they don't know who you are, which is the problem, isn't it, really? More potholes on the road. The amount of times my car has fallen into potholes. It's ridiculous. And the Tesla owners, these are motor cars, forced to wait hours at the charging points. There's pictures of queues everywhere for people trying to charge their car up. See, told you, stick with petrol. Get you there quicker and you go there faster. The idea of having to wait to charge your car up seems ludicrous. Morning, everybody. It's nice to have your company. I don't know, I think you should all get up early today. I think you should definitely bounce out of bed, put some clothes on, get out there, do a little bit of shopping, because it wasn't busy. It wasn't. In fact, I began to wonder whether or not the shops were closed the other day. It was all sort of on, and it was all looking a little bit lovely. Apparently, Robbie Williams, sorry to do two Robbie Williams stories in a programme, blew the chance of a fling with Kylie Minogue by acting like a love-obsessed teen in front of her. No, it's because she just didn't fancy you, dear. OK, it's got nothing to do with anything else at all. You just weren't interesting. More than a quarter of Brits wear their partner's pants. I didn't get that at all. I've never heard of that before. What, so men are wearing women's pants? Very odd, very odd. New UFO speed camera could catch alien craft. That's what they're looking for. Because there are still those, the Looney Tunes section of society who believe that there are things like UFOs. They're on another planet, and there's so much out there, and it goes for such a long time that there's bound to be something out there, which of course there isn't. And Gordon Ramsay's got another shouting show. Perhaps he'll be swearing left, right and centre on this one. Dreadful language, dreadful. And as I say, and after spats, splits and bullying, the Sugar Babes are back, like anybody cares. I mean, I'm a little bit worried by this. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, there's no checks on passengers from China. So they're coming in. We don't know what they've got. They're not checking on anybody at all. So who knows what we're going to end up with in the future. Could be absolutely a disaster, couldn't it? And plastic waste provides fuel for a supercar. And police have been mocked by some bloke. They're hunting for him, but he's got his name tattooed on his face. It's on his forehead. And he's been online going, look, this is it. You can't find me, can you? And he's wanted for a variety of, let's just call them issues. But he's got his name tattooed on his face, and the police can't catch them. Don't know what's the matter with them. And Benedict XVI still remaining in a serious condition in hospital, but all the papers are full of Pele. Isn't it funny? Pele. Every single newspaper talks about Pele. Because he died, even though the moment he went into hospital, I thought it was fairly obvious that he was on his last legs anyway. The other story is from the government that Albania is going to take back their prisoners within weeks. I don't know what it is about Albania that seems to produce so many crooks. So we're going to send them back. 50 have volunteered to be transferred under a landmark deal between London and Tirana. Sources in Albania suggested the first flight could take off in January. I don't know, we just seem to be stuck with a load of people, don't we, who we don't really want here, and we can't sort of get rid of them. There was one bloke, he turned up. It was one of these, was it border crossing people? Only this was in this country. They were doing border crossing here. And I was fascinated by it. It was a couple from India who turned up with their 3 suitcases, and in every single suitcase, there were no clothes, cigarettes and packets of tobacco. And they had 18,000 packets of cigarettes with them. Quite clearly, they were a pair of crooks. But anyway, he then said, because they got caught, quite rightly. She didn't speak any English at all. His English was limited. And he said, if we go back to India, if we are taken back to India, we will be killed. And they couldn't quite work out at customs and border crossing patrol why they would be killed for this sort of thing. But anyway, it turned out he reckoned that in India, this having all this tobacco and cigarettes was currency. You could trade it. So they were coming here to sell it. And they said, well, no. And he said, well, I shall kill myself here. Well, of course, they then went, well, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do that? So they then had to do 3 options. Either you can stay here, apply for asylum, and go through with due process. You know, you'll be processed like everybody else. Or we confiscate all your cigarettes. You go back to India, and we get people on the flight, you know, who will be from here to look after you, to make sure that you're not killed when you land. Or failing that, you can... what was the other? There was one more option. Anyway, he sort of thought, having ranted and raved at the poor people, because he'd threatened to take his own life, and they were sort of saying, you know, listen, this is what the options are. Unfortunately, you've broken the law. You've broken the law. You know, we don't believe that people... In fact, they said on camera, they said, we don't believe anybody's going to kill you for smuggling cigarettes. Nobody knew about it. Anyway, in the end, he decided, because you knew he was a crook, to go back to India without the cigarettes. You know, but they did offer him the opportunity. They said, if you want to apply for asylum, you can apply for asylum. And of course, all they do is just destroy these cigarettes. Seems a dreadful waste if you're a smoker. You think they could sort of put them back in the duty-free shop and have them sort of sold on, but they don't do that. They just destroy them, everything that came in. And then one bloke, he was really thick. He brought in, him and his wife. Have you got any cigarettes with you? No. Okay. Have you been stopped before by customs? No. No. And he was a bit of one of those, all right, mate, bit Jack the Lad type. Anyway, it turns out not only had he been stopped before by an overload of cigarettes, but he'd brought another load in this time round. He was obviously a bit thick and he hadn't learnt anything at all. It was a bit embarrassing, so they actually took all of them. They said, well, they're all going to be confiscated. You can apply to get them back if you like. But very little chance of that happening. And so he said, no, you can keep them. And he then walked through, and I thought, you know, don't ever lie to them. They keep a record of everybody who's stopped in customs. They put your passport through the system, and if it says you've been stopped, they can tell the day you were stopped, the time you were stopped, and what the end result was. I couldn't understand it. Why would you lie to? It takes them like less than a minute to find somebody on the internet to say, well, actually, you were stopped the last time you came in. Because I used to wonder what they were looking for. You know, when you stand there waiting for your baggage to come up onto the loader, and then it starts going around the carousel. Yours is never first on, is it? Never first on. You'll be sort of waiting there, and you go, oh, that's mine. Why? Because it's got a piece of gold ribbon wrapped round it, so you can identify your bag. And you know damn well that there are mirrors all the way round the halls, and they're looking for people who look a bit nervous, people who are looking around, people who are sweating a bit. And those are the people who tried. There were two girls who tried to get through. I mean, it turned out they were innocent. They went through the we have nothing to declare departure, and this bloke was determined to get them. He was totally convinced that they had something, and it turns out they didn't have anything at all. She said, my husband died of heroin, so we're not likely to be bringing anything back at all. But it was interesting to watch the people coming in who were going through the nothing to declare channel, whereas in fact they had things to declare. And they will get you, and they will confiscate, and they will fine you. In the same way they were going out looking for illegal migrants who were working in this country, and many of them were working.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
In butcher shops and things like that. Then it turned out, it was in the paper the other day, that one of them was actually working within Border Patrol. There was actually an illegal migrant working in Border Patrol. It was a bit of a shock to them, I think. What else have we got? Another man detained after this club stabbing of Cody Fisher. You never understand why, do you, all these things? I mean, what sort of people take knives into nightclubs? That's what I ask. Really is awful. And the average adult has not decluttered their home for 2.5 years, even though they think about having a clear out 3 times a week. That's why they go onto these television programmes, don't they? They go on the television programmes, and then the people come in and they clear it and they redecorate and they do everything. I thought, what a lovely idea. It's very good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Saw 2 brilliant films yesterday, Steve. First, the Whitney Houston film, which brought back memories of when I saw her in concert at Wembley. And then I saw Avatar. Some amazing special effects. Avatar was 3 hours, 12 minutes long, but I didn't notice as the action was so good. Wow. I didn't see the first Avatar. I thought, it was sort of one of the... It just didn't appeal to me. I don't know why. I just thought it was a bit naff. Don't buy a Phantom. If you curb a wheel, it can cost up to $4,000 to repair or replace it, says Roger. Oh, mine are much cheaper. Alana says, Steve, lots of horse riders around here. They don't pick up their horse poo. It's dreadful. Well, you know why? It's because people come round and nick it and put it on their gardens. That's what people pay for. Much better. Lauren says, Steve, is it curry or pizza tomorrow night? I'm staying in. I don't know, actually. There'd be neither for me because I'll be climbing into bed. But if I was going to have anything, if it was a choice of curry or pizza, it would have to be pizza. Mainly because I don't have pizza very often. Once every 6 months. Literally, I just don't have pizza very often. Curry is sort of nice because I can taste a Chinese curry. There's something unique about Chinese curries. I've seen them doing them. What they do is they put the chicken into the metal tin and some vegetables, and then they pour the sauce over the top, and then it becomes the curry. as opposed to they don't mix it all in together. They just pour it over that. And it was and very nice. Very nice indeed. So a Rolls-Royce Phantom, £4,000 to replace the wheel. It's funny that actually, because in my car, if I replace a wheel, it's about 350, 400 quid. I remember somebody telling me once, oh, you can get 4 tyres for that at Quick Fit. I said, yeah, you probably can, but not for my car. Not for my car. Steve, I listened to you to try to get to sleep. If you ever sleep, do you listen to LBC or are you a Radio 4 type person? Why on earth would I be Radio 4? Why on earth would I want to listen to a third-rate radio station? Good heavens above. No, I listen to the brand leader, which is LBC. It's as simple as that. We are a national radio station. And also, I don't listen to the radio in bed. I've never listened to the radio in bed. I've got the radio in the bathroom. I've got it in the kitchen. But I wouldn't have it anywhere else. And in the car. And I've only got LBC on. In fact, I'm sure there are other radio stations which are programmed in, but I haven't quite got round to them. Except if I sometimes lose the LBC signal, I might go to another radio station. But it's only temporary, because I then go on to sort of things like DVDs and CDs, mainly CDs of, at the moment, Christmas carols. But it's amazing. I went into Marks and Spencer's yesterday in Richmond, and already all signs of Christmas have gone. Completely. All the decorations have gone. Everything's gone. The only images of Christmas are they've got the Christmas food left over, which they've reduced in price. You know, get your roast potatoes, get your turkey crown, that's the only. The rest of it, all the decorations have gone and everything. They don't wait. Tesco in Twickenham. What have they got on the top shelf? Turkey? Oh, on the top shelf. Naughty books. Easter eggs. No. In December. Yeah, all the decorations have got... They must go in there over the weekend and take all the decorations down. It's odd, isn't it? Closing time on Christmas Eve. The producer sitting next sees them taking them down. So they've got Easter eggs on sale. Are they proper Easter eggs or are they the proper Easter eggs? Oh, that is stupid, isn't it? Well, obviously somebody must buy them. Somebody must... It's not till April, is it? God. Actually, the funny thing is, I'm not really into the chocolate that's in Easter eggs. I think it's a bit inferior. You know, if you could have a proper one, like a Lindt bunny or something like that, then that's a little bit better. But the rest of the time, no thank you. Goodness sake, honestly. Imagine Easter eggs. But it's the fact that all the lights come down so fast. You know, and all of a sudden you go, I'm sorry, have we had Christmas? That's why I said to people before. I said, you know, you've got to enjoy Christmas for the lead up to it, because once you've had Christmas Day and Boxing Day, that's it, finished. For another year. 12th night means nothing. Absolutely not. Still to come, the chef battered in a bar brawl, and Carol's restraining order against a stalker. Plus, the worker fired after the female boss learned she was pregnant, and the man who managed to get 17,000 quid compensation out of the company because he was late on shift because he went to Burger King. I don't know, you can't make up some of these stories, so we won't. We'll tell you about them after the news at 5, which is next.
Leading Britain's Conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. I know it doesn't. I can't work out actually what days we've had this week. I have to keep saying to somebody, "What day is it?" And they go, "It's Friday." And I go, "Is it?" And then you suddenly realise you're not working tomorrow because you'll be out celebrating. No, what am I doing tomorrow? Nothing. And then New Year's Day, we're back with you, which is quite nice. So we look forward to your company between 7 and 10. Other stories in the papers today. Well, it's all Pele. It literally is all Pele. Even though we've had a few other people that we've lost, they don't make the front pages. Pele was the one, even though I think people realise that he was probably the next one to go. And his picture with Bobby Moore from the 1970 World Cup. And all the other people. The other story is the tax burden, the highest since the war. Average household now owes £16,200, which is not good. This is the unsecured borrowing hitting record levels. Because what happens is every time you go in somewhere, they always go, you know, do you have this card or do you have that card or you have another? And you think, no, I don't want a credit card. I really don't. They go, oh, you can save 10%. Couldn't care less. Could not care less. I'm really not remotely interested. Anybody sort of tries to sort of get me a credit card. Somebody wrote the other day, which was very, very funny, saying, you know, why do you use cash? I said, I've always used cash. so I can keep a track of my finances. You won't find me getting into debt, thank you very much indeed. And they're saying here, the average household now has 16,500, give or take a few £100, in unsecured debt such as loans, overdrafts and credit card borrowing, up 1,000 on a year ago. Experts have warned that nearly 9 million adults are financially fragile because apparently most people do not have, and we only learnt this from James O'Brien's programme, they have less than £100 in savings, which means basically people are sort of living hand to mouth. And that's how bad it is. That's how bad it is, because people are now struggling and they're saying that, well, I'll borrow some money, and then people get themselves into debt. And it's so easy to get into debt nowadays. So that's why I don't bother. Roger says, Lidl in Fulwell have Christmas chocolates with Santa wrappers reduced by 54%. Oh, you can get loads of stuff like that. There's loads of all the Christmas chocolates. And Olivia says Christmas turns into Easter at Waitrose. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe, actually, that the Easter eggs were on sale at Tesco's, in December. I wouldn't mind if we'd actually got to the 1st of January, but we haven't. And even then it would be considered, too early, I'm afraid. Much too early. Steve, looks like Alison Hammond will be going the same way as Dan Walker. Dan who? I've got no idea who he is. Oh, he's that old newsreader, isn't he, who thought that he was, as soon as he'd been on Strictly, he thought he was a celebrity and probably believed he could go anywhere and be big. If he'd stayed on the BBC Breakfast, says David in Shropshire, he still would have had a career. Oh, he's disappeared now completely. They sort of put him on to something. They go, oh, he's bought a bicycle. That was one of the news stories they put out about him. There's nothing, he's bland. He's very, very bland. It's just not good enough. I didn't watch Channel 4's Prince Andrew the Musical. I was told it was dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. But there again, I always thought Prince Andrew was a bit dreadful, so I didn't really bother. Steve, Christmas supermarket, chilled shelves are full of turkeys, stuffing, sausages, brandy butter. So what products disappear? I don't know, Rick. I just know that they have to get rid of it because they've all got sell-by dates. So if you've got sell-by dates, they've got to get rid of the stuff, or they need to clear the shelves because they've got January around the corner. Although a lot of people will be going out buying stuff today to have tomorrow evening. For those people who are not going to go and stand in a pub or go to a nightclub or something like that, they're going to actually be out and they'll have dinner at home, and it can be turkey. No reason why you shouldn't have a turkey cooked maybe today, and then you could do it as a curry tomorrow, do all sorts of bits and pieces. So that's why it's all there. I mean, the stuffing, in fact, there's the complete thing. I looked at the roast potatoes, and they were offering them, I think, about £1.30 in Marks and Spencer's. Shane in Sydney says, I bought hot cross buns at Woolworths yesterday, because over there in Australia they have Woolworths, and which is quite good. And Steve, decluttered my kitchen this week after having the worktops replaced. 3 boxes of kitchen contents given to charity. Very cleansing, says Jane. Yes, I would agree. Very, very cathartic, isn't it, really? And another one says, never mind the UFOs, says Lawrence, the flat earthers are steadily growing in number. What are they? I remember seeing something on the television. What was I watching? It was one of the police interceptor programs, and it turned out there were people out there who steal these diggers from building sites and everything. And I thought, who in their right mind steals diggers? And then I saw, and most of them are fitted with trackers now, so it doesn't take long for them to find out where they are. And they had them out there, and they were sort of getting the things back again, and then they arrested the people because they just waited until they came back. But imagine putting trackers on one of those dinkum digger things. I mean, I thought it was the oddest thing ever. But 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Pete the Pool Man says, Steve, I have a new watch that has a function called body battery. It tells you when you're tired, which is all of the time. Been out all week working as usual. When you're good at what you're doing, you're always at work. Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. He cleans pools. He does these celebrity pools, Nick, and he goes around. Then he takes a photograph of where he's been working on these celebrity pools. He goes around to clean the pools and gets them all ready for the new season. In fact, in the end, I think it was driving him mad. Absolutely mad. Not as mad as Ice Cream Ian, who was sort of driven mad by ice creams. But Andy says they're not Easter eggs, Steve. They're reindeer droppings. I think you can buy those, can't you? I'm going to take my watch in, actually, talking of Pete's watch, because it stopped holding itself together. You think with a decent watch, you know, it would. It needs to be sorted, so I shall take that in probably tomorrow. Tomorrow will be an awful lot better, actually. So the Tesla owners forced to wait hours at charging points all over the country during the festive break. Never seen somebody be queuing. People were waiting at South Mimms Station without realising in Hertfordshire that everybody else was also waiting at South Mimms Station so that they could get their cars charged up. I always thought Tesla looked quite expensive. I'm assuming they're fairly expensive cars. And I remember when people have talked about them, I remember what Ian Dale said about his electric car. He wasn't at all happy with it. It really wasn't. Elon Musk has urged Tesla employees to ignore stock market craziness after a year in which the value of the electric car maker crashed. It's never interested me having an electric car. Somebody said to me, why don't you get an electric car? I said, what for? I like using petrol. I'm just one of those sort of people. I'm a bit of a petrol head, but not really. And the peckish visitors who've been stopping by this seaside snack hut for almost 120 years, the National Trusts have been blasted over plans to replace it with a glorified burger ban. It was at Middle Beach at Studland in Dorset. Studland was the favourite holiday spot for Enid Blyton, and it's likely she would have visited, but it will close for good on January the 2nd with a loss of 10 jobs as part of the National Trust's managed retreat strategy on coastal erosion. So they've got a computer image showing the catering hut. It's just the sort of thing you'd find at a car boot sale or a fun fair. It's a shame, really. The cafe at Middle Beach in Studland, very nice indeed. And this other one will be a burger van. And to be honest with you, it's not as exciting. You know, I'd rather have the little building that's been there 120 years. If Enid Blyton went there, it must have been good enough for her. And they go, oh, no, we don't really want that. It's to do with coastal erosion and everything else. So they'd rather flog it off and stick a van in, which doesn't just look, you know, it doesn't look anything like, you know, the sort of thing it went to be. Steve, Epiphany of any year is the 12th day of Christmas, but you can keep Christmas for 40 days until Candlemas, says Paul. Well, we don't do that. We do the 12th day, you know, because it's just better. So it's so many days after Christmas, isn't it? And you count it up and it's I forget what day, was it the 6th of January or something? You've got to take your decorations down. But then I worked out, I've had a word with the Almighty, and he says you don't need to take them down, you just got to turn them off. If you've got your sort of lights on the Christmas tree, you don't necessarily have to take the tree down, you just got to turn the lights off. So we will probably be doing that. Alex will come round with his little ladder, climb up there, take the trees down. He gives me all the lights. I put them all in separate carrier bags, and then we recycle the trees. But actually this year, the trees have been really good. They haven't shed their needles as much as they have in previous years, which is a little bit difficult. Steve sat listening on our sun loungers on the beach, says Phil the fishmonger and Catherine. And they're looking out into the Indian Ocean from the glorious island of Embuda. I don't even know where they're doing it. It sounds lovely. Current temperature 29 degrees, blue skies and a gentle breeze. We've been here 5 days. We've got another 14 to go. Oh, you'll be really bored with it. You'll be so bored at the end where you go, oh no, another 4 days to go, 5 days to go. Oh gosh, sounds nice. But Embudu, which is looking into the Indian Ocean. There's some beautiful places, which if you've got the money, you can go off to and enjoy yourself. But I always love the people who sort of write complaining about things, because you know that they can't afford to go on holiday. But if you're a fishmonger, like lovely Phil is, you can afford to go on holiday. Whereas my fishmonger, well, he's not mine, he's everybody's in Twickenham, Stuart, I don't think he does holidays. I don't think he's done a holiday in ages. He spends most of his life working. That's what he does, even over Christmas. From Rihanna. Oh, wait a minute, I pushed the wrong blooming button now. That's the trouble with these sort of things. And, Steve, temporary traffic lights at roadworks have trackers in them. They're worth £3,000 each and regularly get stolen. Well, who wants traffic lights? What do you want traffic lights for? That would be the daftest thing ever. Nicking traffic. Oh, that's it, is it? Embudu, the village resort in the Maldives. Oh, doesn't that look pretty? That look very pretty. What a very nice place to go to. Look at that. Producer wants to go there now. He quite fancies it. Like, look at that. Crystal clear waters. And you wait till that great white comes out of the depth and drags one of them under. That always frightens me, things like that. I'm always, oh, they've got rays there. Very pretty, isn't it? Some very pretty places in this world that we, you know, if you've got the money, you can go and visit them. And that's why. So it's Embudu Village. Thank you very much indeed. Now we know where you are. We're a lot happier about life. Jane says Tesla cars are very shoddy inside. A lot of plastics around. I think everything's plastic inside cars now, which is a shame. Also, surrounding a PC, the range is terrible and car charging points are few and far between. Oh dear. And one says, Steve, my watch, says Alexandra, was brought by my father for my mother as a celebration present on the day I was born in 1956. Still going strong, and I wear it every day. Well, I think you should do that. I'm a firm believer, as anybody who knows me will tell you, that family come first. It's like I've still got my parents' furniture. Me and my brother, between us, have got my parents' furniture. I've got bed, sideboard, chest of drawers, drawers for the bedroom and things like that, and some hall chairs, which are very nice. Yeah. So I wouldn't get rid of stuff like that. That would drive me mad. Somebody said, why don't you just get rid of it? Even if they came round and went, oh, it's worth a fortune, which it might be, I don't know. But I wouldn't get rid of it because it was my parents.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, December the 30th, as we go from 1 year into another year. And we hope that next year is going to be better than the previous year, because many people suffered. So many jobs were lost, so many businesses collapsed, and I'm still reading stories in the papers now where they go, this business has been in operation for goodness knows how many years and they've had to close it because they just can't survive. And then they get their electricity bills in and stuff like that, and they really can't survive. And they don't know what to do. I mean, some of the pubs are charging a fortune for people to go into because they're hoping, they're going to sort of try and pay off some of their huge debts, because there's pubs closing left, right and centre, and businesses. This is a classic area, London, for businesses to close. We've had some really big businesses close during the pandemic. And you think to yourself, 1 minute you've got a business, then the next minute you've got basically just a boarded up shop. You don't have anything. I've lost track of how many we've had round here that have just gone under. For some of them, it's a case of they will survive because of the nature of the business they are. I mean, I can't see the Hippodrome closing down because it's a gambling place and people go there and gamble, and you can sort of have drinks at the bar and you can just watch people gambling, which I find just as entertaining as the gambling itself. But, I think the older Stephen would be sort of saying, actually, I think we like people to gamble, Steve. That's how we make the money. And I totally agree. And it's lovely to go inside and have a look around. Steve, you ask who would steal traffic lights, says Ash. Well, you can't have a decent disco party without traffic lights, can you? Oh, never thought about that, actually. Never thought about stealing traffic lights. But you can go and buy these things so cheaply now. But good luck with the watch service. I sent mine in for a £600 quoted service and had a £2,900 bill by the time they'd been through it. Mind you, it does look like new, says Ed. Yes, I took mine in for a complete service a while ago and came back beautifully cleaned, and they'd done everything. It was lovely, but it's not closing properly and staying closed. And they do it fairly quickly, which is good. Steve, 84850. Iceland sell Mayflower Chinese-style medium curry sauce mix. I've tried that. I don't like it, Ian. Medium curry. It's powder, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not really into it at all. I do like curry sauce. In fact, I think you can actually buy ready-made curry sauce. Then you can dip your chips in it. But I've never actually been a fan of dipping chips in curry sauce. Doesn't kind of work. Not as far as I remember. But I remember going to markets. We went to North Weald and places like that, and at Kempton Park. In fact, at all the racetracks they have markets, and they do curry sauce with your chips. So you go chips and curry sauce, please. And they give you a little pot with the curry sauce in, and that's quite nice actually. But Mayflower Chinese style. See, Chinese style medium curry sauce mix says it all, doesn't it, really? The post office is replacing all of their 41,000 petrol vans with electric ones, says Roger, at a cost of God knows how much. Yeah, they're not very good, though. You know why? And I told this story a while ago because my other postman was delivering parcels, and quite a few parcels we had to get through. And I said, it's very quiet. I said, is that a new van? And he said, yes, it's electric. I said, blooming awful. I said, why? He said, because if you put the heating on, it drains the battery really quickly. So you can't have the heating on. And it's like, I think some of the buses, we've got the electric buses, they won't put the heating on because it drains the battery. So you can find yourself stranded in the middle of nowhere. So we don't bother with things like that, even at a cost, says Roger, of £770 million. But I've seen it. It's only because I commented on how nice and shiny it was. And he said, yeah, it's electric. And I went, oh, good. They don't sort of get dirty, but again, you can't hear them. Doesn't really help, does it? But it was a case of, if it drains the battery, they're not going to put the heating on. I get cars in the morning sometimes like that, where they're all electric, and you sit there and you're frozen to death because the heating doesn't go on because it drains their battery. So every so often they have to take it back in and charge it up again. At what cost? Goodness only knows. Excuse me. So I then decided there was no way, because if you think I'm driving a car in the winter with no heating on or no air conditioning, think again. Think again. I work, says Jonathan, 18 to 20 hours a day to run my business and keep it going the last 3 years has been very tough. And your show has picked me up on many a night, let me tell you. Well, I feel really sorry for people who've had businesses that they're struggling to keep going. I really do. Because I can't imagine how much worse it can be. You put your life's soul into a business and then you gradually see it disappearing, and then a bill comes in and you think, well, that's just pushed us over the edge. That means that we really can't afford to keep going any longer. There was this family business the other day. They sold curtains, ready-made curtains, and curtains you have made up and stuff like that. And they decided after all this time, and they've got about 26 shops, they can't afford to keep going. They literally can't afford to keep going. And I remember thinking how sad that is when you've had a business, a family business, for a long, long time. So that's why I was saying, even during the strikes, which are not helping, go out and support these businesses, you know, restaurants and places that do things, and DIY stores and everything else. You know, we all know who they are, the little local ones, and florists and stuff like that. They've got to sell an awful lot of stuff to actually make the rent in. You know, then you've got all the other things. You've got the staff wages and I mean, it must be absolutely soul destroying. You see, you know, much around here, we had some very well established businesses, very well established, who just went under. They just couldn't afford to keep going. And the social distancing sent people round the bend. Steve, did you know that in Spain they give each other their presents at midnight? On the 6th or 7th, as they celebrate the Day of the Three Kings. And they don't know the other two names, says Bernard in Liverpool. So they know Balthazar, and they don't know the other two names. Or you don't know the... Oh, he said he doesn't know the other two names. I can't remember who they were, actually. There was Balthazar and his two mates. His two mates. That's all we know, actually. But in Spain... So they do the 6th or the 7th of January. It's interesting, because a lot of Europeans do... Christmas Eve. The Polish do Christmas Eve, Romanians Christmas Eve, and people like that. And they have fish traditionally. They don't tend to have turkey. And they have lots of courses. I know that, Bernard, because my hairdresser, as I said to before, is actually Polish. Steve, I see a lot more small businesses close when the Uzek extension comes in. There is an Armenian tradition identifying the Magi Bethlehem as Balthazar of Arabia, Melchior of Persia, and Caspar of India. Oh, I didn't know they came from all different places. I don't believe they existed. I seriously don't. I think it's a blooming good story, and I do like it, but I don't believe they were ever there. I mean, why would they bring all these gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh? Why did they not get mugged on the way to the stable? That was... I'm not sure which bits I believe or which bits I don't believe. I don't know. Yeah, the bit where they get a present for the baby Jesus, and there's no midwives around to sort Mary out, and I couldn't quite work it out because they used to call her the Virgin Mary, but in fact, if she had been, she would have been Virgo Intacta, which is how it should have been in the Bible. But unfortunately, over the years, the Bible has been translated by lots of different people, and they've all got, if they don't know what a word is, they just sort of put a word in, which is a bit of a shame. So I'm not sure. Now, of course, everybody knows what they're called. So Carol says it's Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar. And Malachi and Caspar, says Catherine. Not Malachi. Not Malachi, no. Melchior, I think he did. But I don't know. I never knew them anyway. I never bought any of their products. But, I mean, nobody mentions, after they arrive at the stable, there's no mention of what they do with their camels. I could understand if they'd arrived with a horse. They could have put the horse in the stable and it could have had something to eat. But, you know, there was no mention anywhere in the Bible of we left the camels outside and didn't bother feeding them ever again. You know, I think we should know about things like that, because I worry. When you watch the... Oh, did you watch... Oh... The big story. Did you watch King of Kings? Dun, 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 dun. They turned up with servants. Oh, right. I loved King of Kings. I thought it was brilliant. It was Hollywood's version of the Bible. And it's funny because on one of the scenes, Christ is on the hillside about to give a speech. Of course, nobody could have heard him. And I think when they did this comedy version, somebody went, I'm sorry, can you speak up a little bit? We can't hear what he's saying. It's Monty Python. Sorry, what are you saying? Something about the meek shall inherit the earth or something. But anyway, in this particular one, you could tell that they use locals. And obviously he'd said, can you all start moving up the hillside towards where Christ is about to speak, and they use local people. They weren't actors. And you can see that they just look like very ordinary people, and they're sort of looking around, obviously, at the cameras and everything else, which is always quite clever. But no, I love the music. Dun, 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 dun. And it was good. It was very well done, but it was the Hollywood version of the Bible, which was... Yeah, Jesus with a US accent. And the bloke in it, and I can't remember, he died, actually. He died quite young, I seem to remember. But it was very good. I bought it on DVD. I recommended it to somebody a short while ago. Don't know who it was, actually. Dawn says, I thought you liked the Big Brother programme. Oh, there we go. King of Kings, made in 1961, narrated by Orson Welles, and Jeffrey Hunter was Jesus. In fact, when you look at him, you can see that, but I'm sure he died early. I'm pretty certain. If you get an opportunity of watching it, it's fairly lengthy, but it's very well, and it's this theme tune that runs all through. Why Orson Welles was uncredited, I've got no idea. Rip Torn was in it, but Jeffrey Hunter, there you go, he died. He was only 42. He died in 1969. They made the film in 61, and he died. What of? I've got no idea. I've got no idea what he died of. I just say, wait a minute. I mean, he made loads of films. He was the third plebeian in Julius Caesar in 1950. Call Me Mister. He played the Kid. Papa Crichton in The Frogman. He went through... None of these were particularly sort of big films that he made, but he worked. He made quite a few films from 1950 all the way up to the day that he died. He was his funeral was held at St Mark's Episcopal Church in Van Nuys, interred at Glen Haven Memorial Park, which makes it sound like a caravan park. But he was found unconscious. He fell down his stairs, I believe, at his home in California, found unconscious by an actor and a friend who came for a visit, taken to Valley Presbyterian Hospital where he underwent brain surgery, died at about 9:30 the following morning. He had a displaced vertebrae and concussion. He couldn't speak. He could hardly move. And so died, but very young. 42 is way too young, way too young. But at least he made a film that people can now watch. And you can buy it, and you should buy it, because it's very... You don't have to be religious for it. It's not necessarily a religious experience. It's a Hollywood interpretation, but they obviously spent tons of money on it. And very nice. Guy says, the three wise men did exist. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't exist at all. Don't be so ridiculous. It's a good story. They were selling a book. They had to flog this book. They'd had it in Waterstone's window for ages, and nobody was buying it, so they thought, let's run with a good story. Lauren in Thamesmead says, try a Danish watch brand called Skagen. They're very good, you know. Oh, right. Isn't Balthazar the size of a bottle of champagne? The largest bottle you can get is a Balthazar. Yes, they do. They do. No, Nebuchadnezzar. Is that the biggest one? Or Balthazar? I can't remember. Anyway, you're right. But who can drink that? Bernard says they eat camels. They do eat camels. They do eat camels. Mind you, your oven's enormous. Try and get the blooming thing in there, I promise you. Not very good. Steve, hearing you slurp makes me really want a cup of tea, but it's too cold to get out of bed. Should I wake my husband and tell him to make it? Absolutely. Absolutely. What, you mean he's still in bed? It's half past 5, for goodness sake. You don't want to sort of stay in bed till 5:30. You want to get out there and get some fresh air in your lungs, then come back, have a piece of toast. That's always a nice thing to have, isn't it? Piece of toast and a cup of tea. Little bit of Marmite, not too much. That'll just about do it for you. Morning, Steve. I had a crush on Jeffrey Hunter when I was a kid. He had electric blue eyes, says Kathy. And he's very good in the film The Searchers with John Wayne and Natalie Wood. It's been called the best Western ever, and I dislike Westerns, but this one is good. I never got into Westerns either. Isn't it funny? Some people absolutely adored Westerns. And I remember thinking to myself, what was the appeal of it? I mean, John Wayne did all the westerns, didn't he? He was big and get off your horse and drink your milk. And then he turned up, and I think he turned up at the Oscars some years later. He used to smoke 100 cigarettes a day, and I think he had cancer. And he had a very deep voice like that. But they sort of got a congressional medal done for him and all sorts of things. But there was always, in every film he made, there was always a pretty blonde boy who was, in The Sons of Katie Elder, there was always somebody there. It was sort of a good cross-section of people who didn't look as though they could ever ride a horse if their life depended on it. Steve, businesses are being destroyed by the outrageous increase in commercial rents, business rates and council parking charges. Yes, they are. But you can't do anything about it. That's the problem. And all it'll do is all these businesses, little businesses, the family businesses, people who work hard for them and really put their 150% into it, they're being taken over by companies. Big companies take over their premises. They go, oh, it's going to be a Starbucks, or it's a this, or it's a that. People who don't seem to have to worry about anything at all. So that's why businesses are being destroyed. Somebody else talking about Jeffrey Hunter. So young, though, to die, wasn't he? But so good. I told you, Ted Neely, who played Jesus Christ in the film, the Andrew Lloyd Webber Jesus Christ Superstar, and I went to see it in Richmond, and people were picketing the cinema. It was a group called the Festival of Light, and they thought the film was blasphemy. And they were picketing people and heckling as they were going in. So I just waited till they had a break, and I sort of washed in to go and see the film. And very good it was, too, but they yes, it is absolutely very good because it's so cleverly done. And Ted Neely, they brought back, when they did a theatre tour of it, they brought him back to do it. And he's on YouTube. You should do it because he brings the house down because he's a lot older now, probably nearly twice the age that he was when he did the first thing. And he's got such a vocal range that when he does this, wow, he really sort of screams the number out. And literally had the cast were all pictured off stage. And some of them were crying and everything else. It was just amazing. Just amazing. So here's the blundering GPs. Apologise. Well, they haven't really. And so the message mix-up, people got these things. In fact, it was sent out at the Askern medical practice near Doncaster. Some people were genuinely waiting for lung cancer test results. And so at 15:49, out came these messages. Diagnosis, aggressive lung cancer with metastases. Thanks. And that's what it said. 16:11, please accept our sincere apologies for the previous text message. This was sent in error. Our message to you should have read, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. So, not so good. Property developer Chris Reed burst into tears. He tried to phone the surgery but found the lines busy, rushed to the centre to be informed it was a mistake, and his cancer results were in fact negative. I got that as well. I got your cancer results, Steve, are negative. And I went, well, that's all we can hope for. That's all we can hope for. Thank you very much indeed. Sula says, not long now, Steve. Magic Circle, here we come. I'm so excited. I've never seen live magic. Oh, you'll be seeing a lot today. You'll get close-up magic, and you will get a stage show as well. So you'll be seeing a lot of magic. You'll be seeing a lot of magic, which is very good. So the GP, interestingly enough, Askern Medical Practice were contacted for comment, but they didn't seem to have one. So, but they did actually, apologise to all the people saying, terribly sorry, we shouldn't have sent you out this thing saying it's cancer when it isn't. From the Queen to Cocky Corden and Hapless Harry, heroes and villains of 2022 from Jan Moyer. General villain was Rebecca Dreary-Vardy. What a horrible person she turned out to be. Yuck, yuck, yuck. For dragging Colleen Rooney to court and bringing the moral fiasco of the Wagatha Christie trial. A creepy person at the best of times. And Harry and Meghan. Mega year for Meghan of Montecito and her obliging husband, but we've all been buffeted by their ongoing hurricane of hurt. There was a 6-part documentary series and assorted podcasts that picked over their suffering with no end in sight. Coming soon, Harry's whinge-fest autobiography called Spare, which is exactly the way that we look at him. Honestly, he doesn't know anything else. She's obviously guiding him. Because you can just... he couldn't do this by himself. Otherwise, he'd have done it years and years ago. James Corden, she says, fell from grace after his rudery towards staff at New York's Balthazar restaurant. When his wife was served an egg yolk omelette, it contained a trace of white. His reaction including yelling at a waiter that you can't do your job, and also maybe I should go into the kitchen and cook the omelette myself. It's one thing you don't do. If you're a famous person, you can't do that. There are fewer worse sights, she says, than a pampered multi-millionaire cushioned from the grind of life by wealth and celebrity, not just taking out his frustrations on an obliging, hard-working server on a basic wage, but humiliating them in public too. Almost as bad as David Walliams sneering at contestants on Britain's Got Talent. Appalling, the pair of them. Well, I think actually they have apologised. James Corden did apologise, and it was all sort of kind of forgotten. Also, England captain Harry Kane promising to wear a One Love armband in Qatar to show his support for the LGBTQ plus community there. Then he took it off promptly when threatened with being suspended. Took it off. Creep. Not so good. And hurrah for the Lionesses. They did very, very well indeed. And boo for the eco-protesters. Chocolate cakes smeared on the face of King Charles. Orange paint sprayed over a luxury car showroom in London. Famous paintings doused in soup. Food stores swimming in milk. Assorted roads blocked. Innocent cheeses and dairy products ruined forever. The thick people, they know nothing at all. Happy birthday to J.K., the diminutive little singer, who seems to have disappeared forever now. He's from Greater Manchester, fronts Jamiroquai, the funk band who had 4 #1 albums and topped the singles charts. And he said, there are vastly exaggerated reports of my wealth. Did I really spend 75 grand in Harvey Nichols? No. I would never spend 75 grand on anything unless it was metal, had 4 wheels and was bought or built before 1970. He's into his cars, as you can tell. Joe Root, the Yorkshire cricketer and former England Test captain, 32 today. JK, by the way, is 53, so many happy returns. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day to you. I hope you have a really good day. 1968, the English rock band Led Zeppelin recorded live for the first time, and in 2011, Ronald Searle. Cast your mind back. Once you've seen his name written down, you will know he's the cartoonist who did all the cartoons of St. Trinian's, and he died aged 91 in 2011. Plus, December the 30th, 1999, the Millennium Flame, burning in a red and gold glass torch, arrived in London last night in readiness for tomorrow's celebration on the Thames. The Queen will use it to light a fuse that will fire a laser beam to ignite a 25-ton beacon. I like those sort of things. I think we did it quite well. When I look back at the Olympic Games and stuff like that, I thought we did it really well, actually. Really, really well. Goodness sake, you can't have everything perfect, can you? Coming up, Elton at Glastonbury, Take That in Hyde Park, and Blur and Pulp, bringing Britpop back centre stage. It's going to be a bumper year for live music. They're all out there. They're all going to be out there. Elton, Lizzo, Gwen Stefani, Damon Albarn, all the rest of it. And I think Elton's doing Glastonbury. I think that's what he's doing, and he'll probably have a lovely time. I'm surprised, actually, that he's not done it up until now. I really am. I thought he would have been probably about his 3rd or 4th time, but it is not to be. What else we got? Oh, celebrity cruises. I love it. Do you know they're not very expensive? You go in January, £899 per person, and that means you get, an all-inclusive stay in a 4-star hotel in Tenerife, and you get 7 nights on board the Azure, which is lovely, which includes all your food, and you can probably get a booze package as well, which we like. We like those sort of things. But it's the story about Pele, who, if you didn't know who he was, by the time you've read the papers for the day, you'll be well aware who he was. 1940 to 2022. Also, habitual users of cough medicine could be referred for a cancer check by their pharmacists, because they're saying now, actually, pharmacists are basically taking over where sort of doctors left off. If people can't get in to see their doctor, they recommend you go and see the pharmacist, because they know all about things and they can recommend stuff as well, and they can just get things added to your prescription. They're worth their weight in gold. My one is. Mr. Shah and his team are fantastic. Steve, Jeffrey Hunter was the original captain in Star Trek. Oh, he was the original captain of the USS Enterprise, wasn't he? He was Captain Pike. Oh, right. So there you go. And Steve, it's been a very tense few years. But your show has helped me cope. Oh, thank God for that. At least I feel as we've done something. You know, if somebody says, your show helped me cope, I always go, oh, good. Oh, good. Because it can't be much fun. We've helped quite a number of people, actually, over the last year, over the last 2 years. So I shall have to go and check that out, actually. Looking forward to visiting you at the Magic Circle this evening, Steve, says Caroline. And but we're looking forward to finding Sooty in the museum more, having been lifelong fans of him and seen him and Sweep at the Mayflower in Southampton. Our last train home, due to the impending strike, is 21:42 from Waterloo. I don't know what time we finish. I really couldn't tell you, actually. I think you'll be all right, though. I think you'll be okay. But you're not like Ken Dodd, keeping us till midnight. No, nothing like that. Goodness knows, no. We're on a very tight schedule. Because bear in mind, you're going to the second show. But Sooty is in the museum. You'll see the original Sooty. The original. None of these imposters, ladies and gentlemen, are out there. But all you do when you come in, hang your coat up. There's a cloakroom, and then head your way downstairs to the museum. Do that first, because, you know, by the time we've got 200 people in the building, twice over, it'll be a little bit crowded. And it's not the biggest museum, but it's got lots of interesting things that you will see, and you will see Sooty, and then go up to the first floor, where you will see in the Devant room lots of other very famous bits of apparatus. Okay, apparatus. But Sooty was first famous person, producer, first famous person that he ever saw was Sooty. Yeah, he's very interesting because he was bought, I think, on Blackpool Pier by Harry Corbett, and he used to go, bye bye everybody, bye bye, and then he sold him for £1 million. Sooty was worth that much as a franchise, which is good, isn't it? Very good, very, very good indeed, very, very good.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. So a lot of you remembering Jeffrey Hunter as the original captain in Star Trek. I had no idea. Steve says, we're looking forward to going to see Jack and the Beanstalk at the Hippodrome Theatre in Eastbourne at 11 o'clock this morning. Do you know, they were doing a thing the other day. What was it? Oh, it was a circus, which I think is at Van Hague's. Mr. Neil told me all about it. Do you know, on some of their days, they've got 4 shows to do for this circus. 4 shows. I think they only run about an hour. So they're actually not too bad. And that's about the attention span you're going to get off little kids. And they've got fire and fire breathers and, you know, acrobats and all sorts of things. But I think the most we've found for the pantomime is 3 shows in a day. Now, that must be a killer. You know, when you agree to do pantomime and they say you're doing 3 shows, you go, yeah, that's fine. Without realising the implications of doing 3 shows. You need the rest down before you get to the last show, because you've got to put as much effort into the last show as you do into the first show. And sometimes I've done 2 shows, but, well, I've got 2 shows to do today at the Magic Circle, but it's not necessarily all about me. It's about the performers and how good they are. And they are you won't be disappointed today. You're going to see some cracking magic. Absolutely. And you'll see it close up. So much so that you'll be going, I can't believe it. I don't believe it, but you will believe it when you actually see it. And you'll get close-up magic and you get stage magic as well, which is lovely. I don't think any of the groovy... No, we try not to encourage the groovy gang on this one. It's easier for them to stay where they are with their tags on, so the police know where they are. It's a lot easier, I think. Steve, wish you luck with the show tonight, says Tony. Will you be making a video? No, we don't do videos of the show. We don't. They did it one year for my show at the... Leicester Square Theatre. They did that one, and then people could buy it as a programme afterwards. Steve, the Bible does not state how many wise men there were. More probably there were 12. They didn't arrive to visit Jesus and present gifts to him, born to be king, until he was several months old and described as a young child living in the house. Depends which Bible you're reading, doesn't it? It depends which Bible. And also they were given no names in the Bible account. You're obviously reading a different Bible from the rest of us. I don't think you're reading the normal Bible. You're probably reading Old Testament, I should imagine. Somebody says, you obviously prefer the gentler side of the Western Times, like Little House on the Prairie. Oh, we thought Little House on the Prairie was great. We loved Little House on the Prairie. And then Sue says, you know how many listeners there are to your LBC show? Of course we do. Don't be so ridiculous. How else do you think they sell advertising on a programme? You know, we know that straight away. That's what everything is done, so they can tell that you go up and down. I mean, you know, she says, can you tell when somebody switches off during your show? We only get people added on, Sue, I'm sorry. Well, that's all we get. We don't get people switching off. So we only get people jumping in to listen to the programme. The audience figures rise and rise and rise. We have the biggest spike in living memory. Nobody gets a spike like we do on this show, which is good. So cops are mocked over the hunt for this face tap man. He's obviously some sort of person they would like to help with their inquiries, and he's been taunting them on the internet, which is okay. We don't mind people like that, because eventually, you know, it's like the drug dealers. Eventually you get caught out because something will happen, and they'll go, wait a minute, we know where that is, and that's what they end up doing. They end up finding people that way. And so this particular book is called Kieran Bond. Kieran's 19. He's got Bondy inked over his right eye. He failed to turn up in court accused of threats with an offensive weapon, and he then mocked British Transport Police. But some person wrote, surely they won't have to look too hard. He's got his name tattooed on his face. But he was charged over an incident on a train. So, I mean, it can't be that difficult. When they do find him, it'll be a case of, duh, got you. And he'll have to go, oh, didn't think you could do that. Carol Vorderman's been granted a restraining order on a Vorder stalker and declared, ain't no stopping me now, which was a very big hit some years ago. The Pride of Britain host has vowed to live her life more freely. Now action has been taken against her pursuer. She bought a camper van earlier this year and has documented its renovations on social media. So, anyway, this particular person has been sorted out. She paid £40,000 for this. Have you seen some of these motorhomes? They're really super. I mean, they're super duper luxury. You know, double beds, showers, kitchens. I mean, it's all really, I often fancied things like that. She said, she lives in Wales, by the way. She spent £100,000 on the van and its renovation. But so she paid £40,000 for it and then spent about £100,000. She's been married twice after she was inspired to buy it after going on the I'm a Celebrity in 2016. She lives in Wales. She says, it was the first time I slept under the stars for 3 whole weeks. No tent, just the sky and air. I've become addicted to being outside. Have you seen some of these American things? One of our people who used to live where I lived, Dave, he used to work in the film industry, and he took one of their Winnebagos one weekend. And that was huge. I mean, that was literally a coach fitted out inside beautifully with, I think it had 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, fully fitted kitchen, you know, dining table, the whole caboodle, televisions, plasma screens, air, really everything. And they all absolutely loved it. They all went away for a weekend and had a fantastic time. I just like looking at them. But in America, they're quite normal to find. Lots of families have got Winnebagos. And they go away on their holidays. They don't necessarily, because the Americans don't need to actually fly anywhere to go on holiday. So most Americans don't have passports. Known fact, because they can go skiing in the morning, depending where they go in the country. They can go to the beach. They can go and roll about in the snow. They can do all sorts of things, all in their own country. So they don't need to have passports or anything else. There's a story of a Lamborghini which flipped over on a motorway, and the driver, Shan Hussein, was killed. He lost his life whilst a woman, also in the supercar, suffered serious injuries. Shan of Bradford was travelling on the M62 near Huddersfield when the single vehicle crash took place around 4:20 in the morning. Now, he sounds to me like one of these boys who goes out and they rent these cars and they do the flash bit. You know, I'm driving a flash car, blah, 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 blah. They rent them. They're about £2,000 a day to lease, but normally only to people over 21. I mean, he was 20, and police appealed for witnesses describing it as horrific. It's a shame, really. It's not known who was driving the black Lamborghini, or who owned the vehicle. Well, they'll find out. And then it'll turn out that something's happened. But whatever it is with these cars, they're meant to be driven at speed. They are very speedy cars. You don't buy a Lamborghini to pootle around at 20 miles an hour. You really don't. You go there and you buy it, but it's for flash kids. That's it, you know. And there you go. You will have read, and you probably have used as a punchline or explanatory prop for American parochialism, the fact that the majority of Americans do not have passports. This is true. The US State Department estimate that 37% of the population have a valid passport. Those who held a UK passport increased from 42.5 million to 45.7 million. Those who held a non UK passport also increased from 4.2 million to 5.9 million in 2021. So the Americans don't have them because they don't need it. And the reason I know this is because I used to do the concerts for the Americans when they came in town to do the New Year's Day parade. We would take over Central Hall, Westminster, and they would bring out their concert bands and everything else. And I would say to the audience, who are mainly Americans, so how many of you been to London before? And nearly all of them had never been to London before. And I said, what are you looking forward to seeing? And they wanted to go and see Big Ben and Buckingham Palace. They want to see all the usual touristy things that we take for granted. If you work and live in London, then, you know, we see these things on a daily basis. But most of them had never been here before. And what they have to do, they save up. All the musicians and the majorettes and the dancers and everything else, they save up and they pay for themselves to come over here. When you get UCLA and you get the kids doing their routines, they've never met each other before. They get sent a CD, a DVD, and they learn the dance routine, and then some of the girls get thrown up in the air by these big butch blokes, and they sort of throw them up in the air and come down again. All of this is rehearsed in America without them ever meeting. First time they meet is on the streets of London, and I've seen them there, freezing cold, the snow coming down, and they've got earmuffs on, and their little rah-rah skirts. You know, and they work really hard, but they've got fantastic dexterity, and they're good. And of course, for many of them, they literally put them in coaches and they take them around London so they can do all of the things. I think most of them stay. There's a hotel by Tower Bridge that a lot of them stay in. They put them up in some really nice hotels, but they've never been to this country before, so they want to do all the touristy things. You know, the things that we do when we go to America. The difference is we have passports, and they don't have passports, so they have to go and get their passports. But they're really, I tell you, if you've seen, it used to make me laugh, I used to have to say it, I couldn't help it, that the Americans will be there, it's freezing, you know, -2 degrees, they're there with their little rah-rah skirts on, and they're smiling and happy and everything else, and then you get, you know, sort of the British majorettes. They look as miserable as sin. They look as though they'd rather be anywhere than standing on the streets doing this thing on New Year's Day. But the Americans are very enthusiastic. Very, very enthusiastic and really, 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 really good. Really, really good. So if you get the opportunity to go see the New Year's Day parade, then you must definitely go. My friend Ian over in America, I like to be in America. He says, my friends in Phoenix bought a Winnebago. They love it. Like you said, depending on where you live, you can drive to the beach or a mountain. The mobile home's a big business. I've got a friend in Dallas who sells them and makes a fortune from his commission. Yeah, they don't need to leave the country. You know, if they're looking for sunshine, they go to Florida. If they're looking to, you know, they go up into mountains and stuff like that. You know, which is nice, isn't it? Steve, thank you for your shows. You never fail to start my day with a smile, and I got to meet you. It says Joe in Hastings at the Leicester Square show last year. Good luck for this evening. Yep. 2 shows we've got today at the Magic Circle. I'm looking forward to it, always do. And also especially because tomorrow's sort of day off for me. So I quite like the idea I'm having a day off, you know. And then back in on Sunday morning, and then you'll all be going, oh, I feel awful. I feel really good, bit of headache and all that kind of stuff. But we should enjoy it. And then next week, we sort of kind of get back to normal. Well, as normal as it can be. But as the producer, Nick, has told us, you can go and buy your Easter eggs. Tesco will be selling those for you. I'm surprised they haven't got Christmas trees on sale. Actually, no, they have got Christmas trees on sale. They sell all the Christmas trees that they haven't sold. But in Marks and Spencer's and in Waitrose, it's all the food that they sold over Christmas, which has now got yellow stickers on, which means it's reduced in price. So you can go and get your turkey crown, you can get your Brussels sprouts, you can get your gravy, you can get just about everything, which is lovely. I like it. It's good. But I always enjoy Christmas, and this year has been particularly good. 2 really good Christmas dinners, Christmas Day and Boxing Day, presents, you know, no booze. No booze. I've been really good about the no booze side of it, but no, all the rest of it, absolutely on the money, on the money for everything, and I hope that you had exactly the same. What else we got? Oh yes, the biggest house price rises are in the north, and the new category of boxing apparently would ring-fence trans fighters. I didn't know there was such a thing. I've noticed every day surprises me. And the mocked-up image of Prince George being used to sell a machete. Who in God's name buys a machete? I've got no idea. And those passengers on the cruise ship, it was a new cruise ship, and they had a few issues, so consequently people didn't get their food for Christmas Day at a certain time. And you think, but that's part of the fun of a new ship. They have the Grinches on board, and eventually it gets sorted out, and everybody has a nice time. And that's what I hope you're having this morning.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. I know it's been an odd week. I appreciate the fact that people don't know, are we back at work? Are we not back at work? And the answer is no, you're not. But the trains are operating, as far as we know, the trains are operating today. And we've got the buses. And then I think as we begin January, that's when we start going into more strikes. And we all have to sort of, faff around. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's not such a big deal. Not such a big deal. The only thing I worry about, and even Keir Starmer has said this, he's on the side of the public. He said, I just want to see an end to it, which is what everybody else wants to see. I'm quite sure that Michael Lynch at the RMT wants to see an end to it. I'm quite sure that, everybody else. Let's have a quick look. So Waterloo to Twickenham train times. This is for today. Oh, they're all there. There you go. That's the one I shall probably get, the 7:50. It goes to Reading. And it's quite fast, actually. It just goes Clapham Junction, Richmond, Twickenham, which is very good. Because the one after that is 8:20. Way too long to sit around a drafty station. Won't find me doing things like that. And I never get there early enough for the 7:18, so it has to be the 7:50, which is generally platform 17. I find it quite worrying that I know these things, but I used to get the 7:28. To Windsor and Eton Riverside, but that one doesn't now go through Richmond and Twickenham. It goes round the other way, which is a bit of a pain. Yeah, it does the Teddington route and Isleworth and things like that. But no, the 7:50 should be a good one. I quite like it. But as I say, it's generally so. Although it came in at platform 5 the other day. I don't know. Why do I know these things? I'm so sorry. I hate to depress you with sort of, my exciting life. But I quite like it, actually. I shall have a little rest, get myself ready, go down, pick up my friend Darren, and off to the Magic Circle we shall go. And we look forward to seeing you. Wrap up warm. I don't want you to get cold or anything like that. But you can get a cup of coffee at the Magic Circle and you can have a little drink and things like that. And you'll have a nice time. You'll have a very nice time. Steve, also on New Year's Day, says Maggie, is the concert from Vienna, including the orchestra, the ballet, and the Lipizzaner horses. Are you sure the Lipizzanas? I'm not sure about that, actually. I know that they do the New Year's Day thing at the Opera House, but I don't think they do the Lipizzanas there. I don't know. I might be wrong. I only got as far as the Opera House, and what they do is, because in the summer, the Lipizzanas are out of town. They're not performing during the summer, which is when people go to Vienna and go, oh, can we go and see the Lipizzanas? You go, well, the Spanish Riding School, they send them all out to the pastures during the summer. So they might be. But in the Opera House, they have the Opera House Ball. And they open up the stage and they have this dance that they all do. It's very prestigious to go to it. It's very prestigious. And they always have special guests on who they've paid a fortune to go. They've had all sorts of peculiar people in the past who go to the opera day, the opera thing there. I haven't seen the ballet, but the Opera House is huge. Absolutely huge. The size of the stage, you can multiply 4 times because it rotates. So they put a set on it and then they just move it to the side to bring another set on. It's huge. They had a thing there some years ago. They were trying to change it. They had a new conductor coming into the Opera House. And he said, because what they used to do is they do one ballet one day. Then when it finished, the trucks would come in, load all the scenery on, take it off, and then they bring another ballet in. So every day they were changing the ballet. Laura in Shenfield says they have Valentine's cards in our local shop. Oh, I think you should have them all year round anyway. Although I'm not really a fan of Valentine's cards at all. Definitely not. Steve, Ray, having a gorgeous night away at Foxhill Spa with husband. Very fancy. Spas are now, they're the latest things to have. Spas to get. I personally can't stand them, but that's just me. I don't like this idea. Dale used to go to Greyshot Hall, which I believe is closed, and he would like those. You go and sit down and have dinner in the sort of the restaurant there, and it was like rabbit food. I remember thinking, I'm not being filled by this at all. I wanted a portion of chips. And they don't do your portion of chips. You know, they go, oh, you're supposed to be very healthy here. And he would do it before he was doing a TV programme, and that was about it, actually. Mark Knopfler, and thank you, Graham. I'm not going to even do that one because it's too old on the programme. And somebody else was sort of talking about the tag's off today, Steve. So I can get to your magic show, but you've not said where it is. Well, I wouldn't tell you. We don't want people like you in there. Thank you very much indeed. Getting your tags off. Good God, no. I'll call the police immediately. Actually, we always have police waiting, you know, just for those odd Looney Tunes. Gillian says, I'm wondering what gift your brother brought you. Oh, I never discuss that. Never discuss what family buy me, because it's always the most unusual thing. And you would think if you knew that, by Jove, is a very unusual thing. Because I'm not really a present receiver. I'm more a present giver. I'm not really very good at taking presents. I always say to them, please don't buy me presents. And this is something I can use instantly. So a couple of my lovely listeners get me some presents every year, and that's my amount of presents. I don't want things normally, but I get lovely things from two of my lovely listeners, and they're always very much appreciated. But in fact, for my sort of godchildren's family, they make a donation to charity, and then the charity sends me a little thing saying thank you for your donation, and that I think, you know, covers it, which is very good. Maggie says they definitely have the Lipizzaners. Yeah, not at the Opera House though. I think you'll find they will be at the Spanish Riding School. Also, a new UFO speed camera could catch alien craft whizzing through the solar system. There aren't any aliens whizzing through our solar system. I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but physicist Avi Loeb from Harvard University set up the new super camera in a bid to spot UFOs. It's operating 24/7 from a secret site. Well, you know, what would be the point of that? Do you think they're a bit scared of us? Listen, if they can manage to make it to this country, which of course they can't because they don't exist, but he says the speed, the course and shape are possible signs it's an alien craft. So he's planning a space mission to intercept any similar objects. They're Looney Tunes, these people. They're mad as broomsticks. There are no spacecraft coming down. There are no little green men. They don't come. They don't do anything at all. OK? It's only in their mind when they've had enough drink. That's all it is. Ministers splurging millions of quid of your money on first-class trains and taxis. What is this obsession with going first class? What it is, and it is actually an obsession. I don't know whichever way people look at it, but it's always been an obsession. I remember saying to a friend of mine once, I said, have you ever been normal on a plane? And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, have you ever turned right? He went, turned right? He said, to do what? I said, well, to sit in a seat. He said, good God, no. He was absolutely horrified that I'd even suggested it. He's only ever turned left on a flight, because left is first class. And if you go first class, I mean, although the price difference is quite substantial, but if they've got seats free, sometimes, if you're very lucky, you can be upgraded. And that means you get loads of decent food and booze and everything else, because they like kind of do it. Whereas me, you see, it's pointless for me to do that, because I just go to sleep. I'm only interested in going to sleep. And Steve, last message I sent was a joke about the tag. Where is it? I'm not telling you. I can't tell you. I'll tell you these things. Secret squirrel. We never tell people. Steve, it's pronounced Winnebago, despite what producer Joe says. No, it's Winnebago. I'll tell you the other thing. It is what? Oh, it is from producer Joe. Oh, sorry. Despite the E. Thank you, Joe. He's supposed to be in bed by now. Honestly, there's nothing worse, is there, than your former producer listening in and then coming and correcting you. I mean, seriously, that's just pushing it too far as I'm concerned. And somebody else says, is there another spike at 0600, says Chris in Birmingham? No, it's 4. It's a spike at 4, and it goes whoosh, through the roof, which is great. And also says, I did not keep this Roman Catholic ancient winter solstice festive season of a pagan heathen Christ Mass. Christ wasn't born in December, so I didn't have a Christ Mass dinner. It's pagan. Christmas is pagan. We've established that years ago. It's to go from one season to another. That's why you have the food. It's got nothing to do with Christianity or anything else at all. It was pagan. Because we know that Christ was born in, what was it, September or July or something? That's what they were saying. I mean, whether or not you believe that makes no difference. Matt in Wigan loves it. Wait a minute, Matt, just for you. Here we go. Wait a minute. It's lovely. Absolutely lovely. Matt Coco Hancock says he wants to make serious documentaries and stay away from reality television. Well, we wish you just stay away from television, Matt. Nobody's interested. He says he's had lots of offers from agents, but he's turned them all down as he doesn't need them. Yeah, you will. You will, mate, let me tell you. A little bit embarrassing. The top 22 albums of 22. Harry Styles doing quite well. Kendrick Lamar doing very well. Sigrid. Beyonce, Hot Chip. It's amazing how many albums came out and how many albums I don't buy. I really am not remotely interested. I mean, there's one here called Wet Leg. Oh, in God's name is that? Wet Leg. I like Taylor Swift. She's very good. And The Weeknd, Dawn FM. There's so many albums that come out, but I don't know how many they need to sell nowadays to actually make it, you know, into the charts. Certainly not as many as it used to be. Johnny says it's impossible to fly first class to Magaluf. The only way to do it is to charter a private jet. Oh, not to Magaluf. Why would you bother? Why would you bother? Magaluf. Have you been to Magaluf? What a dump. What a dump. I wouldn't... You couldn't give me enough money. Somebody says there's many planets in the galaxy as grain of sands in the Sahara Desert, and we're the only living things out there. I think not. Well, that's why you're mad as a broomstick, you see, because I'm telling you the truth. There is nothing else out there. Nothing else out there. And it's not that we're waiting for it, because we've been waiting for it for ages and ages. There is nothing out there, OK? And if so, why would they want to come here? They're far more superior to us. They wouldn't come here at all. And that's why your argument never stands up, which is a shame. See, my meatballs left over from Christmas were delicious. Also made a meatloaf wrapped in bacon, which was wonderful. Meatballs are great, Julie. It was a bus driver. A bus driver. And, no, I had meatballs the other day. I thought they were great, actually. They were really... I don't have them very often, but they're little meatballs, which are quite nice. Jane Gorman, solving all your problems. I love the idea that somebody writes to the Daily Star saying, Ola Jordan looks great after her weight loss. Yeah, the old pair... Her and whatever her husband's name is, they've come up with this old wheeze. How can we make money when we don't have a career left? I know. Let's pretend that we've put loads of weight on, and then we can tell people how to take weight off. Okay, but you've got to pay us money. And so what they did was they sort of stuffed themselves. You know, they're dancers. Dancers don't stuff themselves unless they're doing it. I mean, I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. And the other thing is, if you want to lose weight, go and see a professional doctor about it. Don't take two old dancers. You know, you don't take any notice of what they do. They're nothing to do with it at all, but they've obviously thought on this is the way forward. I'm sure some people might want to send them 50 quid, but I'm telling you now, you can get it all for free. Go to the doctor. Little, often, exercise. There you go. That's it. That's the key to losing weight. Little and often in the food department, and then exercise. She was never fat. She pushed her stomach out to make it look as though she was fat, and then they're looking for the money to come rolling in. My advice is, do not send them any money. Do not send any money. Sam Ryder's album is excellent. Are you going... to Liverpool for next year's Eurovision Song Contest, says Laura. No, I wouldn't go anywhere for Eurovision. I like watching Eurovision, but there's no chance we're ever going to win. No chance. Everybody hates us. In Europe, yeah, we came second, but only because Ukraine came number one. You know, we were never going to be number one. Never number one. They don't listen. Ever since I wonder if one day that you'll say that you care. And Cliff Richard, twice, I think he was at number 2. So we're not going to win it. There are certain countries that just vote us down, which is, you know, the way it goes, I think. Apparently, Steve, says Blake, Capital Radio say you've got a lovely coffee machine, but no cups next to the machine. Sorted. Well, we've got loads of cups. We don't have cups, we have mugs. Every cupboard here has got mugs in. All the 13 kitchens that we have at Global. In this building, 13... You've never seen so many kitchens. But in the... either in the dishwasher, there's mugs, or in the cupboard, there's mugs. So loads of it. And we've got a posh coffee machine. It does about 6 different types. I've never had one because I'm more a tea drinker. I'm not really a coffee drinker. I'd rather stay with feet on ground as opposed to floating around on the ceiling with a feather duster.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. There've been quite a number of Russian oligarchs who have been critical of Putin, who've magically jumped out of hospital windows or found hanging in their garages. Or failing that, the other one the other day was, I think, a general in the army who, again, was sort of found dead. And you start thinking to yourself, do they think we really fell out of coconut trees or something? These people are being murdered. We've had it here with Litvinenko, and we've had it with various other people. Their web spreads far and wide. But when you get somebody who's an oligarch, the one the other day who died topped himself out of a window, out of a hospital window. He was the sausage king of Russia. I didn't know there was such a thing as the sausage king of Russia. But, you know, a man who you think has everything to live for, not particularly old, and all of a sudden they're found, you know, dead, you know, impaled on spikes or things. And I'm thinking to myself, this just looks suspicious. And yet you never hear of anybody sort of investigating how this has ever happened. And they go into hospital, and for some reason, and I've been in hospital, as you know, and I didn't think you could open the windows. These must be special hospitals in Moscow where they put you, you know, if you've been a bit naughty and a bit critical of Putin. And so they can open their windows and basically shove you out. But they're not going to shove you out unless you're drugged. This is why I think it's very, very peculiar, because, you know, if somebody comes into your room and they sort of lift you up and they start pushing, you're going to fight it. You're going to resist it, aren't you? I'm assuming. Only guessing, of course, wildly. But these people seem to sort of, you know, get pushed out of the windows. And nobody seems to think it's peculiar. Nobody seems to think it's peculiar at all. I find it very, very odd. But Andrew Castle will be looking at that this morning, because we thought it was an odd one. But I don't know enough about it. I just keep thinking, you know, it's a case of this is very suspicious. Very suspicious. Steve, says David, will you be making any New Year resolutions? No, I don't need to. I am Mary Poppins. Practically perfect in every way. I don't need to make a resolution. I don't smoke. I don't drink that much. Spill most of it. And there's nothing I need to do, actually. I might do a little bit more walking, but that's about it. I mean, I can't think of anything, but I don't need a resolution to do that. I really don't need a resolution to do that. Tea has more caffeine than coffee, Steve. Be careful, says Mark. No, tea's fine for me. Tea works very well with my diabetes. Coffee, I remember speaking to one of our newsreaders, Tim, and he said he was a bit jittery. I said, why are you a bit jittery? He said, I don't know. He said, only drink about 10 cups of coffee a day. I said, that's why. That's why. I don't get that with tea. I only get tannin in tea, so I'm much better, actually. Jag says 23 American marching bands in the New Year's Day parade. They're really good. Really, really good. Producer Joe back again. What is this stalking by my producer Joe? He's back again. Oh, they're emailing Joe as well as me. This gets even worse. For Christmas, you said your brother had brought you some Carousel biscuit tins and an Enid Blyton book he found in an antique shop. Woo, scary. Sounding like stalking. Steve, prepping for New Year's Eve to propose. Could you please say it's in the bedroom drawer behind the iPad, says Ashley. She's fast asleep and keeps hunting for the headphones, so don't worry, because you'll play the podcast back again. Because if you go to globalplayer.com, which is free, you download it, go to the podcast page, put Steve Allen, the whole show, and you can put my little bit extra in as well, and you will find it, and then you can download it, and it's absolutely brilliant. Even I say it myself. Actually, the producer told me to tell you that. It's absolutely brilliant, and it costs nothing, and there's thousands and thousands of podcasts, which is great. We absolutely love it. Jeremy says, why do you suck drinking tea? Because it winds you up. Have you not fathomed that bit out yet? Oh, dear me, honestly. You must be a bit dim. My last medical, Steve, I found my BMA was high. And that was that. And then 3 months later, I got a fat-shaming text from them out of the blue referring me to a weight management. God, blimey, you must be overweight. I've never had that. Never had anything like that at all. In fact, nobody's ever mentioned my weight. They do weigh me as part of the diabetes. Dom says, will you be wearing anything glittery? Oh, God, will I be wearing anything glittery? I'm in show business. Of course I shall be wearing something glittery. Jacket. What do I wear Christmas Day? Oh, I don't do anything Christmas Day, but the Magic Circle show is always glittery. And I've got a glittery shirt this year. I've got a choice of colours, though, this year. I've got a choice of black, blue or gold, and a blue glittery jacket, plain black trousers, but also glittery and light-up braces and a bow tie as well. It doesn't spin. No, it's not like EastEnders. Steve, phone doctor for first diabetes test. They thought throwing the little blood sample. You could do it yourself. You can go to the chemist and you can buy the little machine that a lot of diabetics use. Some people use the thing under their arm, which you just wave a little machine onto it. But you can go and buy the little blood testing test. And you get the little, spring-loaded machine, you get some needles to put in, and you get some test strips. And you could test yourself straight away. All you do is you sort of load the little machine. I've got loads of these machines. They're about 20 quid, 22 quid. And you fire it into your finger, and then you squeeze it, and you get a blood globule out. Not a big one, and you put it very carefully onto the end of the slide. You don't want your finger to touch it, just the blood. And then in about 6 seconds, it will tell you what your blood sugar reading is. And you should be about 6, 7, something like that. Anything more than that, and you're erring on it, you know. And Mark says Mary Poppin would never slurp tea. Oh, she did. She absolutely did slurp tea. Honestly, what is the matter with you? Where have you been? Steve, are you on New Year's Day? No, not at all, actually. No, definitely not. And Vivienne Westwood, one of the first people to publicly campaign for the release of Julian Assange, a very smart woman. We expect that aspect of her last year will not be covered by the poor media. I don't think anybody's interested, actually. You know, I don't think anybody's... Julian Assange, you know. I mean, seriously, I didn't even know he was still around, really. But lots of people... I mean, in fact, Pamela Anderson campaigned as well, didn't she? That was very good. 84850... looking forward to seeing your show this afternoon and my first visit to the Magic Circle. Oh, you like it? You like it. It's very good indeed. And there's a guy here I never understand in this country. I've often complained about people who are given life sentences and it doesn't mean life when they're sent to prison. And this is a predator dubbed the Coronation Street Rapist. His name is Andrew Barlow, formerly known as Andrew Longmire. In October 1988, he got 13 life sentences. 13 life sentences. Once branded Britain's most wanted man and referred to as the Coronation Street Rapist, he was convicted of 11 rapes, 3 attempted rapes, indecent assault, and using a firearm to resist arrest. But a parole board has now confirmed that Barlow, 66, will be freed next month after 34 years in custody. Doesn't sound to me like 13 life sentences. But then, of course, they've never actually done that, have they? An official statement said, in 2020, a panel of the parole board considered his case and recommended transfer to open conditions. So, there you go. So he's now, the decision to release him from Bolton was made last month, the 8th time his case has been reviewed. So 13 life sentences, but basically, they're going to let him out. They're going to let him out. Let's wait and see how that one works out, shall we? Indie icons Blur want their Britpop rivals Oasis back. I never got into Britpop at all. I never quite understood where Blur were coming from or anybody else. I just didn't kind of get it. But I'm sure they're very, very... Oasis were very popular. Mind you, their influence, as far as I was concerned, was the Beatles. That they sounded like the Beatles. And then the brothers fell out, didn't they? And I don't think they've actually made up even since, which is a bit of a shame.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice heavy company, 26 minutes to 7. Joe says, don't be so flippant about Julian Assange. He's been held in solitary confinement for years. What load of old cobblers you're talking. No, he wasn't held in solitary confinement for years. Don't be so ridiculous. He can't have been. Pamela Anderson visited. So let's hope he disappears. Let's hope he disappears. Could there be a return ticket for today's matinee, says Patrick? I shouldn't think so. Shouldn't think so. And Steve, she knows I'm going to propose. I asked my mum to find out her ring size and asked mum to say it was a gift she wanted to get her. Well, these proposals coming up in the new year. I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that. And Lewis says, my 92-year-old gran needed an ambulance yesterday while she was on her way for a 7-hour wait at Hillingdon Hospital. They shipped her to Ealing Hospital. Well, I mean, both excellent hospitals, but the trouble is if they can't do anything at Hillingdon, then I suppose Ealing Hospital will be the next one. It's a big hospital, Ealing, isn't it? I think it's much bigger than than Hillingdon Hospital. Pretty certain. Love Island's David. Apparently it's another one of these sort of fake relationships. He's got his girlfriend, Ikin Sue, who apparently is a model. But they have to grab everything that they can. And so there's a picture of him. And apparently the story is that he plans a New Year party with Ikin Sue, which is about as dull as it gets. And something special to celebrate this year. It's his birthday, like every single person celebrates their birthday every single year. Perhaps he's peculiar. And he was promoting some Prosecco. That's the best gig he can get. You know, he's promoting Prosecco. And then they said, what happened to the rest of this year's Love Island finalists? And to be honest with you, nobody cares. Gemma Owen and Luca Bish. He worked in a fish shop, I think. And they had to try and pretend that they were in a relationship. Anyway, she couldn't wait to ditch him. And they had a lavish proposal with a £7,000 Cartier bracelet. But they split in November. She landed a big money deal with one of those agencies. But then, you know, after the next programme of Love Island and things like that, there'd be another load of people on the market flogging the same stuff as the first kind of... I can't imagine why anybody would ever want to watch Love Island and think... So they spend most of their time in bikinis. Now they're out and they apparently turn into designers magically. It's amazing, actually. Absolutely amazing. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. More of your text. So Hillingdon Hospital. I know Hillingdon Hospital really well, actually. And another one here, which says, taking blood from a blood glucose machine is absolutely not a good indicator. Oh, don't be so ridiculous. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. They do it all the time. They do it when you go to the doctors. They do it. I can't be bothered with people who don't know things. It's very embarrassing. Call the Midwife stars. Don't have to worry about letting slip any spoilers because they forget what happens. Now, I've never seen it, so I don't know. I don't know if they're following a story in the show or if it's individual stories. But there's a new series starting tonight on BBC One, and a holiday rep is set to give Kavos Weekender the Sex Factor. A Yorkshire lass, Lucy Appleton, didn't hold back as they filmed the new reality show in the Greek hotspot. She said, I fancied everyone. It was hot girl summer. I'm boy obsessed. Have you ever seen Kavos Weekender? Full of trash. It really is one of the worst programmes on television. It really is absolutely ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. However, Amanda Holden and Alan Carr have cranked up the tunes for Ryanair passengers when they flew out to film their new travel series. They became DJs at 35,000 feet, and Amanda claims we've entertained the whole flight. Alan says, I got my speakers out at one point when we were on the thing. I was a little bit tiddly. We had some power ballads. I don't know what this is. It's a show that starts on January the 6th, so they must be filming in advance. And it'll be, because I think next year you're going to get loads and loads of shows, some of which will do well, some of which will sink without trace, and some of them you'll be thinking, why in God's name did they ever make that? But they do. They make them because they're running out of ideas. The cheapest shows for them to do on the television, as you know, are in fact the reality shows. They are the cheapest things, unless it's Strictly Come Dancing, which is another reality show, but you don't need to worry about the cost of it because you're paying for it anyway. So it makes no difference. Interestingly enough, a Home Office worker based in immigration has been arrested and bailed on suspicion of offences linked to their work. This is part of the anti-corruption unit. I watch all these programmes on the television. I find them quite fascinating. That there's sort of all these different government departments. You don't really know what they do half the time, but they sort of go out there and they do all these little sort of bits and pieces, and then they go, and we're going to deport these people. They went to a butcher's shop in East London. It's an old programme. I knew because I remember seeing it years and years ago. And it turned out that some of the people working in it were 5 years overstayers, and they went to a few nail bars and discovered that, again, they were employing people. They had people overstaying, and then they were pretending they didn't know people. Then they had people working in restaurants who were only helping out, apparently, for the day. They'd only been there an hour, apparently, whereas, in fact, they knew that they'd been there for years, and people in car washes and things like that, because it's obviously quite easy to get away with, because these departments are woefully undermanned. They don't have enough people, and even when they come into the ports in the lorries, they've got to try and get these clandestines back out again. And as the lady said on this side, she said, the problem is, she said, we sort of catch up with them in the lorries because of the heat, and you can see them breathing inside. You put a probe in. She said, and all they'll do is they go off sight again. She said then the next day they come back again. And so that's how it's a never-ending. That's how it works. It's unbelievable, really. It really is. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, don't break a leg. I wonder why they used to say that. I cannot remember why they used to say, break a leg when you're going on stage. You just have to say that. I've got friends of mine in the business. And they would say, break a leg. And then you're not supposed to say anything after you've said that. You just say it sort of as a one-off. But, I don't think I'll be breaking it. Though I have actually fallen on stage before, but not on stage at the Magic Circle. Emma Thompson has revealed that the experiencing dreadful fear as a stand-up comic drove her into acting. She said it's while she was waiting to appear on the same bill as Dawn French and Jennifer Saunders in the early 80s that she finally saw the light. She said, if I don't stop this, I shall have a heart attack. I can't sustain this level of fear. So she's got 3 BAFTAs, 2 Golden Globes, and I think she's got 2 Oscars. 2 Oscars as well. And I remember thinking, because some people get really nervous, don't they? When they're doing things, on stage, you can see them standing there. I remember going to the Royal Variety Performance years ago when Michael McIntyre was hosting, and as we were going into the theatre, he was walking up and down the road outside, mumbling away to himself. That was obviously his way of getting over nerves, because the Royal Variety Performance is the worst thing for any performer. They say, if you don't go down with the crowd, you walk off to the sound of your own feet. And so they film all of the rehearsals for it, just in case you're going to be dreadful on the night. So when they come to show the programme, they can show you at your best. But it's not easy. It's not easy. It's, some people say, oh, no, and you see this little light come on. And for comedians, it's the worst. If you're a singer, it's okay, because people just clap at the end of a song. Escape from the country, Northern City, topping the list for the biggest house price rises. So this is Yorkshire and the Humber. Average price, followed by the increase in cash. So 370,000, a 23.1% increase. That's what you can get now, 370,000. Woking, 586,000. Swansea drops right down to 265,000. Chelmsford, very popular, I know Chelmsford very well, 485,000. Kettering, 326,000. Derby in the East Midlands, 277,000. Wellingborough, 386,000, and Peterborough, 289,000. It's amazing what you can get in the country compared to the prices that we pay in London. And they must be selling them, because every time I go out, there's cranes. Somebody said to me, if you're coming out of the station, if you see a red light on a crane, it's an active crane, because they don't put the red lights on if it's not an active crane, and they put them on, which means that they are building. And all I see is office blocks being converted into flats. They're all over the place. Oh, it's also for the helicopters flying into them. Mind you, I don't think we get that many helicopters, do we? Do we get many helicopters? I haven't seen any. I've seen a few landing, actually, on the embankment, which is very impressive when they bring these things in. I mean, if they're doing sort of an emergency thing. But, the flats that they're building in London, they're mainly conversions. You get an office block that's been sitting empty for years. The next thing, they go in there and turn it into luxury living. And, your outlook, far from being a field or grass or a river, is somebody else's sitting room. That's as good as it gets, I'm afraid. I've got a very nice car for you here. They don't tell me the price of it, but it's powered by fuel from plastic waste. They're only making 33. It's very nice. It's very shiny. It's very, very sexy in Italian. It has a top speed of over 230 miles an hour. But, I mean, let's face it, where can you drive at 230 miles an hour? Nowhere. I mean, most of the roads around London, most of them now, 20 miles an hour. Around Twickenham, 20 miles an hour. Everywhere, 20 miles an hour. Because that's apparently the speed where even if you hit somebody, they might not lose their life. So 20 miles an hour. If you go on sort of motorways, all of a sudden you go 40, then 30. Don't know why. They do that all over the place. On the 316 round by us, it's 40 miles an hour to start with, and then by the time you get to the Richmond swimming pool, it's down to 30 miles an hour. And then you get the other side of the Richmond roundabout, and up it goes to 40 miles an hour again. I mean, seriously, you can spend all your time tapping your driver on the shoulder going, it's 40. It's 40. 84850 Steve, apparently break a leg because good luck brings bad luck. Actors' superstition. I don't know why actors are superstitious. Why are they any more superstitious than anybody else? I don't sort of come on air and sort of, and the producer says, break a leg, because knowing my luck, I will. But I wonder why people say it, and it's only a certain few things that happen, isn't it? I don't know. Because they hope they ended up in a cast. Thank you. There you go. There's the joke of the day.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Nice. 12 minutes to 7. Apparently a car fueled by plastic, says Ash. What's wrong with good old petrol? I don't know. They're always looking at things. Didn't they bring out a car that was powered by, was it cooking oil? Used cooking oil, I think you could put into it. Howard says, will Ian be supplying the ice cream for your show? I don't think so. No, I don't think he supplies the Magic Circle. Well, I don't think so, actually. Peter is going to the Savoy for breakfast. Oh, right. Very nice. Very nice. Yes, I don't think have I ever been to the Savoy for breakfast? No, I haven't. But if you overlook the river at the back, then it's well worth it, I think. I've been to breakfast in quite a number of places. We went to one, actually. Carol, one of our management, and a friend of mine, we all went off for a breakfast up the road by the Strand, and it was very nice. Unfortunately, we had loads of champagne as well, and all of a sudden it turned into a very different kind of breakfast, which was good. So you have a nice time, actually. Another one here. This is reality shows are so cheap because they only have to pay the script writers, says Andy. Yes, and I did, until you watch but it's only on certain ones. On Love Island, they don't have that situation, but they have it on. I think it's on Made in Chelsea. They have it on things. So what they do is they give them scenarios. They don't give them a script. They give them a scenario and they make of it what they will, and that's the way it turns out. Vivian has died, and I think she lived life to the full. She's got 2 sons, Ben with Derek Westwood and Joseph with McLaren, and Joseph founded Agent Provocateur in 1994. And in fact, for 30 years, Vivian Westwood lived in an ex-council flat until her new husband convinced her to move in 2000. And I remember seeing it on the television, thinking, why is she living in a council flat? And it turned out it was an ex-council flat when you could sort of buy the things. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The origin of break a leg, Steve, comes from the curtain in a theatre. To weigh the curtains down, they used to have a wooden beam running along the bottom called the leg. Yes, I remember all of those. And they had it at the top. That's what the curtain was attached to. So they would bring all the... I remember watching them setting up a show once. In fact, they do it at the beginning of Phantom of the Opera. They have all these curtains on the stage, and then they rise up slowly during the da-da-da-da-da-da. And they're all hooked on. And it was all these bars, and they had them at the bottom to make sure that it all hung properly. That was the idea. So if the leg of the curtain was broken, it meant the show was a success. Well, I hope that everybody's off to see their pantomimes. I said the other day, and I was checking out, and I like to check these things out. It's amazing how short a run these pantomimes are nowadays. At one time they used to run till Easter, but not anymore. They all change quite dramatically. And they just have smaller runs now, mainly because it's so expensive to put on. If you've got a big star, big panto star, you can pay $150,000 a week easily. Some of these theatres, I remember talking to somebody years ago, somebody you're very well familiar with, and he was on $8,000 a week. £8,000 a week, but they were expected to do. I think for that they were expected to do about 16 performances because they've got to get the money back in. Got to get the money back in. Well done to Ariana Grande, because she has sent Christmas presents to children in Manchester hospitals after forming a close bond with the city. She was performing, of course, you remember, in the Manchester Arena in 2017 when the suicide bomber killed 22 and injured more than 1,000. But anyway, after receiving her presents this year, the Royal Manchester Children's Hospital charity said, "Thank you. We were so excited to receive Christmas gifts for young patients across the hospitals." Of course, the good news is for the hospitals, as you probably know or you don't know, they get rid of everybody in hospital at Christmas. Unless somebody is really sick, they get rid of them because they don't want them in there. They'd rather they were at home, which is sort of better. Andrew TV added his Pizza Express. They're still using this one. This was on Prince Andrew the Musical, and a mobile advert plugging it was displayed at Woking Pizza Express the other day. This is after the Duke of York said he took daughter Beatrice to a party there on the day Virginia Giuffre claims she first met him, and other things happened. But yet nobody can remember seeing him there. I would have thought you would have remembered. I mean, I remember saying at the time, if you'd been there, you know, don't all these places have CCTV? The producer was telling me a very good story, which I can't repeat to you, about a well-known restaurant in London, somebody being thrown out. You know, out, be gone. And apparently it was difficult to tell whether she was on drugs or she was just drunk. But either way, he said it was very entertaining. He likes things like that. But in fact, when you sort of look back at all these different people, you know, in and out of all these restaurants. But the Andrew Pizza Express one, I mean, I just don't see Prince Andrew going to Pizza Express for a party. And also, it being a party, they would have that on CCTV, wouldn't they? They go, you won't believe it was in here the other day. It's like if ever I go out there, they go, you won't believe it was in here the other day. Steve Allen was in here having pizza. Very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. There's a family of a man who had a cardiac arrest during a half marathon has praised 3 runners who saved his life. They never look happy, these people doing these half marathons. Have you seen them? The ones I hate are the ones who stand next to you at the zebra crossing, trying to cross, but there's cars going across all the traffic lights, and they're still running on the spot. And I always think, this is obviously an obsession, isn't it? I mean, I'm not, as you can tell, into running and not remotely interested in doing anything like that. But occasionally people do. I see them during the London Marathon, because we always cover it on LBC. And these people, they crawl over the finishing line. They're on their last legs. But it's always the bloke who's dressed up as the deep-sea diver, or somebody went last year dressed as a rhinoceros, I think. They're always the novelty ones who are not necessarily doing it for any sort of fitness. They're doing it to raise money for charity, which is very entertaining. Very entertaining. Apparently Dame Vivienne Westwood invented the miniskirt. Riveting. And I would have thought that would just be somebody who sort of was a bit taller than the other person. I run my Citroen van on cooking oil. When I stopped at the traffic lights, it smells like I was cooking donuts. That sounds quite a good idea. Sounds like quite a good idea. And Hugh from Battersea says, Vivienne is one of my neighbours. Well, not anymore, she's not. But he said, one of the nicest people, always had time for a chat and loved her bicycle, an icon and a personality in every way. Yeah. I don't know if she just died naturally. I don't know. We know what Pele died of. And I have a feeling as we go in now, because they're always going to remember them, and we will forget them later in the year, the people who die in January, because there seem to be a lot of people kind of waiting in the wings at the moment. And I'm hoping that some people go longest, you know, and so it goes on for a long... There's a lovely man in the paper. They've tried some new medication on him, and he's gone for a lot longer. But when you read about the current Pope asking us to pray for Benedict XVI, you know things have got to a critical condition. £5 more to fill up in petrol. This is a postcode lottery. It does vary, doesn't it? I didn't realise that you drive around the countryside and you think, how are they doing it at this price, and somebody's doing it at another price. Mary Quant has been often credited with inventing the miniskirt, the most era-defining look. In reality, the introduction of above-the-knee skirts was a gradual process. Contemporary photographs and surviving dresses show it took until 1966 for skirts to become really short. Quant herself has acknowledged how the trend for rising hemlines was influenced by an emerging London street style and a wider cultural shift towards informality and the breakdown of social codes. So there was no one person who invented the miniskirt. It was just the way that it went. They made them shorter and shorter. It's like culottes when they came in, and all the midi and mini and maxi skirts and all the rest of it. I went through all of these different, not I personally, but I used to know these girls back home in Berkshire, and they had a maxi skirt and things like that, and mini skirts. So it wasn't invented by Vivienne Westwood. And but she was an icon. Steve, I've done 3 marathons, and yes, you're right again. Running is a hateful sport, but it's addictive, isn't it? That's what people go running for. They go running because it's addictive, and it's a case of there's something that goes on, isn't it? Is it endomorphins or something like that. It's sort of, it's roughly, you get a high through running, because they all seem to do it. They all seem to absolutely love it, and they get something out of it. I can't see that at all. But then that's only because I don't run. If I got into the running, and round our way, we've got cyclists. There's a Kingston Cycling Club, which is, you know, really, really busy, and they're always cycling. You know, and there'd be, on a Sunday, there'd be like 20, 30 of them. And they take up the roads, and you have to wait to get round them, and they seem to love it. It seems to cover all ages. So there you go. There you go. That's the way it happens, actually. Just about it for this morning. So don't forget, you do know that not here tomorrow, but we'll be with you on New Year's Day between 7 and 10. Looking forward to it. So try not to get too drunk. Try not to go out there and let yourself down or embarrass yourself. You know, try and make sure if you're with a crowd of people that you cling on to everybody, because you don't want to get stuck in London if you haven't got any transport home or anything like that. As far as I know, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, the trains are running. That's as it stands at the moment. Things can change, as we know. But I wish you the very best with that.